Baseball will tell you it's early, but that doesn't mean that if you're 20 games into a year in which you have high expectations and you can't hit your weight, or in Ref Snyder's case, I had to stare at 0-0-0 for an entire month on the scoreboard. You're screaming at me, staring a hole through me. I had a 0 batting average. It does work on you, and I think it's weighed on a lot of the players in the lineup, and that's why they keep doing this thing with the ball, where they shake the ball now when they get on base. Well, that's a symbol for people do that jokingly when they get their first hit in a while. It's a symbol because it's the symbol for I got my first hit in the majors. So you say I want the ball. So that's what that, if anybody was wondering, that's what that little shake of the hand was. And then a lot of guys now use it sarcastically if they've been in a slump. Get the ball. I want to keep that when I'm out of my slump.
Okay.
They've been in such a slump as a team. They've been so frustrated by their beginning. Everybody does it on every hit just to try to loosen things up a little bit. And it still hasn't really worked.
I'd see Cal do it after every home run rounding the bases or every hit.
Julio,
but
every hit.
I thought that it was something else, so that makes a lot more sense.
No. I thought you knew. That's what they're doing. They're saying, get me the ball. It's a sarcastic gesture about how much of a slump I want to save that one. It's like getting my first hit all over again. And so that's why they're doing that. And so they're knowing it. They know it. They feel it. They're trying to make light of it. They're trying to do everything they possibly can to get out of it. And yet through Friday, they were deep in the throes of that mentality. And Rob Refsnyder's the poster boy for struggling magazine. And yet he ends up getting his first home run, and it's as if it lightened everything up yesterday. But 12 runs in the last 2 days. Starting pitching did the rest. And now you got 2 games. I mean, it's not a winning streak, but at least it's the foundation for one. And so hopefully they are on track because it's been a rough beginning, and they know it as much as we know it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I just think to use a Gino term, the vibes on Saturday and Sunday, they seemed lifted, they seemed higher, they seemed in a good place. And so I think and it all started with that, especially yesterday, with that Refsnyder home run. It almost felt like him getting that and taking that off of his shoulders just lightened it for everybody.
I agree.
Yeah.
And that does happen. I mean, we don't put enough emphasis as sports talk analysts, and this goes for the players as well, because they know how difficult it is. They don't talk about the psychology of it nearly as much as they should. It's always about approach and this and that and this and that, and yet they need to admit how difficult it is on you when you can't get going.
Yeah, and he did talk about it in his post-game yesterday, which was nice to hear.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
he was beyond talking about it. I mean, he revealed quite a bit about his struggles since becoming a Mariner, having to tap into a mental coach to try to help him out of this. So hopefully he's going. Hopefully the team's going. Good sign, certainly, the last couple of days. Man, you score 5 runs. You score 5 runs a game, you're going to win 110 games with this pitching staff. I mean, just scratch out a little bit. Get your walks, hit your home runs. I don't think they're ever going to be a team that puts together a lot of bunched up hits. Just doesn't seem. And I don't think they're going to come through a lot in the clutch. I mean, how many times do we just fail with bases loaded, nobody out, or bases loaded and 1 out? I mean, that's what was going on Friday. You let Jacob deGrom off the hook. Worked him. I mean, he had to leave the game after 4 innings because you worked him so hard his pitch count went up, and yet you didn't put any runs on the board. But they are a team that's going to try to work walks and hit home runs. That's going to be their secret offensively, and then they're going to outpitch everyone. That's the goal. That's what they're after this year. It was also great to see Andres Munoz get back on track. That's back-to-back days with a save and back-to-back days looking like him.
Yes.
So we had one outlier inning that I think was the culmination of a lot of his struggles so far this season. But whatever happened to him, it seemed to snap him back into form. We will need him. We will ride him this entire season. All right, we are underway here on this Monday morning. Let's find out what's on tap.
Coming on Chuck and Bud.
Say what?
What's on tap? What's on tap?
Mariners 5, Rangers 2. Ryan Healy is expected to join us today at 9 o'clock. Made his debut as a television analyst there in the booth with Aaron all weekend long. Sounded great.
Yeah, he did sound great, and I saw a lot of positive feedback for him on X as well. He'll be in studio today.
He is coming in.
He is in.
Oh
he is
my
coming
gosh.
in.
We've not met him yet.
Yeah, we're sending an Uber for him.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Where is he staying? Or what
yeah,
vicinity?
Just downtown. Yeah, so
Okay.
not far.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
Yeah.
Ryan Healy coming in studio.
Coming in
today.
studio. He's going to be on YouTube.
Okay. 9 o'clock. We get to shake Ryan Healy's hand finally.
There you go.
All right. Mariners 10-13 on the season. They've taken 2 out of 3 from the Texas Rangers. I know people don't want to hear this, but all of the hand wringing, all of the tears that were shed, all of the anger, all of the nasty tweets, we're a game and a half out of first place.
What?
Yeah. So we could be in first place
There's no way we could have.
by tomorrow night.
There's no way we could have overcome that deficit.
I mean, it's still 10-13. That's still a gross record.
Yeah, it's still not good, but it just goes to show you it's early.
Yeah, exactly.
There's
So
a
game
lot,
and a half.
A lot to go.
So they could be a first place team by tomorrow night, at the end of tomorrow
So
night.
you're saying we could be none sleeps back tomorrow.
A's at Mariners tonight. It'll be Emerson Hancock versus J.T. Ginn. A kind of, not a journeyman because he's always been with the A's, but just has had a difficult time sticking in the major league. So with the way Emerson's pitching, same thing with Emerson, except that Emerson's showing this year that he's stuck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that he's not just had difficulty in the past sticking in the major leagues, but he might be very sticky this year. So we seem to have the pitching advantage there. We'll talk more about that in Mariners Morning After here in a little bit. But the M's, moving in the right direction, hopefully there. The New York Mets are not. They've lost 11 straight games.
Gosh, they're the worst.
For all of those that just think spending money is the key to winning in Major League Baseball, it's not.
It's the second time I've picked him in our fantasy.
Oh, you
in
have
our
them.
In our Green Jacket draft. I didn't pick him last year. I picked him 2 years ago. Second time I've picked him, and second time they're just hosing me.
I was going to point this out later. I'll point it out now. I'll be quick about it. Look at these records. Again, you hate hearing it's early, but my goodness. The Toronto Blue Jays are 8-13 too. They're 8-13.
Yeah.
The Red Sox are 8-13. Those are two teams that are
expected to be very good.
supposed to be playoff teams, and the Blue Jays made the World Series last year. The Kansas City Royals, a lot of people believed, including me, were going to win the American League Central. They're 7-15. The Astros are 8-15. The Mets are 7-15 with all that payroll. The Philadelphia Phillies are 8-13.
So maybe they're not hosing me as bad as I thought because everybody else is.
Well,
sucking too.
it just points out how early it is that, some of the best teams in Major League Baseball have worse records than the Mariners right now.
That is the truth.
NFL Draft Week, we are 3 sleeps away from Draft Day. We will celebrate Draftmas today with Greg Bell every day this week at 7:05. Maybe not at 7:05, but he's going to be on with us every day this week.
Yes.
We will have Hugh Cornelius joining us today at 8 o'clock. Hugh Millen will help us break down cornerbacks that could be available to the Seahawks at pick number 32. Charles Davis is going to join us today as well. Our friend Charles Davis from NFL Network. He'll be with us today at 7:30 from a national perspective. There was a big trade on Friday. Dexter Lawrence is now a member of the Cincinnati Bengals. He was traded from the New York Giants for the 10th overall pick in the draft. My goodness, a top 10 pick for an interior defensive lineman. But the Cincinnati Bengals land Dexter Lawrence, and the Giants now have the 5th and the 10th pick in the draft. A.J. Brown to New England looks like it's all but a done deal, according to Adam Schefter this morning. Schefter saying that they will wait until June 1st when it's less of a cap hit for the Philadelphia Eagles But the Philadelphia Eagles are all but done with a deal to the New England Patriots, A.J. Brown. So that won't involve draft picks this year, but will likely involve draft picks next year. We'll get to some other rumors with stocking stuffers later on this hour. The NBA playoffs got underway over the weekend. Orlando pulled off the one and only upset in the NBA playoffs with a victory over Detroit yesterday. Meanwhile, everything else was kind of a laugher over the weekend. Makes you wonder if the first round's even necessary. Tonight, 3 games: Toronto at Cleveland, Atlanta at New York, Minnesota at Denver. All home teams are up 1-0. Stanley Cup playoffs, a lot more up and down in the Stanley Cup playoffs over the weekend, but those aren't really viewed as upsets because that's the NHL playoffs. There's always
That's
chaos.
hockey, baby.
That's right. Philadelphia at Pittsburgh tonight. Ottawa at Carolina. Minnesota's up 1-0 on the Stars. They'll play tonight. And Anaheim and Edmonton begin their series tonight. They have yet to play a game. So it's also the Boston Marathon today. So Patriots Day in New England. Coming up next, Mariners Morning After. More on yesterday's win. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
R&R Foundation Specialist Broadcast Studio. Now back to Chuck and Buck in the Morning, powered by Tulalip Resort Casino DraftKings Sportsbook, where the action never stops. On Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
That's more like it.
One more time.
Yeah, give me something to dance to. Can't dance to losses.
Something not depressing.
Yeah. Give me something to shake my ass to.
Oh, you're shaking it, baby. You're shaking it.
Yeah, you gotta shake your ass to a win.
That's right.
Wins are ass shakeable.
That's right. Losses, sad.
Yeah, exactly. Good morning. Hello, listeners, watchers on
Oh,
YouTube.
they're watching you.
You're stalking
They watched
us.
you shake your ass.
You're stalking us. It's creepy. Ashley Ryan, Chuck Powell with you. It's time for Mariners Morning After. Before I get into that, I did see some breaking news. It happened while I was doing the headlines and what's on tap, but I didn't want it to distract me because it's hard to read while you're reading. You ever
Right,
had that
yeah,
experience?
yeah, a
try to
lot,
read
actually.
something else while you're reading.
Yeah.
But looks like the 49ers have reached a deal with Trent Williams, their left tackle, their 100-year-old
darn
left
it.
tackle. Yeah, exactly. Kind of wanted that relationship to blow up.
Yeah, I was hoping that was the end of it.
Yeah. 2-year, $50 million extension. So looks like he'll lose for the 49ers this year and next.
Bummer for him.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get to Mariners Morning After. We do this after every Mariners win at 6:30 here on Chuck and Buck. A highlight, a soundbite, a preview of what's going on tonight. For the Mariners, they did end an ugly losing streak on Saturday with a 7-3 win over the Texas Rangers and Nate Eovaldi. So an opportunity to make it 2 in a row with their best pitcher, let's face it, Brian Wu, on the mound for the Mariners. Well, Brian Wu did his job in the very first inning, got you through without a run allowed, and so the Mariners wanted to draw first blood. And man, did they strike early. The most unlikely of heroes stepped up. He was the leadoff hitter. It made every Mariner fan groan when they saw the starting lineup, and yet Rob Refsnyder finally contributed to the cause.
Kinsey Gore, he's pitched exceptionally well in his career in 3 starts against Seattle, making his 5th overall start this season. Refsnyder jumps on the first, ambush job coming in. Rob Refsnyder's first hit as a Mariner leaves the yard.
Aaron Goldsmith with the call, Mariners TV, a leadoff homer for Refsnyder. Not just his first home run as a Mariner, his first hit as a Mariner. He had been 0 for 18 coming into the game. And when you get to play as infrequently as he plays, well, those 18 at-bats get stretched over a long period of time. He went almost a month, over 3 weeks, having to stare on the big board at a 0.000 batting average as a Mariner until yesterday. And even though he only got 1 hit, the relief that he shared afterwards about how much pressure he felt and how much it had weighed on him. I mean, there might even have been a thought, Ashley, of him when he went away for his paternity leave, like, maybe I don't even go back.
Yeah, maybe.
But he talked to his wife, talked to the Mariners' mental coach, acknowledged that yesterday after the game. Hopefully he's off and running. I'll say this, Boston was really sad when he left because of how good he's been for them, both as a crusher of left-handed pitching and also a guy that makes scintillating plays in the outfield. Dude's put together. Dude's a really good athlete. 35 years old, keeps great shape, keeps in great shape. He has contributed pretty much everywhere he's been for the last few years, and he just hadn't until yesterday for the Mariners.
Yeah, it was really good to see. And I was one of those people that when I saw him hitting leadoff again, I thought, oh, why are we doing this again? Like at some point, this lefty-lefty, righty-righty thing, you have to say, maybe it's not working in this situation. But he got that home run. I'm sure it was just a massive weight off his shoulder. It seemed to lighten it for everybody because I'm sure they all wanted him to get that hit, not just for himself, or not just for the team, but for him as an individual and as an athlete. And I just, watching that, I thought, and then hearing him afterwards talk about the struggles that he's had. And, that's a lot of things that people don't ever want athletes to talk about because it makes them uncomfortable, I suppose. And fans want to be able to be as rude or as positive as they want and not think about how it affects the athlete, because the athlete should just, quote unquote, do their job.
Well, I think he was putting the pressure on himself to come through. Mitch Garver, maybe he did hear the fans in the previous couple of years. They're not going to abandon this lefty-righty platoon thing. They just don't have enough confidence in Rayleigh against left-handers or Canzone against left-handers. The difference is, where I would argue with him, is the pinch hitting situations late in games when you don't have a confident Ref Snyder or a confident Joe, and you're going to replace a hot hitter in Rayleigh with an ice-cold hitter with a bases-loaded situation. That's where I think they play too much by the book. But
that's where I get angry.
Yeah, they're not going to stop doing the lefty-righty thing. That's the way that the team's constructed, and they're certainly not ready to give up on Rob Refsnyder. And hopefully he can get on a roll here. The Mariners hit 3 home runs yesterday. J.P. Crawford hit a 2-run shot. Randy Arozarena off the foul pole for a 2-run homer down the left field line, and he ended up needing that because the Rangers always seem to make it uncomfortable late in contests. But Brian Wu went 7 innings. He allowed just 4 hits. He struck out 6 batters yesterday, which had been an area he wasn't exactly flourishing in with striking out guys. So it was nice to see that yesterday. And he didn't get into any trouble until the 7th inning when he allowed 2 runs. But he ends up getting the victory. The Mariners take it 5-2. Here's Wu afterwards.
Get your butt kicked in San Diego. Doesn't feel good, especially just haven't played great on the road. So turning the page as quickly as you can, I think, coming home, you just got to, have a short-term memory and, get back to controlling what you can control. And
decided to get kind of angry after the 7th. What part frustrated you the most? Because, you've been kind of rolling and still get out.
Yeah, the leadoff walk, number 1. Hitting Jock, stupid. But it's just the concept of keeping teams down when they're down, not giving them any life. When we got a lead and I'm going out for, whatever it is later in the game, not letting them have, any momentum, not letting them breathe in any way, just keeping our, foot on the gas. We give up the 2 there, and then it's like, bats for the next inning for Gabe are just more stressful, and there's no need for that if I just do my job. So, still beating myself up over it. It's just little things like that. It's like, if they were to hit their way through that inning, it's one thing, but for me to give them free passes, that's another.
He doesn't want to give up any runs.
No, I like that about him.
Yeah, and he doesn't think that he should. If I execute, same with George. If I execute, they shouldn't score off of me. And he didn't execute. And there's another aspect of it. He was at, 71 pitches going into that inning. In his mind, he's like, if I do this the right way, I can go all 9.
Yep.
And starting pitchers don't want to be taken out of games. And so now he also is like, man, if Dan or anybody else thinks that I get tired at the 80-pitch mark, they're not going to give me the benefit of the doubt.
That's right.
The next time around. So there were a lot of things that went into it, but he's fantastic. I mean, he is just if he's not on the top shelf of starting pitchers in Major League Baseball right now, he's on the very next one. He is damn near elite. The way he's pitched here in the last 2.5 seasons. Andres Munoz back to looking elite over the last couple of games. He struck out 3 batters in a scoreless inning. Almost had 4 because one got away, of course, from Mitch Garver that Jake Berger swung at for some reason. But back-to-back days with saves for Mooney. So it looks like he's back on track. He was pumped afterwards. You see him scream?
Yeah,
he was pumped.
I could understand that.
Yeah, so Mooney's back. Hopefully the Mariners are on track. They won back-to-back games now, 5-2 the final score over the Texas Rangers, and they welcome the A's today, and the A's are going to be a problem this year. I've said at the beginning of the year, I think the A's are finishing second in this division. I think they're better than both the Rangers and the Astros, and so they are a team to reckon with. This is not your father's A's. or your older brother's A's. Your
Yeah.
father's A's were pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was really
Yeah.
the older brother. That makes more sense.
6:40 first pitch. JT Ginn, we should light him up. Right-hander for the A's. Meanwhile, the Mariners will counter with Emerson Hancock, who tries to keep his early season roll going. And so that will be tonight's Game 1, 3-game series starting tonight at T-Mobile. We'll talk more baseball with Ryan Healy coming up today at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, Stocking Stuffers on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. my pipe, my smoker's jacket.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Got to go grab them out of the locker.
I was going to say you looked naked.
Yeah. Whoa. I did? Oh.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But maybe not.
Good morning. It is Chuck and Ashley with you. Happy Draftmas to you all. Here we are on NFL Draft Week here on this Monday. We went 2 whole segments really without talking about the National Football League draft on Draft Week. For goodness sake, don't worry. We're going to make up for lost time. Greg Bell's going to join us at 7:05. Charles Davis with a national perspective at 7:30. And then Hugh Con Cornelius will drop by to drop gold and silver nuggets at 8 o'clock. He's going to break down the cornerbacks that the Seahawks might take if they were inclined to take a cornerback with their first pick in the draft. So we'll do that with Hugh today at 8 o'clock. But we have stocking stuffers to get through. And, man, do we have some rumors, some juicy ones from over the weekend. We will start with what Adam Schefter reported this morning. I've already mentioned this, that the New England Patriots and Philadelphia Eagles have pretty much finished a deal for A.J. Brown. His report is that it won't happen before the draft, but that Brown will go to the Patriots for draft picks, just not 2026 draft picks. And so that seems like more than just a rumor. That seems like a story that is broken here this morning. A.J. Brown to the New England Patriots. I love how, I mean, there was just so much smoke, and they just kept denying it and kept denying it. And
Yeah.
The story never went away. I think it makes a lot of sense. I can't believe the Philadelphia Eagles are going to live with a broken locker room again this year, a divided locker room again this year. And the New England Patriots are so overdue for a wide receiver one that this makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, the whole thing makes absolute sense. And it is weird when they sit there and over try to deny things, because then when it comes out, it's like, well, see, why'd you have to hide it? It's
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah. Well,
Just don't say anything.
just trying to keep the trade value up. Don't want to make it look like that he's available. But, yeah, it just seemed pretty obvious to everyone that he was. I don't know. Maybe it won't even be draft compensation. Maybe it'll be one of these weird deals where Vrabel gets the Eagles to agree. If Sirianni says that those were doctored photos of him and Rossini on the rooftop, that they get A.J. Brown you know.
Yeah, maybe. You might be onto something.
If you'll take A.J. Brown off of our hands financially, I'll take the heat for having slept with Rossini. What do you say?
Deal.
All right. How about this one? Man, I'm taking full credit for this one if it happens. The big talk is that the Jeremiah Love sweepstakes starts at number 3.
Mm-hmm.
That if the Arizona Cardinals aren't able to trade down, which seems to be their preference at this point, that they might be settling in on Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love with the 3rd overall selection. I started that rumor.
Yeah, you did. And you even said, I'm starting this rumor.
Right, with absolutely no foundation of any knowledge whatsoever. I said that he was going to go number 3. Now, I still think that they might end up moving out of there and trading. But if they do, I think it might be for somebody that's coming up to get Jeremiah Love at number 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought it was going to be the Washington Commanders, but that's our other rumor this morning. This, according to Todd McShay. McShay says that he's heard from a great authority that Dan Quinn is absolutely smitten with Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles, and that if anybody thinks that he's getting lower than 7, they're out of their mind, that Dan Quinn and the Commanders might be trading up to get Sonny Styles. But if they hold pat, if they get the intel that he might last to them at 7, they'll stay there, and then they'll run to the podium. I still don't know if that's a smokescreen or not. I think Jeremiah Love makes a lot of sense for the Commanders as well.
Mm-hmm.
And even though Dan Quinn's a defensive-minded head coach who probably does want to work with Sonny Styles, he doesn't make the decision on this. He is a coach on the hot seat. It's going to be the general manager that makes the decision. And I think that the Commanders might be in love with the idea of Love and Daniels in the same backfield together.
Well, yeah, and then at that point, you've got 2 people who could be stars versus most of the pressure being on Daniels. I
love the idea for the Commanders of having Love. They become a run-first team, makes Daniels more dangerous both as a passer and a runner, and they really just rifled through the running backs a year ago and never did really settle on anyone. So we'll see, but those are some fun, juicy rumors this morning to chew on. We'll chew on them with Charles Davis coming up at 7:30. Greg Bell at 7:05. Headlines next as well. It's Chuck and Buck in the Morning, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
0-2. Fly ball deep towards the corner, towards the pole. It is fair. It is gone. It's a 2-run home run. Randy Arozarena.
I was baffled that Randy took the first 2 fastballs. He gets an 0-2 curveball, is able to keep this ball fair. You can see this baseball hit the foul pole. Randy was watching it the whole way. It's a big 2-out homer right there. The dugout loves to see it.
Oh, we taught him everything he knows.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
I mean,
yep.
you're welcome, Healy.
Hope he doesn't forget where he started.
Yeah, he's going to get here today and be like, please don't look at me in the eye.
Yeah, exactly. Probably has his handlers. Probably has
Yeah.
Greg Green, like, hey, leave him alone.
Yeah. Don't touch the talent.
Right, exactly. It'd be nice if you Mariners would come up with an idea of your own, just steal all of ours. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Well, we come up with a lot of really great ideas.
Good morning to you. Happy Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope you enjoyed our phenomenal weather that we had here in the Pacific Northwest. I'm telling you, I don't know why. I mean, I've only been here a little over a decade. You know, a lot of you have been here your entire lives. I don't know why you look forward to that summer weather, that July 4th is when summer actually begins here date. Because this date, historically, in my time here, like draft time, for some reason, the weather gets great right around draft time. And then from now until July 4th, to me, this is the best place in America to be.
Interesting. I can see. I think part of the thing is, though, you don't like it when it gets hot.
I don't.
Either. And that's what people are saying. Like, we get our summer weather. We want July 5th. We want 80 degrees. And you're like, no, I want like 67
I do.
and sunny.
I want yesterday.
Yeah.
Every single
Yeah.
day.
And I think yesterday was like 71 max. Yeah. It was nice out. And there was a breeze.
Yeah.
Yeah. Felt good.
great.
Yeah.
It was perfect.
It was pretty nice.
Well, good morning to you. Let's get to your headlines. They are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Mariners do win, thanks to Mariners TV with the audio there. That was Ryan Healy, who will join us today at 9 o'clock live in studio. Also, Aaron Goldsmith, of course, on the play-by-play call. 5-2 win. Back-to-back wins for the Mariners over the weekend. They improved to 10-13 on the season and are just a game and a half back of first place in the American League West. The A's roll into town tonight. A's are better than they've been. They're actually a pretty dangerous young team, and so it'll be Emerson Hancock going for the Mariners versus J.T. Ginn, a right-hander for the A's. As the M's with the 5-2 win yesterday. First home run of the season for Rob Refsnyder, first as a Mariner, and Brian Wu was fantastic for 7 innings. Andres Munoz, fantastic to close out the Rangers in back-to-back games to give him 3 saves now on the year. The NFL draft is here. We are 3 sleeps away from the actual NFL draft date of Thursday evening, and then 3 glorious days of unwrapping draftmas presents. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we've got your coverage for you right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM, and we really do knock it out of the park. I say that without hesitation because I have very little to do with it. It's Softy, it's you, it's Rob Rang, it's Ian Furness, and a great cast. Jessamine McIntyre out there that cover the draft for you right here. And don't forget Mahler Millen mock draft on Wednesday, and that's what really gets us all started. There was a huge trade in the National Football League over the weekend. The New York Giants moved Dexter Lawrence to the Cincinnati Bengals for the 10th overall pick in the draft. And so the Giants now hold the 5th and 10th picks in the draft overall. Also this morning, Adam Schefter reporting that Trent Williams has agreed to terms with the San Francisco 49ers. So 2-year extension, $50 million for the Hall of Fame left tackle. He's going to be around for a little while longer, unfortunately, for all teams in the NFC West. A.J. Brown is going to go to the New England Patriots, according to Schefter. It just won't be until after the June 1st date because it will reduce the cap number against the Eagles. So they won't get this year's draft picks out of the New England Patriots, but it sounds like they will get some future draft compensation for A.J. Brown. NBA playoffs and Stanley Cup playoffs got started over the weekend. Lots of upsets in the NHL, one in the NBA. Orlando did beat number 1 seed Detroit in the Eastern Conference. Everything else was a bit of a blowout in the National Basketball Association. And today is the Boston Marathon, the one day that reminds us how close we come to not being able to finish a 26-mile run.
Yeah, I did come not even close.
Yeah, not even close.
Like,
Yeah, makes us question our...
three's the max, probably.
Yeah, exactly. So Patriots Day today in Boston. All right, let's talk to Greg Bell.
When the bell tolls, it must be 7 o'clock and time for 12th Man News with Greg Bell. Brought to you by Coppola Diamond Collection Prosecco. Crisp, sparkling, with bright fruit flavors to make every toast shine. Game day bubbles? Only with Coppola Diamond Prosecco. Now with 12th Man News. Here's Greg Bell with Chuck and Buck.
What's the furthest the Army made you run, Greg? 26 miles?
Good morning. No, I'm trying to think. Maybe 12 or 13
Oh, okay.
in a ruck march. Running, yeah, probably 12 or 13.
Yeah.
I did some road marches with rucksacks that were about 25, 30 miles, but no, I don't remember.
Yeah. But you had to stop every mile and do push-ups probably?
No, no. At least it was continuous. Yeah, they let you go. They let you go a little bit, yeah.
Greg Bell is...
I was in Boston until
Yeah.
last night, and it's such a unique
Oh.
time in New England for the sports weather. I mean, they got the Bruins in the playoffs, they got the Celtics, the Red Sox hosted the Tigers all weekend in the cold rain, and they're going to have I've covered it. It's a really unique event. At 11 a.m. on Patriots Day, the morning of the Boston Marathon, the Red Sox host a baseball game.
Yep.
As part of the festivities. It starts at 11 a.m. local time. I was covering the Oakland A's at the time. It started at 8 a.m. Oakland time. But they wrap it around the finish. The elite finishers of the Boston Marathon are finishing about that time. It's just a neat spec. 30,000 people are running in the Boston Marathon. All of them have won or qualified from other marathons to even get there. The plane from Seattle was about half full of marathoners, and very proud as they should be. You can't even sniff racing in the Boston Marathon unless you are an elite runner to begin with.
It's not a big event anymore sports-wise. We don't cover it the way that they did when we grew up. You know, wide world of sports. I mean, it was a big deal when we grew up. But in New England, in Boston, it is still a huge deal, maybe bigger than ever, and I love that for them.
Yeah, it really is. It's a civic event, and the whole town comes out, and the Boston strong from the pride of the bombing that happened at the finish line of one a few years ago, the horrible, it's been almost 10 years now, 8 years now, the tragedy at the finish line, and how New England then even re-rallied around all of that. It's a cool event. It was neat to be in the town for it.
All right. Yeah, Greg Bell with us here on this Monday morning, and we will hear from Greg every single day this week because it is draft week. So we count down the days until Thursday, and Greg Bell has his little Seahawk mock draft out. I say little, not because of the magnitude. It's obviously a huge undertaking. But there are only 4 picks, so it's just a smaller number of picks that you're having to make this year. But you did add one. You decided to make a trade in the first round. And how convinced are you that that's the way it's going to play out on Thursday evening?
Pretty convinced, Jack.
Yeah.
He's traded a first-round pick, 14 times over 16 drafts. 10 times he's done it to trade down. The other 3 times were game or get rid of veteran players, the Russell Wilson trade, Jamal Adams, Percy Harvin. He's never traded up. That's not what he does. He doesn't give away picks and drafts. He cultivates and gets more. Because they're at 32, that's the key here. John Schneider, even in a strong draft, never has more than 24, around 24 grades for first-round players in his board. And he has already proclaimed this to be a weak draft. Part of the reason they traded 2 third-day picks to get Rashid Shaheed in November was that they didn't see this draft as very worthy or deep. And so that's how he said it's by design that they have only 4 picks. It's the fewest in the league this year. It would be the second fewest in Seahawk history. Of course, the 2021 COVID draft, they punted. They just got 3 picks in that draft. This would be the second fewest. So I think at 32, when he doesn't have any first-round picks in his board left, it makes sense to trade back. And he's got partners. They've got, Tennessee has multiple picks in the fourth round that the Seahawks currently don't have a pick in, and they're picking in the top 8 or so of the second round. Denver has no first-round picks. Indianapolis, Jacksonville, Green Bay, Atlanta don't have any first-round picks. The problem with Atlanta is that they only have 5 picks in the whole draft, so they don't have a lot of ammunition to move up. I picked Cleveland because they have 2 first-round picks already. They have the 7th pick in round, 39th pick overall, and 7th pick in round 2. I'm projecting them to trade up 7 spots to get into round 1. The Seahawks move back and pick up Cleveland's 4th-round pick. As it stands right now, John Schneider would be sitting around Saturday morning from 8 a.m. when the 4th round of the draft begins till about 3 or 4 in the afternoon when the 7th round ends, doing almost nothing. He has only 1 pick. He has a Cleveland pick from trading Nick Harris to the Browns during training camp last year. And he has a 6th-round pick, and that's it. And I just can't see him sitting around doing nothing for a full day of a draft. And that's why I have them pegged to go back what'll be 8 spots and pick up a 4th-round pick.
And you have them trading back to get an edge rusher with their first selection. Not the cornerback, not the running back, but an edge rusher here.
And that's purely a Mike McDonald, we can never have enough of these guys type of pick. I projected Malachi Lawrence from Central Florida because the way the draft board's shaken down, that he would be available with the 39th pick. And that's a big if because, Lawrence has all the traits of a pass rush. He looks like one. He's the size of one. He's the speed one. He's 6'4.5", 253 pounds. Runs a 4.52 40. He plays like he's 225 pounds. He's got 34-inch arms, 33 and 5/8 technically. So he's this big, long, rangy guy. He knocks down passes. But what McDonald likely really likes about Malachi Lawrence from Central Florida is he also can drop into pass coverage and play multiple roles. He's not just a straight-up-the-field edge rusher, as a lot of guys are in this draft and college prospects tend to be. He's an all-around outside linebacker edge rusher and has played coverage at Central Florida against top competition like Alabama and Florida. That's, I think, what Seattle and Mike McDonald would be particularly interested in with him. I think the running back they want to get and can get will come in the 3rd round. I don't think they need to get a running back in the 2nd round because this draft is so weak in running backs. I mean, there's a huge drop-off from the top couple to the rest of the field. Mike Washington of Arkansas is Mike Washington Jr. of Arkansas, 223-pound, more of a bowling ball bruising type running back, yet he ran a 4.33 40 at the combine. I think they're going to get him maybe even in round 4. That's how weak the running backs, that's how the league perceives running backs anyway. So in my mock draft, I have for their original pick in round 2, a guy that may not be there, and it's a little bit of a stretch for me to think he might be, is Brandon Cece. And we talked about him last week, the cornerback from South Carolina. He screams a Mike McDonald Seahawk defensive player. He is. I keep getting stuck on hearing about and listening to scouts talk about his ability to see the entire defense from a macro level. His position coach, Brandon Cece's position coach in college, said that he was able to recite all 11 responsibilities of all his teammates on the defense for every play, which is exactly what Mike McDonald requires of his defense. If he's around at the end of round 2, and that's a big if, I think the Seahawks get him at 64 with their original 2nd-round pick after getting Malachi Lawrence with the Browns' 2nd-round pick at 39.
Yeah, Greg Bell is with us, our Seahawks insider from the News Tribune, and he does have his Seahawks mock, his annual Seahawks mock up if you want to check that out at thenewstribune.com. And, of course, you need to follow Greg at GBellSeattle there on X if you're not doing that already. And he joins us here this morning as we're going to have Greg on every single day this week to cover the NFL draft. If I would say anything, I mean, if this ends up being the draft, based on what I've read, I'm no scout, I'm no expert, but based on what I've read, man, they have really come away with a successful draft. The only thing that I would say is, I think they want Mike Washington. That would be a great pick. I don't know if he makes it till the 4th. I don't even know if Cisse makes it to the end of the second where you've got him. And I don't think Malachi Lawrence, he seems to be one of the fast risers right now. So in terms of like grabbing guys that I'm sure the Seahawks would like, I think you're all over it. I'm wondering if it's going to turn out to be that fortuitous for them this weekend.
Well, it may not. But every year there are picks that surprise.
Yeah.
Top of the draft, middle of the draft. Teams covet with different qualities and than draft analysts do, than some of the tape shows, for instance. I do know the running back situation is particularly interesting because of how the league views it and how the league treats second contracts for running backs. And by and large, it's been a position that's just gotten overlooked. And teams have seen, and Seattle's been doing it too, teams have seen the benefit of just waiting later in drafts and developing running backs over time, having them play special teams early in their careers, have them become situational backs, maybe in situational roles, third down backs, for instance, to get into an offense. And then third or fourth years, while they're still under rookie deals with relatively lower cost, give them larger roles while they're still low mileage, aren't injured at the sport's most attrited position. That, in a nutshell, is what modern NFL teams treat running backs like.
Yeah.
And that's how Seattle's done it. So I hear you. Mike Washington might be the third running back taken in draft, and it might not happen until round 3 and 4. And that's how the teams in the league have viewed it. It would.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, he did fumble 10 times at 3 different schools in college. Some people don't see him as an outside zone type running back, that he doesn't have that patience that Jadarian Price for Notre Dame, who I also think they're very interested in, and they could also very easily take in the second round as well. There are questions about all the running backs in the draft because of what the league thinks of them right now. Yet here we are in Seattle where you have to have running backs because their whole offense is based upon it.
I've heard Seahawks fans melt down after drafts because not enough love was given to the offensive line position. I can't imagine their reaction if John doesn't draft a running back. But Greg, I do think there's a chance that he doesn't at all. And the reason behind that is, I mean, they've already kind of stockpiled numbers at the running back position, and you still have free agents and other things that are going to take place. They're going to have some guys waived between now and the start of the season. I think he should take a running back. I want him to take a running back, but what chance do you think that there is that we get through Saturday and he has not used a high pick on a running back?
I think there's a good chance of that. I think there's a good chance that they don't use any pick on a running back, high or not, because of the fact that he is really trying to keep himself disciplined to not drafting for need. And if a running back, for instance, if I'm just going to throw Mike Washington Jr. out there because we're talking about him. If Mike Washington Jr. in round 3, or when they're picking even in round 4 that I'm projecting picking with the Browns pick they would pick up, if he's not their best guy on the board and a defensive tackle is, or an offensive guard, they're picking that tackle or guard. Snyder has talked about how they've missed on drafts when they have reached for need, when they have just said, okay, here's what we need, let's go get that guy. And there are teams, they say they don't, but they do that, who say we have to have a tackle in this draft. So who are your top 5 tackles, scouting director? Okay, that guy's gone, now it's our turn. The third best tackle's on the board, we'll take him. Instead of taking the best player they had remaining on their board. Now, Schneider said that the drafts they've gotten in trouble, they've done just that. And that he is trying to discipline the entire staff to say, no, we're taking the best player and we'll find a role for him. And that's what a scenario I could see them not taking a running back. But here's the thing on running backs for Seattle. They have 8 or 9 of them, counting Velus Jones and Cam Akers coming back. They were on the practice squad last year. Absolutely 0 of them are under contract after this year, including Zach Charbonnet coming off of an ACL tear in January. His rookie contract ends with the end of this season. I say this all the time from having covered these drafts for now a quarter century. They don't draft for this year. They draft for 4 years because those are 4-year rookie contracts, and they project their roster and that player out 4 years. Where does this player we're about to pick in this draft project for us in years 3 and 4? Starter? Reserve? What are our contract situations at running back in 3 or 4 years? Well, this one's an easy read. Their contract situation at running back in next year is zero. They have none under contract. You would think Charbonnet is going to get a new deal, but they're not even sure when he's going to get back on the field and what he looks like when he comes back from his knee being reconstructed. To me, that screams developmental running back. Someone you can have for 4 years at rookie cost, that you can start from ground one, from ground zeros at day one of rookie minicamp, showing them outside zone, and not have to worry about giving him a new deal or trying him out just in this season. That, to me, they should draft a running back, but because the draft is so weak at that position, I don't think they're going to be forced to.
Yeah, if a couple of the guys that they, I mean, they're not going to love a lot of them, and if a couple of guys they love come off early, he might just say, we'll figure out another way. What are you doing today at 10 a.m.?
Christopher Gitt and I are reuniting like we never left.
Wow.
We're gonna start the midday show with myself and Chris for the foreseeable future. Things change in this industry, I'm starting to learn, but that's the plan anyway. Just like it's back to 24 into 25. So
wow.
It's back. We're changing, and that's the 10 to noon show.
Are you going to correct all of those things about Kid this time around? Are you going to smack him around and put him in order this time?
Yeah, because he was such a detriment to me the first time. I'm actually going to give him.
Finally, you see it.
I'm just gonna let him run on the NBA. I used to tease him all the time how much I hated the NBA, but now that the Sonics may be on their way back and we're in the playoffs, I might just give him an NBA segment or something because I don't know anything about it.
Be careful turning on that faucet though. It might
that might not
be able to turn it off.
And then the whole spout might break off and water's just going everywhere.
Can I just state again how much better the Stanley Cup playoffs are than the NBA playoffs? It's not even close.
That will be topic 2. Your mock draft today at 10 o'clock will be topic 1. Topic 2, you can argue with Chris again about how the NHL playoffs are better than the NBA playoffs. Welcome back. We look forward to seeing you. Look forward to hearing you. And, of course, we'll talk to you ourselves tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir. Happy draft week. I know it's a big week for you. So
yeah.
enjoy.
Thank you. Greg Bell joining us right here on Chuck and Buck. Big week for Charles Davis as well. He's in the draft spirit. So NFL Network's Charles Davis is going to join us next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. like Draftmas.
All the prospects are placed on the big board with care. The room is spotless. Johnny Claus will soon be there with the green room full of prospects and the 12s in their swag, hoping Johnny Claus pulls shiny toys out of his Draftmas bag.
Oh, if anybody's going to appreciate the Draftmas spirit, it's going to be our next guest from NFL Network. Charles Davis is with us. He's a huge part of their NFL draft coverage. He is a huge draft nut like I am, and if anybody's going to appreciate or have the Draftmas spirit, it is the great Charles Davis who joins us here on this holiday week. Hello, Charles. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right. It's draft week. Come on now.
Yeah, listen, I think we're all doing okay. Hey, I just had this conversation with someone. You remember being a kid and there was some project that you had to do, and, you know, when you first started to dive into it, all you kept thinking was, God, if I just had more time, if I just had more time. But then as you started to get a little more proficient with it, it started to come together. Then you looked up and you're like, God, can we just get it done already? Can we just be done? I think that's where we are with draft time, right? Can we just go ahead and start making the picks, please? Because I don't know how many more ways we can talk about it, but we're going to try.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, and you are forced to think about it a lot more than just about anybody else out there. I mean, you were there for.
You know, I think the whole country's doing it though. Think about it, right? You and I have seen how this has changed, and I'll make it very quick. This has changed from, hey, as a fan, what is my team going to do? What can we do?
Mm-hmm.
Now you know what the fan says? This is what you should do. You know why? Because I've watched 6 game tapes of that guy. I've watched this. I've watched that. Because you can get the all 22 tape now, right? You're watching all the games on college. You're watching the scouting combine. You're monitoring the pro days. All that information is there. There's never been a time where a fan hasn't been more informed. And with information comes opinions.
Mm-hmm.
In the old days, there weren't as many opinions because we didn't see as much. It wasn't out there. It was much more mystical. Now, if I walk in and tell a fan they don't know what they're talking about, they will come back at me with a barrage of information and things and facts. And at the end, you know, they'll conclude with Chuck.
What's that?
You, sir, do not know what you're talking about. That's where the draft has changed. And frankly, for the league, that's a win because that means everyone's invested.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're going to be like 500,000 people in Pittsburgh this weekend.
Unbelievable.
Just watching 22-year-olds put on hats and hugging a ginger. That's what they're showing up for. So it's unbelievable what it's become. But I do love it. I can't get enough of it. So, all right, let's dive into some of your analysis here. And let's begin with something. I mean, it's been a while since you've updated your mock. My guess is you're going to do it one more time, and yet I don't know if
I'm working on that.
I don't know if I've seen anybody have Ty Simpson picked as high as you have him. Have you changed your mind on that, or maybe explain why you have Ty Simpson third to the Cardinals?
Absolutely, and I put it in there in the mock and in the explanation that I really didn't expect him to be the number 3, right? Number 3 overall.
Yeah.
But what I was telling everyone was year before on my second to last mock draft, I put Jackson Dart third. Because you remember last year going into the draft, it was quarterbacks, right? Is it Shedeur Sanders? Is it Cam Ward? And so I put Cam Ward 1, Shedeur Sanders 2 at the top of the draft. I knew the Giants liked Jackson Dart. That I knew. I knew there was a big fascination there. I put him at 3. People lost their mind. What are you, crazy? How nuts are you? And I was like, listen, I don't know if he's going to go there. Just know that the Giants really like him. And sometimes you don't wait for your guy. You go and you get him, right? Well, what ended up happening? The Giants traded back in at 26 and grabbed who? Oh, that's right, Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
I think the Cardinals are I'm not going to say they're locked in, but I do believe there's a strong interest in Ty Simpson. I have no other place to put him in the first round, and I don't believe he's a first-round quarterback. So if I'm going to do a last mock draft, Ty Simpson would not be in my first round because I don't do trades and all that other stuff. But I do think he's still tied to the Cardinals, whether it's at 34 in the second round or they make a move in the first round to come get him. But I don't see him at Pittsburgh. I don't see him with the Jets. You know, pick all the other places that could be quote-unquote quarterback spots. I don't see those places being viable for him. Arizona seems to be the most viable to me. If indeed they want to make a move, we'll see. I think in this year's draft, they might be able to stick and get him at 34.
Maybe. I'm kind of hoping that the Seahawks at 32, he's not taken, and they might be able to turn that into more draft value in a trade to move down because somebody wants that 5th year. But we shall see how that unfolds.
We'll see. Maybe.
You have Avion Terrell, the cornerback out of Clemson, going to the Seahawks at 32. Yeah. Again, you may have changed your mind since that time, but what is it? What do you think John Schneider and Mike McDonald ought to do at 32?
Well, I think they're going to want to get out of there. That's what I think. I think if at all possible, they want to get out at 32, as you said. Hey, you want to make an offer for that for Ty Simpson? We're available.
Yep.
You know, whether it's him or anyone else at that point, go out, get more paces. But let's say they have to stick and pick, right? If they have to, I just think a versatile chess piece type of a player for the Seahawks. They could go in so many different directions when this thing's said and done. You talk about a blindfold and a dart to try and figure out what Seattle's going to do and needs to do. Because right now, need isn't really quite what we're talking about. What do you do? Yeah, the running back makes a lot of sense, right? If you want to, let's say they like Jadarian Price out of Notre Dame. Sitting there at 32, that actually makes a lot of sense. Kenneth Walker's gone. Zach Charbonnet's coming off of injury. You get the idea. That makes sense. What if you want to add another linebacker at that point? Now you're still looking at, because Sonny Styles is going to be the linebacker that goes. Arvell Reese is listed as a linebacker, but he's going to be drafted as an edge rusher. Who's the next linebacker? Is it C.J. Allen? Is it Anthony Hill? Do you feel versatile and want to go there? Do you want to go back into the secondary? Like I had Terrell, who's a versatile nickel who can be used all over the place. Excuse me. Do they want to pick up another safety back there to help somebody out? They got so many different directions they can go. Mm-hmm. And I always look at the pass rushers because the edge rushers are going to go. You and I know that, Chuck. There's going to be a run on them, right? So now we get down to the end of it. I would expect names like Cassius Howell from Texas A&M, Zion Young from Missouri, maybe even Keldrick Falk from Auburn, to possibly still be in that mix when we're getting down to that number. Do you like Derek Moore from Michigan? If we're getting down around the 32 and you want that pass rusher, Mike McDonald's like, well, you guys may not like him for this reason or that reason, but I see him doing this, this, and this. And then they plug him in and off they go. I'm glad I'm sitting down because it's still hitting me again. Nick Emanwari went in the second round.
Right. Yeah. I've yelled at Mike McDonald when we had him on not long ago. I said, how dare you take him so late and risk not getting him?
Yeah, that's good. See, those things you can laugh about when it works out, right?
Right, exactly.
Because that yelling you did at Mike McDonald, think about how many owners have come in and yelled at their people and said, hold on a second now.
Right.
He went where? And we could have gotten him? Anyone want to explain this to me? Yeah, that's a tough day at the office right there.
Let me use our last couple of minutes because we had a significant trade over the weekend. Your thoughts on the Giants, Bengals, what they did, what the Bengals got in Dexter Lawrence, and then whether or not they overpaid for him, and then also just just everything that embodies that question. Because what do you think the Giants' plan is with 5 and 10 at this point?
All right, I'll try and answer it in quick sections. One, I think this is good for the Giants. I don't think they were looking for it, but when it came to them, you can't turn it down. Picks 5 and 10 with a brand new head coach and a new regime. Yeah, take it.
Yeah.
Especially with a defensive tackle who did nothing for you the year before and was disgruntled with you. Cool. Bye. See ya. Done. If you're the Bengals, this trade works if you get Dexter Lawrence of 2 years ago. Because 2 years ago he was pretty darn good now.
Yeah.
He was almost unblockable. If you get Dexter Lawrence last year who's still disgruntled, overweight, comes into camp late, blah, 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 then that's a waste of a pick. And a huge one at that because you gave up your first rounder for him. I think Dexter Lawrence could do all the right things, come in ready to go, et cetera. You're just trying to maximize Joe Burrow. And last but not least, what it tells me is the Bengals are telling the league that in their estimation, the defensive tackles in this draft while a deep group, a bountiful group, are not a pass rushing group. And that's what Dexter Lawrence gives you. He gives you interior defensive line pressure. And this group that's coming through, they didn't value that at all, especially not picking one at 10. So that's where it all comes to play.
Mm-hmm.
They think there's still more juice in Lawrence's tank at 28 years old, and this should give him a little rocket fuel to go. And they've got to make sure they do everything they can to help out Burrow because, let's face it, Chuck, what have we said for the last 2 to 3 years? If you're just adequate on defense in Cincinnati, you're going to be okay because Burrow's putting up big numbers as long as he stays healthy.
Yeah.
So off we go from there. That's kind of how I see that deal. There'll be a lot of D tackles picked in this draft, Chuck. I don't think you'll see any of them picked before we get to the 20s, though.
Right. Yeah. And I don't think you'll see any of them be as good instantly as Dexter Lawrence is now.
Yeah, as Dexter Lawrence. If Dexter Lawrence is in shape and ready to go and motivated, that guy we saw play up until last season, that's a really good football player.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. Well, enjoy the holiday. Great to have you on, and hopefully we can chat again real soon, but enjoy the entire draft. We're almost there.
Yes, sir. I will absolutely do that, and I'm going to enjoy it with you and all the other fans out there that love the NFL. It's pretty cool. I was actually just on a call with a group of reporters in Spain because we have a game in Madrid there this year, and it just keeps reminding me just the reach of the NFL now. It's just wild.
Yeah, no doubt. Thanks, Charles.
Take care, Chuck. You be good.
All right, Charles Davis with NFL Network. He'll be part of their coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft in Pittsburgh starting Thursday at 5 o'clock our time. So, yes, always great to check in with Charles Davis. All right, coming up next, we've got to squeeze the ABCs of the M's into this show before Hucon Cornelius joins us at 8 o'clock. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Nolan joining us this morning at 8 o'clock to talk some cornerbacks in the draft, but we do have to squeeze in the ABCs of the M's. This might be the only chance to do it.
Oof.
We allow the alphabet on a daily basis to be our guide through a Mariners segment, and we never know where the alphabet is going to take us, and so we'll find out about that in a moment. Maybe they'll take us to the Tulalip Resort Casino. 200 weekly prizes during the Carnival of Cash this April. One lucky winner is going to get a $10,000 grand prize at Tulalip Resort Casino or Quilceda Creek Casino. Play your favorite games, earn entries all month long with your One Club card. Find all the details at everythingtulalip.com. I don't know, maybe you go out, DraftKings Sportsbook, watch the draft there, for goodness sake.
Why not? Have some good food, win some good cash.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a big gambling thing. Maybe it is. I haven't really looked into it, but
You can gamble on other things while you watch it.
yeah, you got restaurants all around you. You got the big giant screen. You got fellow Seahawk fans that are going to be there.
You've got the magic noise of slot machines.
Yeah, it's just a wonderful time.
It really is.
Take advantage of it. All right, let's get to the ABCs of the M's. We left off at the letter P. P is for pen. A lot of conversation last week about the Mariners' bullpen. Very nice to see, first and foremost, Andres Munoz get back on track. I think he sort of spelled it out for us last week. I don't have my slider. Mm-hmm. I'm not pitching well just yet. I'm very angry about it. I'm very frustrated about it. I need to pitch more, and I do believe it will turn out just fine. Well, you saw him get the save late on Saturday because Cole Wilcox nearly pitched us into a loss on Saturday night. And then on Sunday, more of a classic, put him in the save role, and then he shut the door on the Rangers 2 days in a row. And you saw the emotion afterwards. I mean, he was pumped. This is like the kindest human being in the world. He has a cat named Matilda who he loves. And yet he was screaming to the heavens like, I am back, baby. And it was nice to see.
Well, and I think, as frustrated as we were with the lead being blown last Wednesday, I think it was, no one was more frustrated than he was.
No doubt.
And so, I
was pretty frustrated.
And then me too. But then for him to not be able to go out the next game, so you can't go out the next day and do anything about it. And you've got to wait for your time. I mean, I can understand why he had that emotion yesterday.
Yeah. And I would also say, I still don't like what Dan's doing with this thing. And I don't know if this is coming from on high or what. But to me, Saturday felt like the really good opportunity to where I know it wasn't a save situation in the ninth. I know you were up, and that seems to be one of the problems. But it also was an opportunity to make sure that Andres is okay.
Yeah, I agree.
And putting him in a 5-run lead, and then we got to mess around with that again. We needed a win.
Yeah.
Why are we trying? The bullpen is not overtaxed right now.
No, and we don't need to make things scarier than they need to be.
And you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Why do we have to go in with Wilcox there? Why? That was the perfect opportunity to put Munoz in the game, make sure there is not a problem, get him to bounce back. He's certainly going to be focused. I can promise you that.
Yep.
And then I also don't get this. I mean, are we really just going to use Matt Brash for one batter every time out? And then we're going to get him up every single game and not use him?
I don't understand that part at all.
I mean, it's taxing to get up that much in the bullpen, a lot more taxing than it is to get 3 hitters out in an inning. And so it seems like, you're so worried about precious outs, and then you're not using Matt Brash to his capabilities. Like he's great at getting you out of jams, but it feels to me like wasted bullets when he's only going to face one batter, which is what he's been doing here in his last 3 appearances. And he's doing the same thing with Ferrer. I don't think that's sustainable. I don't like it.
No, I agree. And I can't even begin to say I understand why.
Yeah, Q is for quality. Quality move by Josh Naylor, yes, with the shoes that he's doing. I just love this. And I really don't want to give him too much credit. This is more of a shout out to all of the professional athletes that don't do this. So Josh just has been, if he sees a fan with his jersey on, he'll send up a pair of his shoes. He wears a different pair of shoes every day.
Yeah, all the time. He has 80.
And he gets them for free. So when you already make millions and then you get free stuff on top of it that would make some kid's day, make some family's day, get you a fan for life. Why don't more athletes do this? You go through batting gloves like there's no tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of just throwing them away, hand them off to a kid. And instead of just stockpiling shoes that you're never going to wear again, give it to a kid.
It's amazing the difference that move can make.
Yeah, and I give him all the credit in the world because he's one doing it. But you all should be doing this at all times, every day. The amount of free crap you get as multimillionaires, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I agree.
They're not paying for those cool hooded Seattle Sunday sweatshirts that they're wearing there on the bench. Give one to a kid.
Yeah, all you have to do is go back to the equipment room and say, "Hey, can I get another one?"
Finally, R is for Ref Snyder, and I think I had to mention him. The alphabet had to mention him here today. Finally gets off the schneid. Hopefully it's a sign of things to come. He admitted yesterday how much he's been struggling mentally with the game. It has not been easy for him to come to a new place and look at a 0.000 batting average for nearly an entire month. So he only got one hit yesterday. It was a home run. Hopefully it gets him going because for the last 3 seasons in Boston, he has been a very productive player against left-handed pitchers and as an outfielder. So he has a specified skill, but he has not showcased it whatsoever in a Mariner uniform, and he admitted yesterday how much it bothered him.
Yeah, and that's understandable. And the mental aspect of this game is, Bucky talks about it all the time. You talk about it between the ears, and that's got to be hard. Every time you're up to the plate, you're trying to do something just to clear those zeros. But he definitely cleared the zeros yesterday.
You got it cleared. All right. It still doesn't look good.
No.
But
better.
We're off the mat now. All right, coming up next, Hugh Millant's going to join us. He's part of our draft miss coverage this year. For the first time ever, we're going to discuss with him in the role of Hucon Cornelius maybe some cornerbacks that could be available to the Seahawks with their first pick in the draft. So we break it down with the QB1 like only he can next on KJR.
name's Yukon Cornelius, the greatest prospector in the North. This is my land, and you know, it's rich with gold. Gold! Gold and silver, silver and gold. Wahoo!
Oh, man, what an addition to our Draftmas celebration to have Hugh Millen part of the countdown to the NFL draft this holiday campaign. It is just, it's been a nice added touch. And for him to embrace, really, I think he got vanity plates saying Yukon Cornelius on his hot rod at home. That's awesome as well. The greatest prospector in the business.
So I'm linked to him, huh?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
you. That is you.
All right. Okay.
Well, good morning to you. Here
Good
we are.
morning.
We've
Great
made
be
it
with
to
you.
draft
Yeah,
week.
how about this? Yeah, it's as you said, it's an awesome time of the year, and just I think it's very fascinating that in this decade, the NFL draft first round draws more viewers on television than the World Series on average throughout the entire decade, and it just speaks to the NFL's rampant popularity. Gambling probably has a factor in that, but I think that the networks there's so much information and there's so much coverage of this. It's almost saturated.
Mhm.
And I will say this: if you are really, really down on your luck, and you are about to take a cardboard box and take a crayon and say, "Please help," and stand on a street, before you do that, go ahead and have a podcast or put out a list of your mock draft. Okay, because there are hundreds out there. Somebody's going to swallow you up, probably offer to pay you a little money, and then you can join the fray.
Yeah, there are a lot of them. There are a lot of them out
Yeah.
there. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Well, we do it for real starting on Thursday, and there will be the Mahler-Millen mock draft on Wednesday, an annual tradition, and that gets our coverage started. I mean, you guys are the ones that launched this firecracker.
Well, we're no more potent than the homeless guy that I just kind of alluded to. But yeah, we've been doing it. This will be our 28th year. And, you just go through the players and you go through the team needs is kind of, what the goal is. And I don't think none of us ever thought it'd go 28 years, but here we are. And
Wow.
So, yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, it's a great show, so I look forward to it on Wednesday. But for our purposes here on Chuck and Buck in the Morning, we have solicited the help of Hugh. Came up with the idea that, you know what, we have this running back need seemingly on the Seahawks roster. We have this cornerback need seemingly on the Seahawks roster. Why not put Hugh to the task? We'll let him go down into his cave, do his film study on two or three guys that are being mentioned prominently with the Seahawks. We did running backs a couple of weeks ago. Today we're going to do cornerbacks. So we'll let the QB1 break down the cornerbacks that could be available to the Seahawks at 32, or if they traded down in the second round, maybe they would be interested in grabbing one of these guys. And I think the guy that has been most mentioned to the Seahawks might be San Diego State cornerback Chris Johnson. Yeah. What did you think of him when you broke him down?
Yeah, let's jump into him here in a minute. But first, Chuck, if I can, I just kind of like to highlight a couple of points about the Seahawks need in this regard.
Okay.
Right. So Rick Woolen walks out the door, $12 million prove-it deal with the Eagles. If you go back on a game-by-game basis, when the Seahawks played dime coverage. Now, when they played dime, as a general rule, when they were healthy, they had Julian Love and they had Kobe Bryant as the back end safeties, and then they had corners in Josh Jobe and Rick Woolen, and then when they would drop Devin Witherspoon into the inside, and he would play a slot, and Nick Emanwari, technically a safety, although you would say that he was just basically a nickel Sam Sam linebacker because he played less than 10 plays in the back end. And so that was their dime format. Now, in the first 9 weeks, that was 8 games, they averaged 2.5 plays of dime with a max of 8. Got me? In weeks 10 all the way through the Super Bowl, that was 12 games. They averaged 18 plays of dime, and the Super Bowl was the one that had the most. That was 36. So they were really trending up with this use. And so when Mike McDonald looks at his toolbox and he says, "Okay, we need a corner," well, we can see how they have used them. And then another quick point is, if you're sitting there at the 32 over the last 10 years, at the 32nd pick, what cornerback is likely to are you going to have available to? Because we're not gonna just scout the first and second guys.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's Jermod McCoy or Mansour Delane, those guys aren't going to be there. In the last 10 years, if you're sitting there at the 32nd pick, which of course Seattle is this year, the number of times that the fourth cornerback is available is less than half. 4 out of 10, and then 6 out of 10 the fifth corner is available. Okay, you asked me about Chris Johnson. Okay, San Diego State. Interesting note about this kid that he was only 5'2", 150 pounds as a sophomore. He had a massive high school growth spurt, so that explains why he's at San Diego State. He's a late developer. But this guy has, of the 3 that we're going to discuss, Colton Hood and Brandon Cisse being the others, he's the tallest. Now, you say replacing Reek Woolen. Reek Woolen was 6'4", just a total freak. Out of the top cornerbacks in the draft this year, the top 8, the tallest is 6 foot and 3/4. And again, Chris Johnson is 6 foot and 3/8. So he, out of 42 cornerbacks in this year's potential draft, he is the 22nd tallest. Now, he is the guy that has the best anticipation and ball skills. He can play. He's the best at playing zone and man. He's the most versatile. His play on the ball, his footwork, and his smooth transition. I think that he, of the 3, has the highest floor. Now, all 3 of these guys on some level are lean, and he can get bullied a little bit by the bigger receivers. But you're concerned about the competition being a group of 5, but you love the tape when you consider some of those, the smoothness, the anticipation, and the ball skills.
Hugh Millen is with us, breaking down cornerbacks here. And look, I mean, there's more way to skin this cat, as my mom used to say. She was a very vicious person. But I mean, you're not sitting there, if you're the Seahawks, like, we've got to find another Reek Woolen. I mean, that's not the mindset, right? No. I mean, they do play the doppelganger game, but you're just looking for the best scheme fit for your defense. You don't feel like you have to find 6'4", 240.
No, because Reek was a freak and he was so abnormal. But I think that it's worth mentioning, and I usually don't say, well, hey, the Seahawks ought to pick guys to match other players in the division. I mean, as we said, the 27 prior mock drafts, I'm not even sure if I've ever even brought up the concept. But because Puka Nacua is such a force in this division, I do think there's a little bit of an eye to, hey, which guy might be the strongest at the line of scrimmage. And I bring that up in reference to Reek Woolen, is even after Woolen had that deplorable penalty in the NFC Championship game, and then he got beat on the double move on the very next play, after having woofed on the Rams sideline. He then, in the fourth quarter, made a great play down the field on a post, used his length and his speed, had a pass defensed, and then on 3rd and 4, arguably the most critical play sequence in the entire season, on 3rd and 4, the Seahawks played cover one. They played man-to-man. And Reek Woolen was on Puka Nacua, not Devin Witherspoon. And that tells you all, you don't have to sit. Mike McDonald will tell you what he thinks of his players. Just all you have to do is watch the tape when they play man-to-man. So I do think, okay, are any of these guys, noted, have a better chance to cover Puka Nacua? I would say Colton Hood probably has a little bit of more competitive feistiness and physicality at the line, but I think they're all relatively lean and so I don't think any of them have top level strength. But that's a factor for me. Yeah. Just because maybe I'm overplaying Puka Nacua, but damn, every time I see him play, I go, other than quarterbacks, this guy's the most impactful football player in football.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about Colton Hood. Let's dive into it. A little under 6 feet tall, 193 pounds, out of Tennessee, redshirt sophomore. So young guy here. What do you see when you evaluate Colton Hood?
Yeah, well, he has the longest arms, if that matters to you. He's 31 3/4, so he's approaching that 32-inch threshold that the Seahawks seem to have been married to for so long. He had the most snaps last year of the 774, but he's only a 1-year full-time starter. His uncle, Roderick Hood, played 9 seasons in the NFL as a corner, multi-sport star. Look, he's going to get physical at the line of scrimmage. So he's got the most, the best jam and reroute at the line of scrimmage. I think there's a want to and an explosiveness in his run support. I think that there's, if you're into the competitive and toughness, and who isn't, that kind of Witherspoon type of nastiness, I think this guy has those traits. As for weaknesses, I think there's some lunging and overextending in press. I mentioned that, his greatest strength can be his greatest weakness, because sometimes some of the best press players, they're not really aggressive at the line, so they don't miss. They just have a patience to them. And this guy's a little bit more aggressive in that regard. His long speed recovery is a little bit in question. So I would say his leading attribute is that he's a tough press guy, man, with the longest arms, and he brings a competitive spirit that probably, of the three, gun to my head, I think he has the most.
Hugh Millen is with us. Yes, we've added Hugh Millen to our Draftmas holiday celebration. He has gladly taken on the role of Hucon Cornelius, top prospector in the business, finding gold and silver nuggets everywhere he looks, and then passing that information along to you. And we have given him the assignment. 2 weeks ago, we did running backs. I gave him 3 running backs, and today we're breaking down 3 different corners that could be of interest to the Seattle Seahawks. We talked about Chris Johnson out of San Diego State, Colton Hood out of Tennessee. Now let's talk about a guy that's being mentioned a lot here in the days leading up to the actual draft, and that's Brandon Cisse of South Carolina. And Greg Bell's been really big, maybe making a connection between the Seahawks and Cisse. What do you think of Cisse, who sells seashells by the seashore?
I see what you did there. Wow, that takes clever to a whole next level.
Does it?
Yeah, it really doesn't, but we'll go with it. But by the way, these are in my notes. I should have cited this earlier. Of the 3 we're talking about, Chris Johnson had originally been reported that the Seahawks had their 30 visit with him. I think that's been retracted. So don't quote me on that. And even if it wasn't a 30 visit, that doesn't mean Seattle wouldn't be interested in him. Colton Hood and Brandon Cisse were both part of the 30 visits. And remember, it's a misnomer to say it's the top 30, because they had some other corners, for example, Andre Fuller from Toledo, who, he's projected certainly a third-day guy. So they're just thinking about guys throughout the draft that might pop up, and Traydon Stukes is a visit.
Yeah.
He's a guy that, is maybe probably a second day, maybe a third round pick guy. But I think today we're focusing on if Seattle wants to go corner at 32, or maybe a slight move down, right?
Right.
Top 40, they've done that a number of times. Then these are the guys we're talking about. So yes, Cisse has had the 30 visit to Renton. He's the shortest of the three at 5'11 3/4. And all of these guys, by the way, throw a blanket over their 40-yard dash. Hood 4.44, Chris Johnson 4.4 flat, Cisse 4.41. But when you watch the tape, Cisse, he seems to have the best game speed. He has the best catch-up speed when he gets beat on vertical routes. I think there's a twitchiness to him. The athleticism of the three, the best athlete is Cisse. He had a 41-inch vertical, which is beyond elite, right? Yeah. And so now there's some rawness to his technique with his footwork and what have you. So I think that he needs the most coaching. I think there's a want to know and study factor. So I think that he's willing, but when there's going to be talk, for example, in the draft about the two defensive ends from Miami Hurricanes, and we're going to discuss Jason Taylor is the defensive end coach for the Miami Hurricanes, right? Mm-hmm. Well, those dudes were getting elite training. And that could be a positive, or that could be a negative. You could say, well, how much more, meat is on the bone? I mean, didn't Jason Taylor get everything there is to get out of those guys? And they're going to both be first rounders, and we're not talking about defensive ends. I only bring that up to say that when you watch Cisse, you're not overwhelmed with the coaching. I think that because of his technique. And so I think that there's more room for improvement. If you draft him, you take the athletic profile and then combine it with better technique, that there's maybe the highest ceiling with him. I think the highest floor is Chris Johnson. Mm-hmm. I think that you could come in and you can envision him being a good starter from the jump. Cisse, is going to take a little bit more of a work in progress and the process, but I again, because of his athletic traits, maybe there's I don't want to say boom bust. That might be an overstatement, but there is a component to that best athlete, most raw technique.
Is there a component to, do you think at all, like we got Eamon Worry out of this program a year ago. It's 1 year later. We kind of like what we got in him. Maybe those Gamecocks know how to coach up a defensive back. Is there anything to that, do you think?
It's funny when you mention South Carolina that I thought you were going a different direction. I thought you were saying Eamon Worry, he fell to the second round in part because his production, what he showed on tape at South Carolina, there was a good bit of gap between what he showed on tape and what his potential was. Mm-hmm. That's where I thought you were going with that analogy, and then carry like, hey, the case would be, it would sound something like, hey, we've already tapped into a DB from South Carolina, and he proved to have a lot higher production potential than he showed, as evidenced by, how do we know that? Well, he was in the second round. And if we had to redo the draft 12 months later, he'd be a top 5 pick in the draft. So we know that he far exceeded what people thought of him. Can't we expect that we can go down that route? Millen, you're saying Cisse is the best athlete of these guys, but has the most raw technique. Maybe you duplicate what you did with Eamon Worry, and he far exceeds what maybe the league thinks of him based on the tape. That's an argument that I would go along with. So, maybe it's in play, but here's what we know. The Seahawks have brought him in. That's not everything, but it's something more than nothing.
Right.
on the 30 visit. Can we conclude that?
Yep.
And so it's just my job here in this segment to just say, okay, this is what his attributes are. This is what we would potentially like about him. These are the concerns about him. And for the purposes of this segment, we're comparing him to the other two dudes. So, and as I said, it was important to me to point out, I'm not going to come on here and scout the top two guys, because I carefully went through the numbers over the last 10 years. The number of times that you're going to get the third cornerback drafted by sitting there at 32 over the last 10 years, there's only 2 out of 10 years.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Like the third cornerback. Now, that doesn't mean your draft board, the Seahawks third corner. I'm just saying these are objective facts. The there was already 3 cornerbacks taken off the board in 8 out of the last 10 years by the time you got to the 32nd pick. So it's unlikely, based on that number, that Seattle is even going to get the third cornerback sitting at 32. It's far more likely that it'll either be, if the numbers play out, that it'll be the 4th or the 5th cornerback. That's why we're trying to, we're trying to thread the needle on this range of guys. And these guys are the guys that you would say, okay, 32 would make sense for these guys.
Hugh Millen is with us. Can we do another segment? Because I just kind of want to talk about the secondary at large with you.
Always.
Yeah. All right.
10-2. You got the wheel, bro.
All right. Hugh Millen will stay with us. Kind of a Monday morning quarterback draft edition right here on Chuck and Buck Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
all the time. Bucky, bring the burgers and I'll bring the dogs and we'll have some beers and limes. Have a Mauler Christmas down on frickin' Mott Lake. Have a good old jolly old time and a Mauler Christmas this year. Go Dogs, baby!
Okay. I haven't heard that guy in a while.
Yeah, you like the original songs.
Yeah.
There was one.
Oh, okay.
There was one.
Very good. Very good. I don't think I want to attend the Mahler Christmas.
I kind of do, and I want that guy to go.
Hey, it's Chuck and Ashley with you here this morning. We are counting down the days to the NFL draft. It is draft week, and we are celebrating Draftmas style. And we brought aboard Hugh Millen for this fun, fantastic ride all the way till Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. He'll be part of our coverage, breaking it all down for you coming up on Thursday and Friday anyway. And he's got the Mahler Millen mock draft coming up on Wednesday. But I wanted to hold you over. We're talking about cornerbacks, and I just kind of want to talk big picture about the Seahawks. I mean, sure, there's endless possibilities for who could end up on this roster that could find his way onto this Seahawks secondary, Hugh. But we've talked about the running back, and you've admitted that until I see the guy, I'm a little concerned about not having Ken Walker going forward. Do you feel the same way about a secondary without Kobe Bryant and without Reek Woolen in it?
Well, yeah, it's a concern. I mean, look at how the market spoke, what the Bears thought of Kobe Bryant. $12 million for Reek Woolen. I mean, that's a lot of money going out that other teams assessed you. And by the way, I think had Seattle lost to the Rams in the NFC Championship game, I think they'd be getting basically the exact same contract. So I think some of the, no, I think it applies with Kenneth Walker, the whole, the Super Bowl tax, but I don't think it really in any material way applies to these guys. They're just good players. Now replacement, I think one thing that Seahawks fans should be aware of is the Seahawks really trust their process of evaluating young people. And they had 27 rookies in the building last year. And when they have young guys, the idea is that they say, hey, we're developing guys. And then if we lose guys, we're developing from within. And I mean, you saw, Ty Okada fill in far better than I would have thought. They got a safety, AJ Finley, that had some snaps last year, but they really think that there's a big vault potential for him. So, and Nehemiah Pritchett, here's a guy that came in coming out of Auburn that one of the big things is he didn't have the physicality to play the way they want to play. And he is really just, he's dedicated himself to the weight room. He's gained weight, he's gained strength. And so they feel like, hey, the potential is there. So just understand that that's a philosophy that the Seahawks have going into this thing. And with 4 draft picks, they have to be right in that philosophy that there's got to be these young guys that are in the building that can step up and play.
Mm-hmm. We mentioned that in talking about Johnson, Hood, and Cisse that they're not exactly one-on-one replacements for the things that Reek Woolen brought. They don't have that length. They don't have that freakish athleticism. But I would ask you if, in fact, you are in the mood for a 6'4" corner.
Yeah.
UW had a couple of them this past year that are entering the draft, and Ephesians Prysock and Takario Davis. What did you see of them their last season at UW that makes you think that they've got an NFL future?
Well, I think they both do. And here's a note, and it actually speaks to the Huskies' challenge of replacing them. Out of 42 corners that are potential draft picks, the tallest of them all was Takario Davis, measured at exactly 6'3" and 7/8. And the second tallest is Ephesians Prysock at 6'3" and 3/8. So if you're saying out of 42 corners in the draft, if you're going to go chase traits and try and find the guy who's most like Reek Woolen, That guy happens to be a Washington Husky, and it's Takario Davis.
Yeah.
Right. And his 4.41 40 is not the 4.26 that Reek Woolen ran, but it was the 11th fastest. To show you how hundredth of a second can matter. You think of Ephesians price hack 4.45 was just behind 4.41. Well, that takes you from the 11th fastest to price hack is the 23rd fastest. Right, so that's kind of right there, that sweet spot of how corners run. I would say Price Sock probably, he was more durable, probably less of a risk. I think his instincts, his playability. If you say from the first snap of minicamp, who's going to look more like a pro? Probably Price Sock. Davis might have a higher ceiling because he's a little better athlete, but he missed 6 games with rib issue last year, so he has a little bit more rawness in his technique, but somewhat similar to how we were talking about Cisse compared to the other two in our last segment. You might say Davis has a little bit higher ceiling because he has higher athletic traits.
All right, so are you ready to go? I mean, you got Mahler Millen on Wednesday, and then, you've got to know everything Thursday and Friday. Are you prepared for this? Are you ready to go?
Well, the Mahler Millen mock draft, there's some stress involved there because, I gotta know a lot of stuff about a lot of dudes and have it at the ready and the team needs and how it fits into their schemes and what have you. So it's the most work I do in the entire year. But then by the time the hay's in the barn and Thursday gets there and we start, drafting out for real in Renton, that's a ball. The stress is off. We got, there's so many things coming and going, but hopefully I'll see you Wednesday. Hopefully people can come to Dino's in Renton on Wednesday and be part of the festivities. And there's $1,000 to be earned. If somebody, for whoever we deemed to have had the best pick. So
yeah, and if you picked up something today in the Hucon Cornelius segment that helps you win, so be it. You're always looking for little cheat codes, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're what are we doing? We're mining for ore. So if a nugget rolled down the snow and you happen to pick it up, hey, use it how you can.
Put it in your pocket. That's right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, man. Great stuff as always. We'll be listening Wednesday, and of course, we'll have you back on Thursday and Friday as part of our draft coverage. So we look forward to it.
Rock and roll. Always good to be with you.
All right. Hugh Millen joining us right here on Chuck and Buck in the Mornings, our QB1, breaking down the possible cornerbacks that could be Seahawks before the end of either the first round or at the beginning of the second round. We have Ryan Healy joining us in studio at 9 o'clock this morning after his television debut this weekend with the Mariners. Meanwhile, I went out to Tacoma and checked out Colt and the Rainiers. And so it's a hot new band out there in Tacoma. So we'll talk about that next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It will be Ryan Healy is with us. That's right. You got to hear him do a little television over the weekend. How about, boy, you grows up and you grows up.
I mean,
I tell you
couldn't
what.
be more proud of our kid.
Seemed like just last year he just debuted with us as a post-game
It
analyst.
does seem like it was just last year.
Yeah, and then the next thing you know, he's just a TV guy.
Just a big shot.
Just a big shot, hanging out with Aaron Goldsmith. Sounded great. So we're going to talk to him at 9 o'clock about sitting in the booth, sitting in the hot seat, and then what he saw. At least he got to see a couple of wins over the weekend from the Texas Rangers. So we got Ryan coming up here at 9 o'clock. And maybe the biggest hurdle of the entire weekend was Ryan and Ryan talking back and forth to one another and wondering, are you talking about me, Ryan, or that Ryan? Which Ryan?
Yeah, that's good.
Right.
Yeah.
I was so glad Meg Ryan wasn't there. It would have got really confusing
Or
at that
me.
point. Or Ashley Ryan, Nolan Ryan.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah, that would have been that'd have been something. Well, I was in Tacoma, so I didn't get to hear Ryan Healy's debut on Friday night because I was doing my own broadcast out there at the Tacoma Rainiers game, which is fabulous, by the way. So
Yeah,
much fun.
Such a fun time down
Yeah,
there.
and you know there were some people that showed up there.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Kevin Shockey showed up there. Did you know that?
Wait, what?
Yeah, Kevin Shockey showed up there.
Oh, no. No, apparently we're not good enough friends that I would know he's in town.
Well,
Just kidding.
he saw me round the corner, and I think he had the same thought. Oh, no, I didn't tell him.
Yeah, uh-oh.
But it was a good time out there. Always fun. Did the broadcast with Riley on Friday night and got the first look at Colt Emerson for an entire game. I'll say this about him. I think that defensively he looks like he's ready to go. Like, I thought that was supposed to be like the part in his game that was lagging a little bit, but I think from a defensive shortstop perspective, and apparently can play third as well, as we all know.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought he looked slick. I thought he looked confident. There was even like a double play on a routine double play where he came across the bag, and it was about as routine as you can get, and he made it look sexy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Sexy.
Yeah,
even.
just kind of slid across it, a little toe tap, and then overhand throw to the first baseman.
Did it turn you on a little bit?
No.
okay, good.
I'm not that kind of bloke.
Well, I mean, you never know.
Yeah, but certainly I think defensively he looks like he is the part. I think he's ready to go, and that's where he's been making the highlights.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the MLB Network, when they show Colt Emerson highlights, is of him playing defense and making diving grabs. Offensively, he didn't have a great night on Friday, and he did hit a home run the next day to the opposite field, which was a good sign, but he's striking out a lot. And so I think that he could use the seasoning. We've got a new shiny toy. We can't wait to see how good it is. Pittsburgh's showing their new shiny toy off, but he's also struggling. Connor Griffin with the Pittsburgh Pirates. So I don't think there's any rush here. I think this is all about getting him to the point where you feel as confident as possible of activating him. It's not like we have some gigantic hole. Sure. Would he represent an upgrade over Rivas at third base? Yes, but Rivas is not our third baseman. Brendan Donovan's our third baseman. Rivas is our utility guy, and he's going to serve that role really well this year. So I think they're doing this the right way. I don't think that – I mean, if you circled a date, then that would put pressure on Emerson.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got to be ready by that date.
Right.
If you said mid-May, we're going to have him up mid-May. If I have him up by the All-Star break, don't put any timetable on it.
Just when he's ready, and you'll know it and he'll know it.
When he's one of the best 9 players in this system, he's going to be activated. When he's ready to contribute to a World Series contender, he's going to be activated. And there's more of a warning to everybody else on this roster. Cole Young, you better be hitting.
Mm-hmm.
You better be hitting at that time. J.P. Crawford, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion you're going to end up being the shortstop of the Seattle Mariners. And Brendan Donovan has a history of being able to play numerous positions. And so if we have to tap back into a super utility role to make room for Colt Emerson, so be it. But they're in no rush to get him to the major leagues. They're going to let this thing play out the way that it should,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that that is the right approach. When Colt Emerson's ready, he will tell you he's ready, and then we'll figure out a spot on the roster.
Yeah,
for
he'll
him.
show you he's ready. Yeah, you'll absolutely know, and not rushing it is the right move. It doesn't. You don't need to bring him up any earlier than he's ready. You don't need to hold on and keep him down there if he's ready. I mean, it'll all work itself out.
He's not talking to anybody.
Yeah, like you mean
media.
like team? Oh yeah.
He's not talking to the media. It's as if he doesn't want to be a distraction.
Well, and that does not surprise me because we did make we always submit requests for people, and we had asked, and he actually gave a really thoughtful, nice statement to pass on to us. Like, I right now just want to focus on where I'm at and getting to the big leagues, and when I get there, I would be really happy to talk with people. But right now, my focus is on the work I need to do to get there.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like respect to the other guys. I mean, look, Tacoma Rainiers games right now, it's not going to say, the Tacoma Rainiers featuring Colt Emerson. It's not going to say that on the marquee outside of Cheney.
Right.
But
we know why people are going.
That's the featured attraction
Right.
right now. There's no question about it. It's why Softy hung around. I think it's why Shockey came in town.
Probably.
I couldn't wait to see Colt Emerson.
Well, Shockey just loves Tacoma.
So I think there's a little bit of a respect toward, like, I'm not going to make a bigger deal, let you make a bigger deal out of me than everybody else that's here fighting for the same goal, trying to get to the major leagues. I think there's an element of that.
Yeah, we all got work to do.
I think there's an element of, I don't want to talk about my money.
Yeah.
If you will stick to baseball, maybe I'll do, but you're not going to. You're going to ask me about my contract, and I don't want to talk about not thinking about my money right now. I'm thinking about getting better as a baseball player.
Mm-hmm.
This is a special dude. He's very mature. He's not just a talent. I mean, that stuff that goes on between the ears, I think he reminds me a lot of Jared Kelnick, except the exact opposite.
Okay, good, because I was like,
No, seriously.
No. Yeah.
Like, he looks like him.
That made me worried.
He carries himself that way, but between the ears, the difference between the two of them, night and day.
Yeah. Well, which is the important part, because Jared did not have it there.
Do not underestimate how important that is.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't talk about the psychology of this sport nearly enough. Look at what Rob Refsnyder admitted to us yesterday after the game.
Yeah.
I was really struggling with that 0 batting average, and I needed help.
Yeah.
And from the coaching staff and from my wife. He was gone for 3 days. He might not have even wanted to come back with the way that he was hitting. So that psychology, what's between the ears and your approach, and it has nothing to do with intelligence.
Right.
It just has everything to do with how do you approach this sport? Because it's a monster. It can be a monster. And Jared got too high and Jared got too low. And Colt Emerson at age 20 is just sharp as a razor, steady as a train. That's Colt Emerson for you. So
good.
I think the future is really bright for this guy, but don't make your plans to see Colt Emerson anytime soon. I think it's going to take a couple months before we see him.
Go down to Tacoma and go watch.
Yeah,
It's
go
fun.
watch him. Yeah, it's a great time. All right, coming up next, Ryan Healy's going to join us in studio. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. on this Monday, man. It's been busy. Chuck Powell, Ashley Ryan with you. No Bucky Jacobson again here today, but look who's sitting in his seat. Oh, it's our friend Ryan Healy, now a television star on Mariners TV. That started over the weekend as well. This is the first time we've got to see him, have him in studio here face to face. Great to finally meet you face to face.
It's a pleasure to be here. I'm a little rattled that you put me in Bucky's seat, though, because I wanted to respect his space. I should have sat somewhere else, or maybe asked before the fact. But if I'm going to sit in this seat, Bucky, I'm going to do it justice.
Yeah. Well, then you need to not.
You have too much hair.
Yeah, you have too much hair. You're too handsome, and you're working way too hard.
For this morning, I have the face. I have the face and the voice for radio, so I'm going to play the part.
And you're not reprimanding the sales staff enough yet and giving them a hard enough time.
I need to throw some chirps on my way out.
Yeah, you got to be like, oh, get to work, people. Come on, what are you doing?
Yeah, announce my presence with authority. Got it. Thank you, guys.
Step into that role.
So how did it go over the weekend? I got to watch yesterday. Friday was tied up, and Saturday was a national game. So I finally got to hear you on Sunday. I thought you sounded great. I mean, first couple times out, it's got to be a little bit nerve-wracking, but how did you feel in the hot seat?
Overall, pretty good. Yeah. I didn't curse on air. That was rule number one. That was the only thing I really wanted to accomplish in game one, so I didn't do that. That was nice. Sunday, I felt more comfortable. Man, it's crazy. And the big leagues is so fast. The player's perspective, especially, the game can speed up on you. And whenever you're doing something for the first time, it can go really fast on you, no matter how prepared you are. Mm-hmm. And the first part of the game, the opening through the first inning, speeds up on me. And then once the game starts, I'm able to start observing, and I'm doing the best that I can to communicate with the fans that are watching, to educate them on what my eyes are telling me, and then trying to regurgitate to the listeners what they can learn, what really makes the game click, and how some of the offensive side, especially giving perspective on why guys might be struggling, and also the positive things that I'm starting to see.
Yeah, well, very good. And did you figure out a method for the Ryan versus Ryan communication, or is that going to be an ongoing struggle?
The first game was really tough. There was a couple innings in the middle of the game where our producer, who's amazing, he's been so great to me, Pike, and he kept saying Ryan, and I would go and talk back and say, which one? Like, there's two of us. You got to specify. I saw Ryan Roland Smith before the game, and I shook his hand. I was like, hey, I know we're just meeting, but is it okay if I call you hyphen? Like, I don't want to jump the gun here, be disrespectful, but it would be helpful if you can be hyphen, I can be Ryan on the show. Or maybe you call me Heels, whatever you want to call me. I don't care. But let's just separate those a little bit. So game one, there's a couple blunders, but I just kind of lay back of like, maybe it's not me this time, and hopefully one of us speaks in time. And then I felt like Sunday was really smooth.
Well, I just didn't know if you were just a nickname giver. I mean, you just took it upon yourself, start calling me Chucky. I thought you did the same thing.
I'm never calling you Chucky again. I've been rattled about that ever since last Monday. So I'm really never, I haven't thought of that nickname. I'm not ever calling you it again. I'm moving on from it.
We loved it.
It's fine. Perfectly fine.
Ash, thank you so much for saying that.
Yeah,
Ash, look, see what he did?
Yeah, but you have to remember, too, as much as Ryan doesn't really remember, I was a counselor at camp when Ryan was like a...
We go way back.
Yeah.
What?
Like early 2000s.
Mr. Chuck, sir, we go way back.
Way back.
What are you talking
about? I mentioned this to you before, yeah.
Oh, maybe we did.
Takaloma Day Camp.
Yeah.
I was a lifeguard and a counselor.
It.
Yeah.
I used to go there.
Yeah.
My mom still works there.
Oh, does she?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Now you're out of the loop.
No,
you're out of the loop. How does that feel?
Completely out of the loop.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Camp
I want
was
to go
great.
to camp.
Yeah.
Can I make a macaroni necklace?
Oh, God, we did it every year.
Please?
And Ryan went his whole life, so he probably has like 44 billion macaroni necklaces.
And the lanyards.
The
lanyards were it back then.
Yeah.
Oh, God, we had a great time.
Yeah. Did you ever tip over in the canoe?
We didn't have a lake.
No, but we did.
You guys did field trip
we did a field trip to the lake.
I just was always there at the
up
pool.
in Castaic.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, man.
Wow, look at that.
I know, right?
Boy.
You didn't have this in your prep notes, did you?
I did not, but I'm ready to go here.
Now you know.
Yeah, willing to get a bug bite to go have a camp experience with the two of you.
It's well worth it.
Ryan Healy is with us. You got to see a couple wins. We were talking, Ashley and I, earlier in the show. I don't know if I could call it back on track because I don't know if they've been on track yet this year. But did it kind of feel like to you by Sunday that maybe things are cooking a little bit?
In my opinion, the tracks are being built right now. And you have to rebuild the track because the train is obviously the roster. You have to build the track as the season's progressing. everyone can write on paper what the roster looks like, how they're going to win baseball games. Wow, this is the best constructed roster we've ever seen, and the diversity of being able to score runs, and then they don't score runs. You're like, I thought we weren't relying on the home run this year, guys. What the heck? The track is being built as the season is progressing, especially through the first month. But seeing a lot of positive things from top to bottom. There are, the three-headed monster, obviously, of Cal, Julio, and Naylor that are still looking to fully click, but I'm seeing the puzzle being formed a little bit. There hasn't been a ton of games this season when the top of the lineup and the bottom of the lineup are hitting in the same game. But on Saturday and Sunday, we saw a lot more traffic on the bases, and then we saw that big hit. And a guy like Mackenzie Gore, who's had an unhittable curveball all year, I think the Mariners had 4 hits off of that curveball yesterday. J.P. Crawford being one of those to get the run-scoring start of the two-run home run on that 2-strike curveball. Seeing some positive things and looking forward to watching them build off it against the A's this week.
Did you get the sense when you arrived and you were around them Friday that they were stressing, that they were feeling it? I mean, it's early in the season. We keep telling people that, but I mean, you guys, you know how stressful and maybe not intimidating, but a slow start, what that can start doing. Am I ever going to get out of this? You start entering into that mindset. Did you get that from the players at all, or are they just taking it in stride?
Chuck, there are 18 days per season that you are stress-free as a player. Do you know what those 18 days are?
No.
The off days. 162 games in 180 days. You get about 18 off days, if my math is correct there. You're stress-free for those 18. The rest of them, you are pulling your hair out, fighting for your life, just grinding for the next opportunity. Yes, these guys are stressed. Obviously, this is important. The expectations are high. It's World Series or bust for this team. That is really hard to function off of. But this team has done a really good job, and they have veteran coaches. I had a chance to talk with Manny Acta on Saturday for that national game, and just kind of bouncing ideas off him of like, how do you navigate this from your perspective as a coach? Talked to the third base coach as well, Carlos Cordoza, and he was asking me, he's like, how do I navigate this as a coach? And I kind of told him, I was like, dude, treat the players the same every single day. Go sit down with them, have a meal, ask them the human questions of how's the family, how's the body, just like the generic things that take your mind off of, I'm 0 for my last 18 and I don't know what I'm going to do. So for me, yes, the stress is always there. And then you have a series where you win 2 out of 3 against the Rangers. And then you get the day game to night game at home. It almost feels like an off day in between. So I'm excited to see how the energy is today, if it's consistent with what I saw all last week, or if it's a little bit higher because they're coming off of a good weekend.
Ryan Healy is with us. Are you on the call again tonight?
Yes, I am.
For the whole homestand?
I'll be here for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I'll head back home to the kiddos.
Okay, got it. Ryan Healy, who we had him first, Mariners.
True.
Yeah, and he's with us here in studio for the first time after calling some TV over the weekend for Mariners TV. I was talking to you off the air about the big three, Cal Raleigh specifically. I know Bucky's been out for a few weeks, and I know if Bucky was here, he would be talking about these 3 players' struggles and what he's seeing and how they could come out of it. I mentioned to you, I mean, Cal's got, I loved hearing from you. You got to get on time for the fastball, because I feel that that's where Cal's struggling right now. He's not on time with the fastball, but you got a little different spin on that.
It's not from a lack of trying. And I remember watching the first few weeks of Cal and his at-bats, and he looked like he was on-ish time for the fastball, but was swinging through it. There is not a more empty feeling as a hitter that when you are trying to get on time for the fastball, being aggressive to the fastball in the strike zone, fouling it off or swinging and missing at it. It leaves you staring at your bat, almost like rubbing your hand on the barrel of the bat, saying, are there holes in here? Did someone hand me a Swiss cheese bat because I can't figure out how I'm missing this? That is a lost feeling as a hitter, and I saw a little bit of that in Cal. He started to put it together a little bit on the road trip. He had a really great at-bat against Jacob deGrom in Texas when he hit that home run in the first inning. And it's just kind of coming and going for him right now. It doesn't look like it's clicked. I know last season he got on top of the plate on both sides as a righty and a lefty and decided that he was just going to try and pull more pitches because he wanted to do the damage. That was what his role was. Looks like this year pitchers are attacking him heavily in with fastballs, and they're not making a ton of mistakes over the plate. If they're making mistakes with the fastball, it's up in the zone. And as a hitter, it's really tough to get the barrel to a fastball inside or at the top of the strike zone. When we see Cal do that on a consistent basis, he's going to go off, but it's almost guaranteed as a hitter to have a 100 at-bat stretch that is like this. It's just unfortunate that the season starts like that.
Mm-hmm. What about Julio and Josh? Also, two guys that, have their hands all over this disappointing start to the season. And we're certainly I think, Julio might not be getting the results, but the at-bats certainly look better. So maybe he's on the verge of breakout. And Josh was just given a day off yesterday. He's already had a couple of those this year. Do you see those two close to breaking out here soon?
Julio, yes, 100%. We saw Josh Naylor get on base 4 times in Friday's game. I think he had 2 walks and 2 singles. Wasn't all over the barrel, but the bat was in the zone earlier and longer, and he was able to have some quality misses that were dropping in between the infielders and the outfielders. So that was really positive to see. He's like Josh Naylor starting to see more pitches. One of the problems as a hitter, when you get into these slumps or struggles, is you want to swing your way out of it. You want to be really aggressive early in counts. You're almost subconsciously scared of a 2-strike count. So you go up there and you're swinging aggressively, and you might expand your zone. And also when you're struggling, you don't know what your zone is at that point. You're trying to calibrate and being aggressive, but now you're putting yourself in an 0-2 count. When you're struggling, you feel like you step in the batter's box in an 0-2 count, and that's kind of what it looks like with Josh Naylor. He's becoming more patient. He had a really, really great at-bat. I believe it was Friday night to load the bases after a Julio double off of DeGrom, and he gets up there and works a really tough 3-2 walk, and then got the hits, and then got the walk. So he looks good. Julio looks great. He had that kind of jam shot RBI single in the first inning on Saturday where he let that fastball get really deep and could take it the other way and miss, and like that was still quality. He had like a 110-mile-an-hour ground ball to the second baseman or shortstop as well. He's all over the barrel. Julio looks the closest to me out of the 3, knowing that the other 2 are coming in, Cal and Josh.
Have you ever gone through a Ref Snyder situation?
Yes. I can't tell you how many times I've gone 0 for 25 plus in my life. To start the season like that is really rough, especially when your playing time is sporadic. But listen, when I started my Mariners tenure in 2018, I faced a 3-headed monster of Corey Kluber, Carlos Carrasco, and then Trevor Bauer opening weekend here when you know it's chilly, and I went 0 for that weekend. It was not that fun. Then I went to San Francisco. I went 0 for in San Francisco. Went to Minnesota. I got a bases-clearing RBI or 3 RBI double, and then I rolled my ankle in the weight room after the game and missed another 2 weeks. Baseball is brutal, and it is cruel. It will come back around, but it was really nice to see just the authentic truth behind Rob Refsnyder's struggles and how he leaned on his people and his circle of trust, and then ultimately came out yesterday aggressive and jumped on that 0-0 fastball to set the tone for that lineup.
He had to have been thinking, do I even want to go back?
100%. Listen, I didn't have children when I was playing. I couldn't imagine just the pressure or the stress that you feel of my family is growing. I'm not sure if they're up here or if they're back in Arizona, but just the absolute whirlwind of it, what it is to bring a new child into this world. Been through it twice now. Things go fast on you, and then to go back to a place where you have struggles waiting for you, and you're like, I need to go conquer this monster. And I was really happy to see him do that, and then also share some of the realities of what he was facing after the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he wanted to talk about it. He wanted us to know, because that might be stuff that you hold close to the vest. It's none of your business. I hit a home run today. Let's build from there. But he actually, I mean, I don't even know if Hyphen even directly asked him the question before he answered it. Like, honestly, like brutally honestly. And I appreciated it. And we've talked about it a few times this morning.
It makes you relatable. Yeah. And all these fans are going to rally behind him because each and every one of us as human beings have gone through our own version of a struggle. And that's what Rob's version of his struggle was at that point in time. He signed a nice contract to come to a winning organization with a team that has a lot of expectations and was struggling, along with the rest of the lineup that was struggling too. But when you're not playing every single day, now you're sitting on that 0 for 2 or 0 for 3 for the next 3, 4, 6, 8 days, waiting for the next opportunity. And every time you get in there, like he had a pinch hit, I believe, on Friday, and hit a 100-plus mile-an-hour ground ball off the pitcher that ricocheted right next to him and was able to throw him out. Like, that's just what the game of baseball will do to you. It will squeeze every last drop of patience that you might have prepared over the offseason and spring training and drain you of it.
Ryan Healy is with us in studio here today. Of course, did television over the weekend. Of course, wore the Mariners uniform. And, of course, once, we just found out today, hung Ashley's undergarments on a flagpole at camp.
That would have been
Did that
weird.
happen?
No.
No, it didn't happen at
No.
any point.
Why did he take it there?
Yeah.
I know.
Well,
right?
I thought
Because
this was a family show.
he
That's what you do.
He thinks it's like overnight camp. This is day camp. You go in the
Oh.
morning and leave at night. So all your underwear goes home with you.
What's the point of not pulling pranks?
He's just
If you're
showing
gonna
his
be at
ignorance
camp?
right now. He has no idea what we've been through.
He has never been to camp.
I've never been
That
to
makes
camp.
so much
That
sense
makes so
now.
much
No,
sense.
I've never been to camp. I was cool in
I'm
school.
sorry.
Are you
gosh.
flipping me off right now? Is that what you're doing right
There's
there?
no cameras on, right?
Yeah, there are. There are.
I don't know. There
You're
was
on
one
YouTube.
finger that was strangely positioned right there.
He learned that at camp.
Let's talk about what you saw out of Andres Munoz over the weekend. So his last outing, we don't see him struggle like that. I think he kind of beat himself up over it. And then for him to come back Saturday and Sunday and look like Mooney again, like overnight, you could see the raw emotion out of one of the nicest human beings on the planet after that save. Like a traditional, I came in for a save, 3 outs, got out of it, we won the game. You could see it out of him. I mean, he just yelled into the mountains like some warrior. So that is he back? Is that behind him now? Did Munoz get fixed over the weekend?
Are you ever like fully fixed? I think it's a day-to-day battle. I don't know if you saw his post-game interview. He was talking about how he went back and rewatched the outing in San Diego. He put a lot of pressure on himself. He obviously felt terrible about it. He's a competitor, and he knows what his job is, and the job didn't get done that day. Nobody felt worse about that than Andres Munoz. But he said in an interview yesterday, he went back and watched the outing, realized that it wasn't as bad as he was making it out to be in his mind. There was a lot of extra emotions that were piling on from that Padres game because he had a lot of family there. So being from Mexico, he had a lot of family that came to that game. He really wanted to perform well for, the people that came out there to see him, support him. So when the results showed up, he felt terrible at himself. And he mentioned he went back and watched the outing, recognized that it wasn't as bad as he thought it was.
A lot of blue pits.
It was a lot of blue pits. It was a lot of just kind of, soft ground balls that were finding seams in the infield. Like, that's baseball happens, and it doesn't often happen the way that it did to Munoz there, where it just kind of compounds quickly on you. But to see him come out Saturday with that conviction, the slider looked really good, and I think the bases loaded kind of back against the wall puts the closers in that mindset of it's all or nothing right now. And he got Nimmo swinging that elbow slider that was down below the zone, and that was probably a moment for him where he goes, ooh, I got it. Let's go. I thought he was going to punch out 4 yesterday after he struck out Berger and went to the backstop. And then he went strikeout. It's like, he's going to strike out 4 guys in 1 inning right now. Watch this.
That would have been fantastic. But yeah, you look back last night, there's no doubt about it. And Brian Wu looks even better than what he did a year ago. And George looks like he's on track for a hell of a season. And then the guy you're going to get to see pitch tonight is the story so far this season. And that is, if Emerson Hancock is this, if the new and improved Emerson Hancock is this, oh my. What a season we could have.
It's really exciting to talk to personnel around the team and just get their perspective on the growth that Emerson Hancock has shown over the last few seasons, and then what everyone is getting to witness this season with how he's executing, with how he's embraced the adjustments. The arm angle is so much lower. I was talking with Rick Riz yesterday, and he was mentioning to me that he has the second lowest arm slot for a starting pitcher in the major leagues at 13 degrees. And it's hard to explain over the radio, but I'll give you some perspective. Who's the pitcher that you would guess has a lower arm slot than Emerson Hancock?
Chris Sale.
It is Chris Sale, and he has a 10-degree release point. So Emerson Hancock is 3 degrees above that, which is helping the sinker play up. It's helping the sweeper be really nasty. The four seam is as advertised. The velocity is maintaining throughout the games. He's doing some special things, and it seems like his head is on his shoulder and embracing what his role is and also the role that he really desires, which is being a staple in that starting rotation.
Yeah, talk about mental. Like, for so long, like I was drafted higher than any of these guys. They all passed me on the way to the majors. I'm the one that's jumping back and forth from Tacoma. I'm trying to figure out my place in this. They're my best friends. And so for him to have the success he's having right now, the things that he worked on in the offseason that he thought might work seeing them work, and not just for a game or two, but now we're on 4 games. I mean, you want to talk about feeling 12 feet tall. That's got to be where Emerson Hancock is right now.
100%. I'm excited to watch him compete tonight.
Yeah. All right, what else are you excited about tonight? What do we got planned for tonight? We got any goofy hijinks? Are they going to involve you in any of that just yet? You going to run the salmon race or anything like that?
No shot. That's not.
Love to see that.
That's not my role.
Get you in the Humpy, the fish costume, Humpy the salmon costume.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay in my lane for this trip especially, and maybe as the year progresses we can diversify a little bit.
Yeah. No F-bombs just yet.
No, not yet.
What you're telling me.
No, I'm not cursing on air. I promise my wife.
Has she been watching?
Yeah, she's been watching.
What'd she think? What kind of reviews are you getting?
So I actually left Friday's game with about 51 text messages from a lot of, I know, humble brag, whatever. I felt like it was my major league debut all over again, so I spent the rest of the night going to it. But the first thing that I got to see when I got home, my wife took a video of the opening when I was actually on TV on the TV for a longer period of time, and both of my kids were watching it, and they just went nuts.
Is that right?
It was a 3.5 long minute video of my daughter and my son just going, "Dada, daddy, daddy," and they were going nuts. And my daughter goes, why isn't Daddy talking to me? I was able to give them a name drop, but she was so confused. She thought it was like a FaceTime that I just apparently got all dressed up for. But she's like, why can't I talk to him? She didn't understand it fully, but they really, really loved it.
I love that.
Well, awesome. Well, nice job. Have fun tonight. And we appreciate you being a part of our show as well. It's been great.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Ryan Healy with us right here on Chuck and Buck in the Morning. Coming up next, the Draft Miss Catalog. You know Healy's sticking around for this. He wants to know what tight ends I like for the Seahawks this year. He's shaking his head so vigorously over his joy of hearing this.
He's just overcome with excitement, I
he's
think.
like, oh, man, look at him. Just like he's having like a seizure,
of excitement.
Right. Like it looks like he's shaking his head no, but I know. I can tell.
He's like, oh, my God.
He is
only
swept.
7 minutes away.
And he gets to see it done live. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Foundation Specialist Broadcast Studio. Now back to Chuck and Buck in the Morning, powered by Tulalip Resort Casino, DraftKings Sportsbook, where the action never stops. On Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
It's the most wonderful time of
Oh,
the
it sure is. I mean, Ryan Ely had to get out of the studio. He was like, didn't know he could handle it.
He actually ran.
Oh,
ran
my gosh.
out of the studio.
He was like, hey, I got to get out of here because if I get swept up in this draft and the spirit thing, I may never leave.
I love that you think that's what happened.
Yeah, he's just a huge fan of the show and of Draftmas.
Draftmas, he can't get enough.
Makes him one of billions. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to NFL Draft Week. Chuck and Ashley with you. That's right, NFL Draft Day is coming up on Thursday, and so we really do ramp things up a little bit. We've had Greg Bell on today. He'll be on at 10 o'clock, by the way, this morning.
Yeah, he will. Welcome back.
Yeah. Also, Charles Davis on. He's always fun. Hugh Millen for a couple segments, and now we get to the Draftmas catalog. And I never put it at a 30.
Yeah, you never
Industry term. We have a long segment at the top of the hour, and then we have a shorter segment at the bottom of the hour, and a still shorter segment in the third segment. That's just how our clock operates. So the Draftmas catalog is a little bit to get through. And so I never have one in the 10, 11, 12-minute segment. I usually save it for the 20 to 22-minute segment. But today I'm going to make an exception. We had all of these wonderful guests, and I really only have 3 position groups remaining, and I don't think we have to spend a lot of time on tight ends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I was worried that we were still going to have a lot to cover, and I was going to have to write faster than I normally do, and then all I would do was be able to write someone's name and a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Right. I'm only going to go through 4 guys, and frankly, I don't think we're in the market for a tight end.
Fair enough.
I don't think that's what we're really looking for on this football team. So let's get to the group. And again, I tried to give you an example of one player in each of the different price categories that we have. I'll explain that as we go. But we're going to start with Kenyon Sadiq. And I'm going to make him 4.5 Schneider bucks because most mocks out there say 4. I think he's more 5. I will explain that in a moment. 6'3" tall, 241 pounds out of Oregon. Sadiq the Freak. And they call him that for a good reason. 4.3940.
My goodness.
Oh, my. 43.5-inch vertical leap. And then they were like, well, nobody does the bench press anymore, so you're probably going to pass too. He's like, nope, give me that damn bar, and I will press it 26 times because I am a freak, and I want to show off for everybody watching. The dude loves wearing his uniform tight. And there's a reason for it. Because he's built like a superhero.
Yeah.
And although his numbers at the Combine weren't superhuman, they were better than anyone else's. And as we know, he can play a little bit too. He set the Oregon school record for catches by a tight end in 2025. He was named second-team All-American, and he is being forecasted as a surefire mid-first rounder and the first tight end off the board. But I think the guy's so intriguing, that I think he's going number 9 overall, which nobody has him going that high. But I think Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, they know that Travis Kelce doesn't have a lot of time left in the league. You want to talk about a nice little handoff. If he could, for 1 year, learn from Travis Kelce how to play the tight end position with Patrick Mahomes as his quarterback, then Kelce retires to Swiftland, and then Sadiq steps in, and now the Chiefs' offense, which has operated so well, is having their number one target be a tight end. Maybe you don't have to even skip a beat at that point. So I think that he's going to go at minimum mid-first round, and I think he might actually sneak into the top 10.
Wow. There you go. Just there's your bold statement. We'll mark the time.
There you go. For a 2 Schneider bucks, and this is going to be your second to third rounder, that's Eli Stowers, another freak. Maybe not quite like Sadiq, but certainly a freak. 6'4" tall, 240 pounds out of Vanderbilt. He had a 4.51 40, which is slower than Sadiq, but he had a 45.5-inch vertical
Oh, my.
leap. This guy high jumped 7 feet in high school. So this is one freakish athlete in his own right. And he was the first-team All-American in college football this past year, not Sadiq. Sadiq was second-team All-American. It was Stowers with all of that athleticism that was named first-team All-American out of Vanderbilt. He was the Mackey Award winner, which, of course, goes to the best tight end in the country. He got 62 passes from Heisman candidate Diego Pavia as his number one target. Now, he is a finesse tight end. He is a pass catcher. So you're not going to be drafting a tight end that will instantly help you in the running game. That's going to be a process. He was a quarterback, after all, in high school and at the beginning of his collegiate career. So he had to learn the tight end position, and usually one of the things that comes last is the ability and willingness to block as well as you need to be considered an all-around weapon. But he is a true weapon in the passing game. He can flat fly, he can soar, and he has a beautiful ability to catch the football. Stowers is an interesting prospect for everyone in the National Football League. He'll probably go in the second round. You can have him for $2 Schneider bucks.
All right.
All right, next up, Sam Roush, $1 player here, 6'6", 267 out of Stanford. That's right, 6'6", 270. Now, that's a big tight end. Not much production in college, but there are some people that have Roush way down because of that production, but most of the mockers out there, they understood that Roush wasn't playing with a good quarterback situation at all at any time while he was a Stanford Cardinal. And that factors in. I mean, that obviously factors in.
Mm-hmm.
The scouts' belief is that he can be an immediate NFL starter. And maybe one of only 2 guys in this entire draft that you can say that about it, because I'm not sure you can say that about Stowers. Stowers might be a weapon, but I don't know if he is going to be your opening day 3-down tight end. That I don't know if that's going to be his immediate future. But they're saying that about Roush. He is huge. He is smart. He is tough. He blocks. He's experienced. He's operated his entire college career in a pro-style system as a classic Y tight end. He doesn't create a lot of space with his pass routes, or at least he didn't in college, and he had too many penalties. But Roush could be a diamond in the rough, unless, of course, you were already ahead of that and weren't considering him in the rough at all. It's hard to be a sleeper when everybody is wide awake. You know what I mean? So Sam Roush, I think, is going to be your early third day tight end, and you can have him for a single Schneider buck.
All right.
Finally, a
Learning a
50-cent
lot over here.
piece. A 50-cent piece can get you Nate Borkircher, 6'6" tall, 245 pounds, out of Texas A&M. Not as big as Roush, but considered an even better blocker. Borkircher is famous for blowing up linebackers on the second level. He has a desire, 2, a mentality, 4, blocking on the edge, but he doesn't do a lot of pass catching. No more than a part-time starter for all 6 of his years in college, spanning Nebraska and then finishing at Texas A&M. He never caught more than 19 passes in a season, but there is a belief, despite the lack of production, that he has the skills to develop in that area, and he could be a pass catcher in the National Football League. Some have rated him as high as the 4th round. Many, based again on production, say that he will go at the end of day number 3, which is why I'm making him a 50-cent piece. But if you're the Seahawks and you're sitting there looking for something to add to Barner and to Arroyo, and that's a little different from Oots, I mean, we still have Saubert, too, as well. There's just not a lot of room. So are you trying to find, if I have to circle somebody in the tight end section of the Draft Miss catalog, I got to find something that's a little bit different than what I already have, but you pretty much have every single flavor. It's like Baskin-Robbins at the tight end position for the Seahawks. So I don't know if any of those 4 guys I tried to get a diverse collection here for you, Ashley, but who are you going to circle out of this group?
Well, I think I might be most intrigued by Eli Stowers. But as you said, we don't really need to spend that high of a draft pick on a tight end. So I'd take the 50-cent piece, Nate
Kircher.
Kircher. I tried to spell it. It didn't work.
I think it's the only person really to circle in this. We're not going to invest.
Yeah, so why not put someone in there, see what happens?
Yeah, you get somebody with a little bit of upside that has a willingness to block, that maybe you could use them in a different package if you kept 4 tight ends next year along with Oots. Also, with a description like that, he's going to be good in special teams. If he loves to block, then he loves to tackle.
There you go.
So I'm going to circle that one as well. It just doesn't seem like something that's going to be a real high radar position for the Hawks. All right, so that leaves us with just 2 position groups going forward. So we will have cornerbacks tomorrow. We will have running backs for you on Wednesday, and then on Thursday, Ashley and I will put together our wish list from the Draft Miss catalog for NFL Draft Day.
Oh, are you saying the draft is this week?
The draft is this Thursday.
Oh.
This Thursday.
Wow.
3 sleeps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Better
Like
get
Monday
my-
night sleep,
I better
Tuesday
get my
night
outfit
sleep,
picked out.
Wednesday night sleep, draft day. Wow. Just like that.
It's brand
And then
new
3
information.
days of draft day. So it's
Brand
3
new
sleeps until 3 days of draft day.
3 sleeps for 3 days of joy.
Right.
And the 3 days of sleeps are also going to be joyful because the season is here.
Yeah. So our draft coverage here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM, outstanding, just really outstanding. It begins, I think, with Mahler Millen on Wednesday, and they are gathering again at Dino's this year, which is typically the headquarters for this sucker. So we'll see you out there. And then, of course, Thursday, we've got all the stars aligning to provide you the best coverage, not just in town. I think our local draft coverage is elite.
It is really
It's
good.
just outstanding. And I don't have very much to do with it at all, so I can
have
brag.
nothing to do with it, so yeah.
Yeah, I can brag about it. All right, coming up next, we'll close out this Monday edition with one last thing on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. we should tell you that coming up next, Greg Bell is back, 10 o'clock. He and Christopher Kidd reunite. Reunited, and it feels so good.
Don't know the rest of the words, but I know the beat.
Reunited, cause you understood.
Oh, yeah, that part. Yeah.
How can we be so good? Crib and Greg Bell in the hood.
You got to put your hand up on your
Yeah, I think
headphone
so.
like a real. And then do the-
Yeah, I like to consider Greg Peaches and Kid Herb, and I think the other people would look the other way.
I feel like that's how I would look at them as well.
So they're coming up at 10 o'clock here today. We are getting ready to close out the radio program with one last thing. What do you have there, Ashley?
Well, it was fun having Ryan Healy in studio for the first time.
It was.
One of the things you guys were talking about were the struggles that Munoz faced recently.
Mm-hmm.
You guys were talking about the bloop hits.
Yeah.
Definitely thought you guys were saying blue pits.
Blue pits,
And I was
as
like,
in armpits.
Were his armpits sweaty?
Yeah.
That's all I was like, blue pits? Blue pits?
Is that a
blue
baseball term?
pits.
Like if you're struggling,
Well,
do
no,
you get the blue pits?
And it was, I think you said it first, and then he totally agreed. And I'm like, how? What? How are they just all of a sudden in sync on blue pits?
Oh, it's an old expression.
All the baseball players know
Yeah.
blue pits.
Yeah, I mean, if you can go ice cold as a hitter, doesn't have anything to do with temperature.
It's true.
So if you can struggle as a relief pitcher, then you can get the blue
The
pits.
blue pits. Blue pits on 3. Yeah, so I was quite baffled by that.
Hey, Pete, what do you think's wrong with Mooney? He's got the blue pits. He's got a case of the blue pits.
Now you guys understand why I
Yeah.
was so confused about this.
We just gotta fix it.
Been a baseball fan my whole life, and I had never once heard of blue pits
Yeah.
being an issue.
Bloop
Hits. Yep.
Yeah.
Figured
Yeah,
it out on
there-
my own, thank goodness.
A lot
It
of-
would have been very embarrassing otherwise.
Bloop hits.
Yeah.
That game.
Yeah. But see, if you say blue pits,
Yeah. I see.
yeah.
I mean, I can see how you could hear it that way.
Right.
I don't see why you would hear it
Correct.
that way.
No, nobody, but again, there's weird things happening up here. Nobody quite understands it all. I know 5 Iron doesn't usually question it. He just ignores half of it.
Did he have a good time today coming into studio?
I think he did. Yeah,
Okay.
he seemed to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he said, I'll be back in May.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So just not a lot of Ryan Healy this year, just a little smattering of
For
Ryan
the
Healy this
the first half of the season, I think we get him for 12 games.
year. Okay.
And we'll see what happens in the second half
Okay.
of the season.
But he's got the whole homestand. He's going to be on the call
That's
tonight. Okay, very good.
That's right.
All right, I'm going to use my one last thing on something that I don't think anyone should use their one last thing on. Look, I don't. I watched it as a kid. I liked it as a kid. My dad would have never. My brother took me to a couple of events. It was fun. I'm glad that I did it. I'm glad that I have that. I still tell stories about those 2 events. Even when I came here, I got taken to one. So I guess I've been to 3 in my lifetime. But how Sports Center could be embracing the WWE, and I realize they have a contract, and so they have to promote it. But, I mean, don't we draw the lines? I'm not saying that it doesn't have its place in society, and those that get entertained by it and like that sort of thing.
It's not sport.
You know, I'm glad you have it in your life. My little brother loves it. Don't know why,
Yeah.
but he loves it.
It's just so obviously staged.
Well, that's just it. I mean, why is ESPN, why is Sports Center, why is the
They'll sell
worldwide
out for
leader
anything.
in sports? This cannot be categorized as a sport.
No,
You
they'll
can't
sell
have-
out for anything.
You can't have something where we already know the results be considered sport. This is where the line is drawn.
Yeah.
Okay? So I consider lawn bowling a sport, even though your Aunt Tilly can do it.
Right.
But that's a sport because it requires some physical activity and there is a score involved.
Correct.
Okay? But this is not a sport. It is theater production.
It's you get to be the hero this year. You get to be the heel this year. You're going to pull off an upset. You're going to come and do that. I mean, it's all scripted.
They're athletic.
Yes.
And it's very impressive what they
Yes.
physically do.
They're in excellent physical shape.
Athletically, and then they really do suffer a lot of physical abuse. I mean, they take a beating, they take a pounding. I get that. But why on earth are we getting this over early season baseball coverage?
It's a great question.
Or draft coverage?
It's a great question.
Or NBA basketball playoffs or NHL playoffs right now? They spent as much time this weekend talking about WrestleMania as they did anything else. And it's not a sport. It can't be viewed as sport. It's scripted.
Yeah, that's and it's. I'm sorry. It's dumb. I think it's really dumb.
Yeah.
Just because you're watching it.
It's
cheering
dumb that
people
they're
on.
covering it, or you're just dumb, period?
Well, I think the whole thing is
Pat
dumb.
McAfee right now is in a neck brace.
But that's like, and they had this whole thing last week that some guy who, whatever, CM Punk came in and ruined his studio. They had it caught on camera. I'm like, I mean, everybody can tell that this is fake.
If you like it, I'm not telling you don't watch it. I just think there's a network to put it on, like TNT or TBS.
Yeah, because it's a drama.
Or Bravo.
It should be like a drama. It's reality TV drama.
How about
stage
Bravo?
Drama. Yeah, perfect.
yeah.
Just don't interrupt Real Housewives.
All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Coming up next, it's Greg and Chris. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
most point standings in the Western Conference. The Sounders next play on Saturday night against FC Dallas right here on 93.3 KJR FM, your home of the Sounders. And the 130th Boston Marathon, Chris, is starting for the elite runners, ending right now in Boston, world's oldest, most prestigious marathon, ending in Copley Square. I was in Boston this past weekend. It is still a gigantic deal there. Patriots Day in New England. The Red Sox host a game every Patriots Day, 11 a.m. start, 8 a.m. Pacific start for baseball, because the Red Sox kick it off as the Boston Marathon runners are finishing in Copley Square, right down the street from Fenway Park. It was a really cool scene in Boston this weekend. 30,000 runners are there, and you have to win or have a very fast time in prestigious races just to get to the Boston Marathon. The best of the best, 30,000. We were on the plane Thursday night from Seattle to Boston. Half the plane was full of runners. It's a really cool event. I know we have a lot of listeners who either from New England, have gone to school in New England. It's a cool deal, the Patriots Day. That's today going on in Boston. And now it's time for the show the way it used to be, Chris. Back to 2014. Thank you. I feel at home again.
Not a problem, man. Thank you.
The Greg Bell Show and Christopher Kidd has returned from a hiatus, as it turned out to be.
14 months to be exact.
Was it 14 months? Not that you were counting. Yeah, that's Christopher Kidd. If you haven't heard him for a while, he still has a voice. He's back on the airs here at 93, the hometown kid. O'Day High School, Washington State Cougar, Christopher Kidd, rejoining me. Just like it used to be, we used to do this for 2024 into the first couple months of 2025. And now we're back. Yep. And this is the show. This is the permanent 10 to noon slot. Greg Bell Show with Christopher Kidd. And then Ian Furness, Jessamine McIntyre, Anders Hurst will be coming on from 12 until 3. That's our new midday lineup here on 93.3 KJR FM. And very gratified, pleased, happy, thrilled to be back with my man Chris Kidd. So this is it, man. We're back like it's old times.
Man, it's crazy how we say that when you would be filling in, just maybe you had some time. You're like, yeah, I could jump in and do 10 to 1, and full circle, you're back at it again a year later. So it's cool to be back in doing this with you again, Greg. It'll be fun. You're old. I'm old. Can we say that now?
Old. You're not old.
I thought you were going to agree with me on
I'm
that
old.
one.
I'm old. You're not old. It's just like we left, man. The Mariners are under 500 in April, May.
Do you want to get to that already? I thought we were going to save that for like the second or third segment. I mean, my goodness. You know what I'm going to say.
Groundhog Day.
I'm sure fans are thrilled right now. Look at this. Yay, we're struggling yet again offensively. Pitching staff is great. Defensively, they also stink. What more could you want with this team? What more?
They're a game and a half out. Everything's fine. It's only April.
Yeah, that is true. And then
I remember you and I, Chris, the first months of hosting this show. Remember they got swept by the Cubs?
Yes.
I'll never forget that. And we came in and we're like, that's it. They're done. It was like the 1st of May or something. Remember that?
Yeah, it was rough. It was bad. I'm sure I have the audio. Maybe one day we can tease ourselves and look back at it and say, man, did we jump the gun? What did they end up doing? So,
yeah.
I don't want to say pump the brakes, but I guess I'll just move on and just say they just need some consistency somewhere. Defensively would help. Offensively, it's getting warm out. It's going to be 70 degrees today.
Yeah,
so,
2 days in a row.
Yeah, that could be the start of something. Marine layer, not so much.
Nobody's talking about that anymore. Julio Rodriguez warming up. He's above 200 now. He's got a streak going of reaching base, and I think it's 15 consecutive games, one of the longest of his career now. Anyway, the Mariners are home, as I mentioned, 3 games against the A's. And the reason why all this is okay is, as I've said, nobody in the American League West is above 500. The A's and the Rangers are 11-11. That's first place. It's good enough for first place. In fact, the best record in the American League right now, Chris, is the New York Yankees, of course, but they're only 13-9. The Blue Jays, the American League champions who went to the World Series and went to Game 7 against the Dodgers, they're 9-3. They're worse than the Mariners right now. They have big problems with their closer. Their bullpen has been in shambles. I mean, the Mariners have been bad, but the Toronto bullpen, they just given up leads left and right. So it could be worse, I should say. I mean, I get all the angst, but if you've been around Seattle for more than a couple days, this is just how it goes. The baseball team just struggles. This year, what's good is there's no trash cans, there's nobody running out in the American League West way out ahead. And so everything's cool. I mean, they're good. They're
chugging along.
They should be better than 10-13, but they're only a game and a half back, and they get the pitching.
See, I think you bring the glass half full look.
Yeah.
Because to your point, you look at the league, the Mariners are not in trouble. They just got to dig out of this little hole, and they'll probably be in first place.
Right.
So I am right there with you. I think it's only a matter of time before consistency rolls in. Right now, they're just in a rut, and I believe this is a good opportunity today against the Athletics to get out of that rut. Get on base, eliminate the errors, pitching, continue doing your thing.
You're right about catching the ball. I mean, just be major league quality.
Just do your job,
defense.
right?
Yeah, the defense is really.
As a coach yourself, you would know the game. Do they have to call you up, Greg? I know you get your hands full with the Seahawks and now this, but maybe they can say, "Hey, Greg, do you have any time to make sure our players are locked in and catching balls?"
They don't need me. I think Perry Hill is not telling them already in their infield and fielding drills. I mean, they just have to catch and throw the ball. They just.
Do your job, guys.
Yeah, do your job.
Come on.
Be major league ready. But, of course, to the NFL draft, I am still at the News Tribune. I am still the Seahawks beat writer, as I've been since 2014. I began covering that team in 2005 for the Associated Press when I moved up here from the Bay Area. And it's interesting to have that perspective now over multiple decades of Seahawks drafts. This one is unique in many ways. One, of course, it's only the second time ever the Seahawks are the Super Bowl champions, coming just a couple months off the Super Bowl to draft. And two, they hold the fewest picks in the NFL this year with 4. It would be the second fewest in franchise history, behind only the 2021 COVID draft, which they punted. They just said, well, it's a COVID draft. We didn't have much chance to. Some of our prospects didn't even play, or they played spring seasons or abbreviated seasons, so let's just not even do this draft. That's the only other time they've had so few picks. I put up my mock draft this morning at thenewstribune.com. I don't think they're going to end up with 4 picks, Chris. I think they're going to go to 5. I think they're going to trade back and just get one extra. But talking to John Schneider a couple times this offseason, including at the Combine in Indianapolis, he made it clear that he thinks this is a weaker draft in depth, in quality, in some of the places that they need to get better at. They just don't have the depth of prospects, especially compared to next year. The Seahawks have 12 picks for next year. That's not an accident. They only have 4 picks for this year. That's not an accident either. It's not like John Schneider just woke up after the Super Bowl and said, oh, my gosh, we only have 4 picks. How did this happen? He meant for this to happen. He traded 2 third-day picks to get Rashid Shaheed in November. That depleted their stock from 6 down to 4. They haven't made any deals yet to go get more picks again because he sees this as a weaker draft. Now, Snyder himself will tell you the draft pick trades don't even really get real until the draft actually starts. When teams are on the clock and teams want to move up and they get a little desperate, that's when the dealing goes. John Schneider has made 74 trades involving draft picks over 16 drafts, Chris. 74. 33 of those have been to move down. Only 10 of them have been to move up. And another 30 or so have been involving players, trading for or trading away players, but 33 trade downs and only 10 to move up. And at 32 in the first round, it's obvious he's not going to move up. He's going to wait for a team like perhaps Arizona, maybe Cleveland, somebody who might want a quarterback. I'm thinking of Arizona off the top of my head, although Arizona only picks a few spots behind 32 back at the top of round 2. Let's say, for instance, Ty Simpson, the quarterback from Alabama, who's not considered to be a top first-round pick, but who might still be and likely still will be available at the end of the first round. Would a team like Arizona or perpetually needy Cleveland jump up from high in the second round and say, Seattle, we want your first-round pick? The reason why John Schneider has traded a first-round pick 14 times over 16 drafts as Seattle's GM he never has. We've talked about this, Chris. He never has first-round talent at where he's picking. On his board, he might have 24. Usually it's around 24, 24 or so guys on his Seahawks board that he has first-round grades for. So when the Seahawks pick at 25, 28, 30, in this case 32, the bottom of the round, they're thinking is why would we pay first-round value, which is slotted by the CBA salary, and the right to a fifth-year contract option, which is guaranteed at the top average of the top salaries in the league 5 years down the road. Why would we do that for a player we think is second or third-round quality? And that, in a nutshell, is why the Seahawks have habitually traded back, because they've always often traded because of their success in the previous year, traded at the end of the first round. Well, now they're the most successful team in the league, coming off the Super Bowl, so they're picking 32nd. There's no way John Schneider has 32 first-round players on his board in this draft, especially in a weaker draft, hence the trade down. Now, just because he wants to doesn't mean it's going to happen. He has tried to trade down in the last few years when he's been in the 20s, and it just hasn't worked out. A couple times with Green Bay. One time he had a deal with with Green Bay, and Miami came up and jumped him and took the guy that the Green Bay Packers were going to trade with Seattle to take in the first round. So things have to fall into place. Just because John Schneider wants to trade down doesn't mean he will. But anyway, at thenewstribune.com, you'll see that I had the Seahawks moving from 32 to 39 and trading with the Cleveland Browns and trading back 7 spots, assuming the Browns might want to get a quarterback or somebody else that they didn't get earlier in their 2 picks in the first round. The Browns are an attractive option for Seattle because they have 2 fourth-round draft picks. The Seahawks have 0 fourth-round picks. As it stands right now, John Schneider has just 1 pick after round 3. They have 3 picks in each of the bottom first 3 rounds, and then not again until the 6th round. Trade of Nick Harris, a center during training camp last year, back to the Browns, netted the Seahawks a 6th-round pick. That 6th-round pick, Chris, is the only pick Seattle has on day 3. Do we really think John Schneider's going to sit around from 8 a.m. Saturday till about 3:30 or 4 o'clock doing nothing or next to nothing?
Absolutely not.
No. So if he trades back, for instance, with Cleveland at 39, he can get Cleveland's 39th pick second round and get Cleveland's 4th-round pick. There's all kinds of permutations of the Jimmy Johnson, Bill Parcells trade value, draft pick trade value charts that they've iterations of. John Schneider himself has said that he has modified it over years. But roughly, atop of the about 6th, 7th pick of the 4th round, plus a second-round pick at 39, that's the value you could get for moving 7 spots down from 32 if you're Seattle. So I was projecting that's what's going to happen. And if they only move down 7 spots, they still have the ability to probably get the guy they want that they didn't have as a first-round pick anyway. You're not moving so far down that you're at the bottom of round 2. I have him take a Malachi Lawrence. Perhaps those of you out there might be rooting for him. I've heard of him. He's an edge rusher, outside linebacker from the University of Central Florida. What is attractive to me for the Seahawks perspective of Lawrence, not only is his pass rushing, and he's 250-plus pounds, and he's 6'4", and he's a prototype size. He has really long arms, 33-inch-plus arms, knocking down passes. He often at Central Florida also dropped into coverage. So there's a multiplicity, versatility factor that we know Mike McDonald loves in his defenders, especially edge defenders. But he's not, Malachi Lawrence is not just a one-trick pass rush guy who just runs straight up the field after quarterbacks. He has dropped into coverage. He's played run support. He has proven to be an all-around offense outside linebacker. Remember, the Seahawks lost Boye Mafe because the Bengals just paid absolutely a ridiculous sum of $20 million a year for him. And all of a sudden, Derek Hall is in the final year of his contract as the edge outside rusher. The Pro Bowl edge defensive end rusher, DeMarcus Lawrence, is turning 34 this month at the end of April. He has, in Mike McDonald's words, said that he is going to come back for his 13th NFL season this fall, but he ain't going to play forever. He's got one more year after this deal left. But with Hall entering the final year of his contract and a decision to be made, Lawrence turning 34 and his future beyond this year in some doubt, or maybe even some for this year, and Boye Mafe gone, you can see edge rusher is something they could use. Not to mention, Mike McDonald can never have enough edge pass rushers. So that's where I think they're going to go at the top of the draft, move down 7 spots, still get Malachi Lawrence. I can hear some of you already out there saying, oh, he's not going to be around, and that's possible. If he's not around, I've got a couple ideas. Cornerback Brandon Cece from South Carolina. If there is, I mean, this guy sounds like the most Mike McDonald guy in the draft. Chris, his position coach at South Carolina, Brandon Cece's position coach, said that Cece is able to recite the responsibilities of all 11 players on a defense for any play in the playbook. And that is exactly what Mike McDonald asked all his Seahawks.
That nerd in him. That's great, because I think, was it Devin Witherspoon that kind of teased about, yeah, Mike's a nerd, man, but I love it. So that's really cool to see, because to your point, that fits in with what this defense is about. You have a corner that can put everybody in position. Not that you need him to, but just his mental capacity to do that, that's impressive. And that sounds like a Mike McDonald guy if I've never heard of one before.
Sure does. Anecdotally, not to mention, Nick Eamon-Worry, who also went to South Carolina, they knew each other from the Columbia, South Carolina area back in high school. Nick Eamon-Worry invited Brandon Cece out to the NFC Championship game here in Seattle, and Cece was at Lumen Field for the NFC title game against the Rams. So that's anecdotally. That's not like, oh, that means he's going to be drafted to the Seahawks. But and Nick Eamon-Worry knows who he is, and you know Mike McDonald's pretty in love with Nick Eamon-Worry. I have in my mock draft at newstribune.com that they will take Brandon Cece at 64, their original second-round pick. I don't know if Cece would last that long. It's spelled C-I-S-S-E, but it's pronounced Cece. But that is my projection. Malachi Lawrence trading down 39 with the Browns to get him in early in round 2, and then Brandon Cece at the bottom of round 2. We'll talk much more about that. 49451 on Tacoma Dodge text line. It's back. It has a sponsor now. I'm glad to see that. It was Sandwich Board Anonymous for a long time, but now that I'm back, it's got the Tacoma Dodge text line. 49451. What do you want to see at the top of the Seahawks draft? Position, player, why? We'll read back your text at 11:30, as Chris and I always used to do before. It's great to be back so we can talk about, yeah, that's cool.
Porn music.
We have Boogie Nights on the radio. Yeah, we still haven't put that. Well, now we have a YouTube. We could actually do something video-wise.
We could get creative. Don't want to get flagged, but yeah, there's a possibility.
Hello to all of you on the YouTube channel. That's new to me as well. Up next, we'll talk more NFL draft. We'll talk about the running back position. We'll talk about edge. We'll talk about cornerback. And we'll talk about how John Schneider doesn't always draft for need, and in fact has said he's gotten in trouble when he's drafted for need. You're going to hear from Rob Refsnyder later about mental health and the Seahawk fans and his own personal support group while he was going 0 for 19. Again, we'll read back your text at 11:30. Ian Furness, the mayor of Maple Valley, will join us at 11:45, headed into his show from 12 until 3. The new middays on 93.3 KJR FM. draft for 2026 for the Seahawks. It's somewhat abbreviated because they only have 4 picks in this year's draft. I have the Seahawks trading back out of 32. Why? Because they don't have 32 first-round players on their board, first-round grades. They trade back with Cleveland. Now, there are a bunch of teams they could possibly trade back with. Arizona, to me, is intriguing because they need a quarterback post Kyler Murray. They did sign Gardner Minshew, your man from WSU.
Go Cougs.
Think he's starting, Chris? Probably right now, right?
I'm going to say yes. What the hell? Prove everybody wrong.
Right, I would think right now he's odds-on favorite to start. But Arizona's only a couple picks behind Seattle at the top of round 2, so there's not a lot of bang for Seattle to move back, or even much less for value for Arizona to move up just a couple spots. But if they thought perhaps Ty Simpson, the quarterback from Alabama, who many think won't be a top of the first round pick, if he was still available at the bottom of round 1, that's when teams get back into the first round. Quarterback needy teams, quarterbacks get elevated higher than maybe their draft grades are. Those are the kind of teams that the Seahawks will be looking at about Thursday. Let's see, 6:37, 7:30. It's 7 minutes, I believe, this year instead of 10. The league has said for each first-round pick. So the first round should go a little more quickly than the normal 3.5+ hours. The Seahawks, the draft starts at 5 Seattle time on Thursday. The Seahawks would normally be scheduling to pick around 8 o'clock. I think we're going to end up, Chris, at the end of Thursday with the Seahawks not picking anybody and then holding one of the top 7 picks in the second round. Now, this has happened before. We've talked about this. This has happened. In fact, John Schneider has made a trade involving his first-round pick 14 times over 16 drafts, and 10 of those trades have been down out of the first round to get more picks. The 4 other times have been involved with players. The Percy Harvin trade of first-round pick to get Percy Harvin to Seattle in 2013, the Jimmy Graham trade with the Saints, Max Unger. To this day, John Schneider still says that was a mistake. And he told Albert Breer on a podcast with the Monday Morning Quarterback this month, he has since told Max Unger, the Pro Bowl center, the former Oregon Duck, that was a mistake. And if they had to do
I think everybody knew it was a mistake when they got it. When you just gave up what for Jimmy Graham? What are we doing?
That did not work, did it?
What are the Seahawks doing? But yeah, it did not work.
Plus a first-round pick and a Pro Bowl center.
And you didn't even use him.
No. They didn't use him.
Hey, Jimmy, we need you to crack back on that linebacker there.
That was not his forte, was it?
Not at all.
Blocking was not his forte. But the Max Unger trade, I've written this for the News Tribune, the Max Unger trade set them back for almost a decade on the offensive line. They went through 10 centers in 9 years. 10 centers in 9 years post Max Unger. You remember us talking about this on our show.
We talked a lot about that O-line, boy. We were using metrics, pulling up articles. I'm looking in 2023, looking at the PFF rankings. The Seahawks are ranked like 30th. And I'm like, yeah, they didn't improve. They didn't add anybody. You're just asking players to get better, which that's the name of the game. Be better at your job. And you know what happened last year? They were, I would say, right above average, and it worked out. Anthony Bradford was a guy that got picked on a lot. And you know what? When you went back and watched the tape, sometimes you're like, buddy, what happened here? But a lot of the times he was doing his job, moving guys out the way. But a couple of times I'm like, Anthony, what are you doing, What are you doing, my friend? Come on, man. But
all right, let's talk about Anthony Bradford, because I have in the Seahawks the 6th round, the last pick of their 5.
Mock draft, yes.
On their mock draft, you can go there to thenewstribune.com right now. Subscribe to the News Tribune while you're at it. But the 6th and final round, the Seahawks are currently drafting the 5th and final pick they have. I haven't taken a right guard, a guy who's made 46 career starts in college at right guard, and not for some small town team either, for the University of Miami. At the top level, just went to the national championship game. And Inez Cooper is a 4-year starter at Miami at right guard, specifically, not a tackle converted to guard, a right guard. And I have them it's somewhat of a project. It's 6th round. He's 6'6". He's actually 6'5" and 3/8, or 7/8, excuse me. He's an 1/8 of an inch from 6'6" full. 334 pounds, like prototypical lineman size. The scouts I've read talking about Inez Cooper say that they like his footwork and his ability to block at the second level on linebackers. What does that sound like? That sounds like John Benton's teaching of the Seahawks outside zone scheme, does it not? Inez Cooper, guard from Miami, 6th-round pick I'm projecting to the Seahawks as their last pick of 5 in this draft. Anthony Bradford suddenly is in the final year of his rookie contract. His deal ends after 2026, and the Seahawks have a decision. They have not habitually re-signed their own linemen until very recently. The bookend tackles of Charles Cross, Abe Lucas re-signings during last season for megabucks is a rarity in Seattle. Normally, they do not re-sign even their own draft picks. You have to go back to like Russell Okung to find tackles and offensive linemen the Seahawks have re-signed after drafting them. Not so now. They've got their 2 bookends. Gray Zabel is absolutely entrenched as a stud starting left guard. They think they've got their center of the future. I mean, almost an accidental find in Jalen Sindell.
Yeah, that was huge.
And an undrafted rookie from North Dakota State and Jalen Sindell, Gray Zabel's former roommate in Fargo and North Dakota State. But now the right guard situation, not just Anthony Bradford's play, because, by the way, and I don't think it's Mike McDonald and his staff blowing smoke, they really like Anthony Bradford.
That's the fun part. Everybody gets on him, but it's like, well, the guys that are watching tape every week, watching him in practice, they believe he earned every snap in those games. Yes, he makes mistakes, and Mike McDonald alluded to that. I think, I forget what he was on with Softy, and they were talking about right guard, Anthony Bradford, and he made it to the point of like, hey, we haven't even started practice yet.
Right.
Like, I'm excited to see what Anthony can do. And last year, it was the same discussion about the running back room. Like, do we need to add anything? Like, Zach Charbonnet is good, and what happened? What happened? It worked out really well. And so did the offensive line for the most part. They had a couple of hiccups here and there, but they were consistently above average, if you ask me, as an entire unit. I know,
especially above Seattle average, yeah.
Yeah, because we have seen bad play from that offensive line. So I'm with Mike McDonald now. Like, I get it. I understand why you sit up here and say, guys, it's April, it's March. Let's not talk about what these guys can and cannot do. Let's get into a practice first. And I'm excited to see what Anthony Bradford can do, not to mention if they draft another guard, because what Bryce Cable do, he's someone that can still make a run for it. But Anthony Bradford, Anthony Bradford earned his opportunity. He earned a starting spot week in and week out. He just has lapses just like anybody else on tape when you watch him for 65 plays.
That is Mike McDonald's point, is that his point is you could take cut-ups of almost anyone in the NFL, for that matter, certainly in the Seahawks offensive line, including Charles Cross, Abe Lucas, and find a couple snaps or 4 snaps, no, in Bradford's case sometimes it was more than that, where he looks like he's standing waiting on a bus. But I will also say this is just facts. If someone else was worthy of playing, they would have played instead of Anthony Bradford. There was a chance that right guard job was open in training camp. Christian Haynes has had 4 chances to win that job since they drafted him, and he can't win it. Under 2 different now offensive line coaches, John Benton and before that, and the Ryan Grubb offensive staff with Scott Huff. Since they've drafted him, they've tried 4 times to give him the job. 3 times as a rookie and last year in training camp, and Christian Haynes has not gotten it. Those that are out there, I've gotten questions about, well, could they trade Christian Haynes? Well, 1, he's still under rookie contract, so he's cheap and serviceable as a depth piece. But 2, who are you going to trade him for? What are you going to trade him for? A bag of teas? He hasn't done much at all to warrant anybody being interested in him. Now, my buddy ESPN.com, Brady Henderson, floated something this past weekend as something interesting on one of his podcast appearances. What about Oluwatimi? He has some experience playing guard. They drafted him as a center. He was the Remington Award winner at Michigan 3 years ago as the top college center. But now Jalen Sindell is absolutely entrenched as a center. Sindell beat Oluwatimi out in training camp at that job. Oluwatimi has some swing value as a potential backup guard, and he's still under contract for 2 more years, 1 more year than Anthony Bradford. But Oluwatimi has now lost a job twice at center and has not been able to unseat Bradford at right guard. Brady Henderson mentions that Oluwatimi would have some trade value, and perhaps they could get a draft pick for Oluwatimi, a late-round pick. Perhaps in this year's draft that they don't have a late-round pick other than 6. That's their only pick in the last 4 rounds. To me, Oluwatimi has more trade value than does Christian Haynes, simply because he's played more, and he has started NFL games. I'm not sure he has enough trade value. I mean, you look at trades, and there's some Pro Bowl players that sometimes get 5th or 6th round picks for him, right? Now you're talking about a backup, 2nd year, 3rd year backup guard center. I'm not sure he'd have much trade value either, though he would have some more than Christian Haynes. Just to let you know on Anthony Bradford, the team's word from Mike McDonald and John Schneider is that they are very pleased with him and that he would not have been starting through the Super Bowl if they weren't. But again, the caveat to that is if there was somebody better, he would have been playing because Bradford had every opportunity to lose that job going into last season, and it didn't happen in training camp. Having said all of that, the contract situation as it is, keep this in mind when you start thinking about what the Seahawks are going to address. The draft, I say this and write this all the time, having done this for 25 years. The draft is not about this year. It's about 4 years. It's projecting what your roster is going to look like 3 and 4 years down the road. Why? Because rookies that you draft get 4-year contracts at slotted, low, relatively inexpensive cost, especially the later round deals. The Seahawks got away with this for years with guys like Chris Carson, who were 7th-round picks who became their number 1 running back. But the idea is if you can find, and the Seahawks have often had success in the later rounds, if you can find guys, Richard Sherman, Cam Chancellor, 5th-round picks who can become starters, your entire roster building is at an advantage because now you can go sign and trade for big money guys during the season because you're paying starters rookie salaries. Can they find that, and will they even try to find that in the offensive line? I said Inez Cooper from Miami, 6th-round pick. At thenewstribune.com, I explain in detail some more why. But I think they go get some more depth piece at offensive line. I don't think they're just, even though they only have 4 picks, Chris, I don't think that's a position they ignore. 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line. What do you want to see the Seahawks do? In round 1, trade down? Is that fait accompli? You know that's going to happen. You want them to pick at 32. Who or what position you want them to pick at 32 and why? We'll read back your text at 11:30. Up next, Rob Refsnyder was 0 for 19 at the start of yesterday's series finale for the Mariners against the Texas Rangers at the Yard in Soto. He hit the first pitch for a home run for his first hit of the season. After the game, he talked about how this has been a struggle, a big struggle for him mentally and emotionally in his first month as a Seattle Mariner. You'll hear from Rob Refsnyder next on 93.3 KJR FM. Thank you for listening in. It's the new, old midday show. Greg Bell of the News Tribune and Christopher Kidd are reunited. Yes, we've made a change here in the midday. Mark James is no longer hosting. Greg Bell, Christopher Kidd. Chris does have a voice for you. Still wondering, it didn't go away in the last year. It is here. It's unearthed, and I'm bringing it back. It's like old times.
I was there. I just, I understood.
You laid low.
Yeah, I understood why he was brought in. So I was like, you got it. It's all good.
For those of you asking on the Tacoma Dodge text line, yes, this is permanent. Yes, this is the full-time new 10 to noon show. Greg Bell, Christopher Kidd, and then at noon until 3, Ian Furness. Go back 3 hours with Anderson Hurst, Jessman McIntyre. That's our new midday lineup, taking you from Chuck and Buck in the morning until Dave Softy Muller and Dick Fain in the afternoon. So for those of you just joining us, this is day one of the redo, the return. Greg Bell Show with Christopher Kidd will be rolling on 10 until noon every day going forward. And, man, just like old times, this thing, I think it's been going on every day since I've been gone. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM brings you the Grand Slam Cash Giveaway because it just won't go away. It's your chance to win $1,000 every hour. How it works is you listen each weekday, every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. for the nationwide keyword to enter on our website, 933kjr.com. This hour, the word is win. That's win, W-I-N, in case you wonder if win was spelled some different way. Enter win on our website at 933kjr.com now for your chance to win $1,000. Don't text it into the text line because that's not where it goes. What does go on the text line, we're going to read back your feedback from listeners at 11:30. What do you want the Seahawks to do with the first pick, their first picks of the draft? They picked 32nd. They picked 64th at the end of round 2. They picked 96 at the end of round 3. And then they have a 6th-round pick. And that's it. 4 picks. Their second few would be the second fewest. At thenewstribune.com right now, I have my mock draft for the Seahawks, and I have them trading back from 32 with Cleveland, 7 spots to pick up a 4th-round pick. And with the 39th pick, which would be their new first-round pick near the top of the 2nd round, I have them taking Malachi Lawrence, edge-rushing outside linebacker from the University of Central Florida, who does it all, who also plays in pass coverage, who does run support, and I think that's why Mike McDonald in particular would like him, not to mention he has a prototype edge rusher length and speed. Malachi Lawrence from Central Florida is my pick for the Seahawks edge rusher. You say, well, no running back? We'll talk about that coming up in the next segment about the running back situation in particular post Kenneth Walker. Back to the hometown 9. The Mariners won 2 out of 3 against the same Rangers who had swept them out of Arlington the week before. And in doing so, as bad as the Mariners have been, they're suddenly just a game and a half out of first place in the American League West. And that's because Texas and the A's, I still want to call them Oakland, they're now in Sacramento, they're in first place at only 11-11. There are no winning teams in the American League West. Yesterday's game got started. Brian Wood was going to be brilliant again. We knew that. Could they score runs for him, which they haven't done much this season? Well, yes, because of Rob Refsnyder. You remember him? He's the veteran platoon outfielder that they saw with metrics in their own eyes and scouting was one of the best at hitting left-handed pitching in the major leagues. So they said, let's make him our guy to go against left-handed starters. Well, the Rangers threw a lefty yesterday. They start Refsnyder, and they put him in the number 1 spot, playing right field. And in the first pitch, the Mariners saw yesterday, he hits a home run for his first hit of the season. He had been 0 for 19, not exactly the way you want to break into a new club that just signed you to a free agent deal. And as a hitting star of yesterday's game, Rob Refsnyder talked after the game about this 0 for 19 start and how he's felt mentally about it.
Yeah, super frustrating, honestly. I feel like thankful for my teammates, trying to help me through. I don't think you ever want to slump, especially early in the year, new team, new city. So definitely been hard on myself, but I've had a lot of help. Our mental coach, Byrne, has helped me. I kind of alluded to that on the field. Honestly, I really appreciate there's been some fans during early batting practice, even today in the outfield that have been, really supportive, and that helps. I'm human, so we hear a lot of things. So just to have the fan support and it meant a lot. It was pretty cool. I've been to some places and played at some places where you kind of get booed at home and things like that, and it definitely wears on you. I think we're all human, but a lot of credit goes to my teammates, like I said, and Byrne. I had a good conversation with Byrne at the end of the game last night, and especially my wife. She's the one that I come home to and have a lot of different conversations at night and things like that. So a lot of credit to a lot of different people.
Byrne is the mental conditioning coach, as it were, and he mentions his wife as well. And he thanks Rob Refsnyder, thanks Mariners fans. It's really easy. In baseball, they play every day, but we see them as fantasy widgets. And if you're betting on guys to get hits and parlays and what have you. They're still human beings too, though. And they hear the boos, and they take it home with them, and they've got pride, and they got to where they are in the major leagues or professional athletics because of their competitiveness and their pride. And they are not used to failing, or else they wouldn't be at this level. And I know a lot of fans don't want to hear, give me a break about the mental health stuff. But the more you hear about mental health and the more you are aware of the fact that there are human beings that play these games that we watch, there's a different perspective to that. And it's not like they don't care, by and large. Yeah, they get paid huge sums of money, but the reason they're getting paid that is because they don't go through 0 for 19 streaks very often. Especially difficult when you're coming to a new city, signing with a new club for the first time, and that was Rob Refsnyder. So it was somewhat of a human moment there to reveal that, yeah, I've been hearing this and wearing it. But he also thanks Seattle's fans for being supportive and talking to him during early batting practice and at the yard. And well, he's not alone, right, Chris? It's not like you can just point out Rob Refsnyder is the reason why they've been sub 500 all month.
No, that would be nice, but you can't do that. So moving along.
He is not the reason that they've been under 500. Kyle Raleigh's still in the 100s. He got a hit yesterday. He struck out again yesterday. Julio Rodriguez is warming up a little bit. Seems like a broken record saying that early in the season, but he's now over 200, which I know is a low bar, but he and Raleigh were both in the 130s for the first couple weeks of the season. Julio Rodriguez is up to 15 games now reaching base, a streak of reaching base by a hit or walk. If they can get now Raleigh going, then they can get their offense a little bit toward the semblance of what they expected it to be. The pitching's going to be there, and the Mariners are going to stay in contention, especially what looks to be a weaker AL West. The trash cans are a mess right now with their pitching staff. And see the Mariners just sweeping them, and they got swept by the Rockies before they came into Seattle, although they did rebound against Colorado. Houston did at home. But there's no team running away with the American League West, so suddenly the Mariners at 10-13 are just a game and a half out of first place. It's pretty early to talk about standings here at April 18th, 19th, 20th. But the point is, it's not as bad as it could be in other seasons and not quite as bad as we may think it has been, because look up and, here they are, game and a half out. The first place Athletics come to town tonight for a 3-game series. The first game tonight is Emerson Hancock is pitching. And Chris, Emerson Hancock has been filling in for injured Bryce Miller in the rotation. But I joked last week when I was on with Chuck, I don't see any reason Bryce Miller shouldn't be like on a 60-day rehab assignment down in Tacoma so that Emerson Hancock could stay in the rotation. Why would you take him out?
We'll see if they pull the plug. But at the same time, they're just throwing stuff to see what sticks because it's the E word early.
Yep.
I don't know if I'd want to do that, but it's a healthy season. So let's just edge towards mid-May and see how things are with the pitching. And if you need to make some changes, you make those changes. Now is the time to test things out and see if it sticks. But as the season progresses, you really gotta stick to something because it could really derail you later on.
Emerson Hancock deserves to. I mean, the guy's been lights out, pitching shutouts in the 7th innings of starts. Bryce Miller, it's interesting. The Mariners have come out and said, well, it's going to be about a 30-day rehab assignment at AAA. Baseball teams don't usually do that. Usually it's like, well, we'll see how many days he needs down there, how many starts. No, they just said, it's going to be a month. So Hancock's going to be in for at least the next 4 weeks, as he should be, which means at least 3 or 4 more starts, including tonight against the A's at the Yard. That's a 6:40 start down at the Yard instead of a 3-game series. And then the Mariners head out to the Midwest to play St. Louis coming up this weekend again. For all the angst we've had in the first month of the season over the hometown team, they are just a game and a half out of first place at 10-13. They're better than the Blue Jays. Their opponents in the ALCS last year, Subterranean Blue Jays, have had even more bullpen problems than the Mariners. Up next, second hour of the show, we'll give you a new keyword that you can type in nationwide. Search for $1,000 on our Grand Slam cash giveaway. 11:30 at the Tacoma Dodge text line. We'll read back your text. The question we posed at the top of the show: what do you want the Seahawks to do with the first pick in the draft? Player, position, trade back. What do you want to do and why? what he thinks going to happen. We'll be back your text at 11:30. Ian Furness will join me leading into his show from 12 until 3. But up next, running back. Christopher Kidd and I want to talk about the post-Kenneth Walker Seahawks and what they're going to do in the draft at that position. That's next on 93.3 KJR FM. Frostbite, of course, I choose chill. First of all, let's give you a chance for this hour's keyword to win $1,000 on the KJR Grand Slam cash giveaway. Go to 933kjr.com right now and type in Bills, Buffalo Bills, what you could pay if you win $1,000 Bills, B-I-L-L-S, B-I-double-L-S. Enter it now at our website, 933kjr.com. Chance to win $1,000. Ian will have another keyword next hour for his 12 to 3 show on our midday schedule. Headlines brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Mariners won 2 out of 3 games over the weekend against ALS leading Texas at the Yard in Soto. Brian Wu, brilliant again yesterday. Rob Refsnyder, who you just heard from last segment, his first hit of the season, a leadoff home run on the first pitch of the game. And then a 1-2-3 ninth and 3 strikeouts from Andres Munoz, a relieving appearance by the closer who had given away a 5-6 run lead in San Diego the previous week. Mariners just a game and a half out, 10-13. They play the A's. The Athletics are 11-11, tied with Texas for first place. Game 1 of that series tonight, 6:40 at the Yard in Soto. Emerson Hancock, recently brilliant, is going to be on the mound for the Mariners. The NFL draft is Thursday. You probably know that. The Giants jumped into the top 10 of round 1 by trading 3-time Pro Bowl defensive lineman Dexter Lawrence to the Cincinnati Bengals. New York now has the 5th and 10th picks of round 1. Seattle has the 32nd pick in round 1 at the end of the first round, and 4 picks overall, second fewest in team history, the fewest in the league this year. NBA playoffs are in the first round. San Antonio, Wembanyama went nuts last night, looking like a point guard, spinning and moving guy. That guy's amazing for being 7+ feet. They beat the Blazers rather easily in Texas. The Celtics dominated the Sixers in Boston. OKC with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander flopping all over the place just blew out that. And is that even going to be a series, Chris? I mean, that's like Phoenix.
Negative.
No, Phoenix might lose in 3 games of best of 7 in that series. Stanley Cup playoff. Buffalo was down 2-0 with 8 minutes left last night in their first playoff game in 15 years. They rallied with 3 goals in 5 minutes, beat the Bruins to win Game 1. Montreal won Game 1 at Tampa Bay in overtime. Colorado beat Los Angeles. Vegas beat Utah both in Game 1s. Tonight, the Flyers try to go to 2-0 in its series lead at the Penguins in Pittsburgh. Carolina tries to do the same thing on home ice against Ottawa. Dallas tries to even its series at a game apiece at home against Minnesota. Edmonton starts its first-round series of the Stanley Cup playoffs at home tonight against Anaheim. That's the late game. Sounders on Saturday night got back to MLS play and smoked St. Louis 4-1 in the stadium. Christian Roldan brace 5-1-1 for the Sounders. They play next against FC Dallas on Saturday night right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Back to the NFL draft. That's front and center of the sports news this week. You probably heard or know that the Super Bowl MVP has left town. Kenneth Walker took a big bucks contract from Kansas City, priced himself at $14 million a year, way out of the Seattle Seahawks price range, which is why they didn't bring him back. They hadn't budgeted for that. And so they let him go. So what are the Seahawks left at running back, and is that a draft pick priority? Well, let me say this as a disclaimer, first of all. John Schneider talks often, the general manager for the Seahawks, about don't draft for need. And his drafts that he believes have been subpar have been when he has pushed need over best player. He will tell you that the Seahawks and he are at their best drafting when he takes the best player on their draft board when it's time for the Seahawks to pick. Not, hey, we really could use a running back because Kenneth Walker left. Who's the best running back we have left available? And then you end up getting some guy who might be ranked a round or 2 below where you're actually picking just because of need. And he said he has done that in previous drafts and has failed. And that's part of the reason the Seahawks won 11 years between Super Bowl appearances. Post Legion of Boom, you can think of a couple people. Malik McDowell comes to mind, of someone that they took as a need pick over what they thought was the better player. They also are really strongly considering intangibles and personalities and culture. They want a guy that they're going to draft to fit the culture that these guys came in. I mentioned Brandon Cece. What to me makes him a Seahawk and a likely second-round pick for Seattle, if he's still available then, is his culture, his makeup, his football acumen, the fact that he knows every one of the 11 defensive spots, his position coach at South Carolina says, and he can recite what 11 responsibilities are on defense on every play. That sounds like a culture Mike McDonald guy to me, not to mention he plays a hell of an outside corner and run supports and tackles as well. I think Brandon Cece is going to be a second-round pick for the Seahawks. My mock bet to the Seahawks is at thenewstribune.com. Okay, so what about running back? Well, I spent most of this month, Chris, thinking that Jadarian Price was going to be a Seahawk. The second best running back, most scouts say, in this draft behind his teammate, Jeremiah Love. Why? Well, running back's an obvious need, like we said. But John Schneider usually waits till the latter half of his drafts to pick his running backs. Damian Martinez last year for Miami, who didn't end up working out at all and is no longer on the team. Chris Carson is the most glaring example of that, a 7th-round pick out of Oklahoma State, who became their starter in bell cow until he had a neck issue that forced him out of football. That Chris Carson is a tell. That is by and large not only the Seahawks but the NFL's philosophy on running backs right now. Draft them, use them while they're young and not hurt, and have them relatively inexpensive instead of re-signing them like Kenneth Walker for a second contract that costs more for a position that's the most attrited and injured one in the sport. Now, the drop-off in the draft is weak. John Schneider tells us that. The Seahawks see it that way. That's why I only have 4 picks. And running back might be the weakest of the weakest draft. The weakest position many people feel is running back. And the 2 Notre Dame guys, Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price, are the top 2 by a landslide. And then it is a cliff, many people think, from 2 to 3, 4, 5. I thought for a month that they were probably going to go Jadarian Price. They saw him at his pro day in Notre Dame. They've been talking to the running backs coach reportedly talking to him at the pro day. The Notre Dame running backs coach can also return kicks. Was one of the best kickoff returners in college football. Returned one for a touchdown against USC. And averaged over 6 yards a carry in 2 seasons while as the backup to Jeremiah Love. But then I started thinking about it, Chris, and I see them being pretty content with perhaps going with a potpourri of running backs, a committee, perhaps headlined by Emmanuel Wilson, who they signed to a 1-year deal, a 500-yard back, a part-time back with Green Bay, who's still in his 20s. Kenny McIntosh is coming back. They don't know when he'll be on the field. It won't be in the spring, Mike McDonald said, but he had the knee injury that cost him the entire season last year. That knee injury happened in July, so it's not a Charbonnet situation. Charbonnet, remember, the ACL tear happened in January. 8 to 12-month typical recovery means he won't be back till mid-September at the earliest after the season has already begun. Charbonnet suddenly is in the last year of his contract. They signed Emmanuel Wilson from Green Bay. He's got a 1-year deal. Kenny McIntosh is going into the last year of his rookie contract, and he's yet to fulfill any promise because of all the injuries he's had. George Halani is a restricted free agent. They brought back a 1-year contract. Velus Jones Jr., Cam Akers, a former Rams #1 pick. Who are those guys? Well, they happen to be active for the Super Bowl in February off the practice squad. They also are coming back on 1-year deals. Chris, every one of the running backs the Seahawks have are not signed past 2026. Including Zach Charbonnet, who had 12 touchdowns last year, the most since Marshawn Lynch in 2014. Again, I go back to what I said last segment, 2 segments ago. The draft is not for this year. The draft is for 2, 3, 4 years down the road and what you see your salary cap and your position and your roster to be. And when they decide whether to take a running back at the top of this year's draft, they want to know that running back is who they think will be on the roster and perhaps their lead back in 4 years. If you're going to take them with your #1 pick, be it 32 in round 1 or trading back in round 2, he damn well better be on the team in 3 or 4 years and not pull a Damian Martinez and get cut as a rookie. Now, Martinez was a 7th-round pick, but you're not going to go to a running back in a weak class if you don't think he can be your starter in 2, 3, 4 years from now. And that's why I don't think they're going to take a running back first. I've gotten off of that. I don't think they're going to take Price first. I think they're going to take an edge rusher or a cornerback. I could see him taking Brandon Cece instead of Malachi Lawrence with that first pick at 39 after trading down for the Browns. My mock draft is at thenewstribune.com. What say you? 49451, it's coming out of Texas. You want to come hell or high water? You want a running back first? I've got him taking a running back, but not till round 4. I think the league views this year's running back class so weakly that Mike Washington Jr., the 223-pound running back from Arkansas, will still be available to the Seahawks in the 4th round as maybe the 3rd back picked in this draft. Washington's big concern is he had 10 fumbles for 3 different teams in college football, Buffalo, New Mexico State, and Arkansas's 1 year at Arkansas. But he, in turn, he impressed everybody at the Combine by running at 223 pounds. He ran a 4.33 40, which was the fastest 40 time for any back over 220 pounds. He may be gone by round 4. The Seahawks may be fine with that. My point is, I don't think they're reaching for one. I know they're not. And I could definitely see them not even picking one because this draft is so weak. And let's run with Emmanuel Wilson and hope Kenny McIntosh comes back. And let's see when Charbonnet gets back. And let's run with Cam Akers, who used to be a lead back in this league. Chris, what say you? You think it has to be running back or bust, or what do you see them doing?
I don't. I trust what they're doing, their vision. I was not big on rotating Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet last season, and it worked out very well. It was allowed Kenneth Walker to be healthy for the Super Bowl. He played every single game last season, and he was able to go get a contract elsewhere. Now, it would have been nice if the Seahawks were able to retain him, but the price didn't match. They weren't willing to take that risk. So for me, looking at it, I think it's fair to say, you know what? Kenny McIntosh in that preseason last year, he showed that he could be a backup running back, maybe even a starter if need be. So I think the Seahawks are of that mindset. They're not going to go out and reach. They are confident with the offensive line improved. If they can just get a guy that can hold onto the football, get a couple of yards of carry, the offense will be just fine. They don't need a Kenneth Walker. It would be nice to have that home run ability, but do they really need it? JSN is taking the next step. So there's a lot of things that a defense is going to key in on that might not have to do with the running back. It is nice to have someone that on the first carry, they can just take it to the house. And that's what Washington Jr. brings. But if he's not there, then you move ahead with what you have, whether it's Zach Charbonnet returning at some point in the regular season. Kenny McIntosh is 100% healthy. He's good to go. And then you listed the other running backs on the roster that might get opportunities, whether
Cam
it be
Akers, Velus Jones,
any of those
George
guys.
Halani. George Halani impressed them in the NFC title game and Super Bowl.
Yeah, and people were like, why is he getting carries? Well, he's not doing bad. He's doing
made
okay.
People miss in the Super Bowl.
He made plays, and if you want to get on a roster and get an extension, get paid more, they all have an opportunity to do that this year. So maybe the Seahawks are thinking, yeah, one of these guys could potentially pop. But right now, we're in April. We'll see what happens when we get to OTAs, when we get to mini camp and all of these things where you get to see these players and see how they are with this new offensive coordinator that came in with everything going on with the O-line, with the running back situation. So I'm of the mindset that I think the Seahawks are not going to press panic on it. If at 64 right now, if Mike Washington Jr. is available, why wouldn't the Seahawks take him if he's available? But to your point, a guy with that upside, he might not be available.
Yeah,
I don't know too many teams are going to be like, yeah, he fumbled a lot. We can't fix that. We can't help him be better at taking care of the football. We're going to pass on that and let another team get him.
But how does the league value running backs? They are so devalued anymore that maybe teams won't spend a second-round pick on one. Now, the Seahawks have spent a second-round pick on running backs two of the last 4 years, right? They back-to-back years, Kenneth Walker in the second round out of Michigan State. The very next year, Zach Charbonnet in the second round, 2023, out of UCLA. But now, first of all, their offensive line is better than it was then.
Oh, yeah.
They have a direction, outside zone, clarity in their coaching. John Benton has come back on the staff. That is a big factor here. And if you think your offensive line has become strong enough to be carrying your offense, then you can go with the
I don't know if they're
committee.
there yet, but we'll find out, right? Because I think they took the next step as to prove that they can be decent to better to good. I think they're in that good range. If they're going to be the catalyst, then my goodness, you have an elite defense, a good offensive line that Greg Bell and I can run behind. This team is a favorite to win the Super Bowl if that's the case.
That's not good carry. You could run behind. I can't.
Greg, if
your Achilles is healed, you could run behind.
I never had an Achilles injury.
Oh, I thought you had an Achilles with flag football.
No. Just, nothing serious.
Just
but
getting old.
I believe in you, Greg.
Yeah.
Just follow the light.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right, here's a name for you, Husky fans. Jonah Coleman.
But see, Greg, how many power backs do you want on your roster?
I'll take a Jonah Coleman on my roster. I wouldn't take my second round pick on him.
I know, but you'd be okay with Zach Charbonnet and
I don't know when Charbonnet's coming back.
Let's assume he's back.
Mike Washington Jr. from Arkansas, you could argue, is a power back. He's 223 pounds now.
Yes, but he also had
4.33.
that Kenneth Walker gone.
Yeah,
and that's what Jonah doesn't have.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm like, do you really want two of those guys?
This is spoken by a Seattle native, an O'Day graduate, but also a Washington State Cougar, just to put it in perspective.
You're making it real personal.
I'm just keeping it context. I'm just making it some context.
I just don't know.
I'm just also showing that I know you. We go way back. Chris, if you're just listening to the show going, who's this voice? It's Christopher Kidd. He's back. He is back.
There is a good comp. They call him the thick Bucky Irving. What do you think of that comparison?
Jonah Coleman?
Yes, a thick Bucky Irving. This is from The Ringer, the NFL Draft Guide.
Well, that would work. What would be wrong with that in the Seahawks backfield?
Probably nothing.
I actually think Bucky Irving is a very good player for Tampa Bay. And when he's hurt, their offense goes nowhere. I saw a stat, I think it was Warren Sharp Analytics Football. He was talking about Jonah Coleman being number one in the draft class in yards after contact, first down, percentage of first down, all these statistics that say bona fide number one running back. Now, he doesn't have the gigantic size, and to Chris's point, he's not seen as decisive as a runner and more of a power back. He could be a sixth-round pick option. I mentioned Inez Cooper, the right guard from Miami, is who I projected at newstribune.com for the Seahawks to pick in the sixth round with their final pick.
I guess I'm just spoiled with the Thunder and Lightning, right? Last season you had Thunder with Zach Charbonnet and your Lightning with K9, and it was now I'm like, oh, do it again.
Right.
As opposed to just having two Thunder
Well, was Kenny McIntosh your Thunder and Lightning?
Well, I don't know. I mean, sure.
No one's seen him, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm just projecting that, he'll be fine.
I don't know that you can plan on Zach Charbonnet. Is it a given that in 8 to 12 months he's going to come back and be the 12 touchdown guy he was this past season?
Probably not. They're probably going to ease him into it and not just be like, hey, man, the same workload you had last year, it's third and short in the goal line.
Exactly. He's going to be on a PUP list to begin training camp, and he's going to be on a 3-week run-up in practice when they finally do activate him, which will take you into at least October at the best case. And his contract ends after this year. What's their choice on him? I can't. At this point, why would you re-sign him?
Just don't chase roles, Seahawks. Just do not chase roles. Chase, if you can find a complete back in the draft, great. If not, you have plenty of running backs on your roster, and maybe one of them does pop. Is it a big risk to say that none of them do? That could be like, well, that was stupid. You could have easily did A, B, and C, but you didn't.
And again, none of the Seahawks running backs are signed beyond 2026.
Yeah, that's
really odd.
Yeah.
And that to me means they're going to draft one.
Yeah, that's
Chip Trayanum is a former Ohio State Buckeye, Arizona State running back. He was at Kentucky, then he ended up at Toledo. He rushed for 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns for Toledo last year. My buddy Brady Henderson said the Seahawks had a top 30 prospect visit with Chip Trayanum out of Toledo at the running back position. So they've already met with Mike Washington Jr. at Arkansas on a top 30 visit. Now those aren't, if he visited Seahawks, they're going to draft him. But last year, 3 guys they drafted that had been top 30 visits: Nick Eamon-Worry, Bryce Cable-Dew, and Torrey Horton. Torrey Horton was coming to make sure that they were checking his medicals and make sure that his leg injury, a season-ending leg injury from Colorado State, was okay. And then, sure enough, he lasted only into the first week of November, and he injured his shin. By the way, that is the most mysterious, extensive shin injury in the history of shins.
Yeah, he got really jacked
They
up.
won't talk about what happened. We can only assume. We keep pressing them too, McDonald and everybody else in the building. You can only assume, and this is a supposition I shouldn't probably make without knowledge, that it had to be a fracture of some kind. I mean, how could you be out from November until training camp the following year? They said McDonald just said this a couple weeks ago that he is not going to be on the field for any of the OTAs or mini camps this spring.
Very unfortunate, because they brought him in and he looked phenomenal.
Right.
You thought, oh my goodness, Rashid Shaheed, JSN, and the young rook Torrey Horton, Cooper Kupp, we love you too, but this is like, wow.
And that's what they think they're going to get if Torrey Horton comes back in time for training camp. And when they re-signed Rashid Shaheed, it wasn't, well, we have Torrey Horton, why were you re-signing Shaheed? They want them both.
Yeah.
They want both of them to be stretching defenses and then JSN work underneath them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We will see. And Torrey Horton is another one, just like Kenny McIntosh. Those are 2 big pieces to their plans in the offense, these post-Kenneth Walker moves. And when they didn't bring back Rashid Shaheed for $17 million just to be a wide receiver. Obviously, he's a Pro Bowl game-breaking kick returner that was probably the MVP of the second half of the season for his kick returns.
Yeah, John Schneider looks like a genius with that trade.
Yeah.
My goodness, he came in and won 2 games for you.
They
by
don't
himself.
win that Rams second game in the overtime if he doesn't return that touchdown with 8 minutes left. They're down 16 points until he did that. Yeah. And if they don't win that game, Chris, they don't get the first round. They don't get the first seed. They don't get the bye. They don't have home playoff games.
It's a completely different discussion.
They're playing the NFC title game in Inglewood. Yeah.
They could win, but man, it'd be a lot different.
That was Rashid Shaheed last year.
Playoff MVP. I know they gave the MVP in the Super Bowl to K9, but if they have a quote unquote playoff MVP,
like cocky.
yeah, like how could you not say Rashid Shaheed?
I would pay him $17 million a year just for that game against the Rams.
It's funny you mention that. After the game, I'm thinking, how does this guy not have an extension on the door on his locker? Like, hey, bud, we want to see if you want this extra 16 mil for X amount of years.
Because his agent is smart, and so keep running those kicks back into the playoffs with the whole league watching.
Everyone's like, did they overpay? Well, a little, but he's a need that you have. You got to have him.
He
He's
changed
that good.
the season. He absolutely did. Up next, your chance to be a part of the show. Also, I guess you can comment on our little YouTube thing here right now. You can put in a little YouTube comment.
Yeah.
You're watching us on streaming on YouTube. Put in a comment. We'll read that back. We'll also read back your text on the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. Your chance to be a part of the show is coming up next on the Greg Bell Show with Christopher Kidd, The Return on 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, let's get things rolling. Hey, might be a little sore, Greg, but give us your take on Navy crushing Army back in
come on.
December.
You're going to lead. I come back, unearthed from a year away, and you hit me with Navy beating Army? That's your first thing?
You know, the text line said, hey,
come on.
I know it's been a while, but I just got to know, Greg, not trying to bring up old things, but can you help me out? You want to talk about it? And it sounds like he doesn't want to, ladies
That was
and
a
gentlemen.
10-1 Army team that lost to a very middling team. No, Navy was good last year, and Army was okay. But, no, I don't want to talk about that. I was there. Justin McIntyre were there. We're going to be there again this December, second week of December. It's in New York. It's going to be the Meadowlands. But, yeah. Next. Sorry.
Hey,
Go Army,
Greg,
Navy.
if you asked John Schneider about Creed Humphrey, what do you think a one-word reaction would be from him?
I thought we would get through the whole show without bringing up Creed Humphrey, a draft show.
Well, no, when we started talking about the O-line and you mentioned Unger and Jimmy Graham, it was eventually somebody was going to take a bite on the bait.
He
there.
does not like being asked about Creed Humphrey. That was the D. Eskridge draft. D. Eskridge. Remember him? That's a blast from the past. He was their top pick that year. That was the COVID draft, was it not? That was the year they got only 3 picks.
Yes.
Creed Humphrey was not one of them. But I guess Jalen Sindel wouldn't be your starting center if they drafted Creed Humphrey, although your center would still cost $20 million a year.
You got one now, Greg?
No, go ahead.
All right. Greg, I'm curious. If you had to put any money down on the NBA playoffs to win the championship, that is, would you just go San Antonio? And that's from the 253.
Man, well, we should ask my partner, Chris Kidd, more than me, but...
Well, you know who they got. It's not like you don't know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Are the Lakers really for real? Is that just a charade?
Well, Kevin Durant didn't even play.
Okay.
His knee hurts. My knee, guys. I have a little contusion.
Wait, they do load management for 8 months for the playoffs, and then when the playoffs start, it's my knee hurts?
It was really fascinating because personally, I drafted Kevin Durant for our green jacket draft that we do every year for the NBA playoffs. So I got KD thinking he was, going to play with game one. I didn't even hear about it until he's warming up. They're like, oh, yeah, by the way, KD's not going to play tonight in game one because he has a knee contusion. I was like, oh, cool. So I start off playoffs with a 0 from KD. Thumbs up, guys.
Some load management for the playoffs.
But to answer your question, the Lakers are in an interesting position because they don't have Luka. They will not have Austin Reeves for the first round. And now you're looking at a 41-year-old to just be great again, which he probably can do, but that's just...
Is Bronny James on the roster for the playoffs? Or was
yeah,
that just...
he's still playing. He's been earning minutes.
Oh, okay.
So, to share a court with your son in a playoff game is probably pretty cool for him.
So why not the Spurs? Especially because they broke out the old colors, the 90s colors last night.
That was funky and cool. I'm not going to lie. I enjoyed that.
That was when they used to play in the Alamo Dome. They used to play in the football
That's
stadium.
right. Yeah.
They played, when I was a kid, they played in Hemisphere Arena. George Gervin. You ever heard of George Gervin?
The Iceman.
Thank you.
Hey, Caleb Williams. Social respect
Thank
here,
you.
buddy.
Yes, thank you.
These
Those of you
babies
that
born
say
in
Caleb
2000.
Williams is the Iceman.
No, Caleb Williams
George
is a
Gervin,
good football
the
player.
finger roll.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you. But they played in Hemisphere Arena downtown. Well, I was in the fairgrounds. And then they played the Alamo Dome, a football stadium, which, by the way, is one of the best football stadiums I've ever been in to cover. It's beautiful sightlines. It's where the Huskies and Keith Price had a shootout with RG3 and Baylor in the Alamo Bowl. I was there for that. Yeah, okay, let's say Spurs. Anybody in the East worth? I wish
Boston.
the Knicks were good.
Well, this is the year. The Knicks,
Brunson.
They were good last year.
Yeah, they were. They got beat by the Pacers.
Exactly.
How can the Pacers, didn't they finish last in the league?
Well, when you lose Miles Turner, a guy that rebounds, defends, and your best player tries to gut it out in a game 7 and blows his Achilles, you can just kiss your season goodbye.
But really? Do they go that bad?
They also traded one of their guards, so they had to do something, and
they tanked.
Yeah, so that's just the risk of.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I
would
root for the Knicks. When I was back at West Point, I used to go to Knicks games and follow the Knicks. And this was back in Charles Oakley.
Back when violence was, that was part of the
thug
game.
Ball. I mean, it was.
You got punched in the face.
Ewing,
It's common foul.
John Starks. That was the Knicks that I liked when I was in college.
Okay.
Jacardia Wright, 253. I think Jacardia Wright might be a sleeper in the running back room. That's interesting. He's been a summer training camp star, and then has been mostly a practice squad player. But they did re-sign him. He's on the 90-man roster. He's also just signed for this year. Reminds me a lot of Arian Foster.
I haven't heard that name in a while.
That's a Houston Texans reference.
Man, he was phenomenal.
Tennessee. That I would neglected to mention Jacaria Wright is in the stable of running backs and perhaps on the committee. Good pull there from 253. Thank you.
This is a fun one, and Greg's probably going to laugh and be like, no, I haven't. But have you seen Gladiator yet? And that's from Jason.
Thanks, Jason. No. I'm
disappointed in you, Greg.
Chris is shaking his You could probably see it now on
you had
YouTube.
14 months. What you been doing, man? You
Not that.
You let the beard grow out and everything, but you haven't spent 2 hours.
I shaved for the show, but yeah, I haven't spent 2 hours in Gladiator.
Yeah.
Is that a Christmas movie, someone said?
No, that would be Die Hard.
Okay, that's the debate is Die Hard Christmas
And
movie.
in a debate, it's kind of a Christmas movie. And if you're wrong, if you disagree, people hate you for it. So we'll just leave it at that. You know, Chuck Powell can break it all down for you because he's brought it up a few times as well.
Okay.
It's definitely a Christmas movie, not a debate. Next. All right, Greg, I agree with you that your take that the Seahawks should use players they know they're going to re-sign and trade them for more picks. At worst, they become what? Depth players, correct?
Yeah, I mean, because there's 4-year contracts, you're not going to cut them by. Well, not always. They cut Damian Martinez.
Here we go. I'm sure Greg is only back for the hourly keyword dominating factor fiction. It's good to hear you back, Greg.
Appreciate that. Bills was the word this hour, by the way. BILS 93.3 KJR.
Hey, from the 360. Bronny is earning minutes. That's 4 minutes of action. All right? That's earned. JJ didn't go, you know what, bud? Get in there. He earned those 4 minutes.
What seed are they? 4th? 3rd?
They are the 4th seed playing the 5th against the Houston Rockets. So,
That's right.
they were looking good. There was a tier. It was OKC, Denver Nuggets, and who am I? Oh, and the Spurs.
What do you think of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, by the way? As great of a player as he is, but why does he flop all over the place like his
because
limbs
the
are
game
broken?
has changed. And nowadays it's all about, can you sell this to your ref to get to the foul line to get an opportunity to score and dominate? And
To drive up your scoring average?
No, just to beat teams. He could care less about scoring. He wants to win another championship. And one way to do that, get to the foul line and make free throws. Because you know what he shoots? 90. So
and because of the MVP, he gets all the calls, right?
Well, he's phenomenal at just, you put your hand anywhere in there, he's good at just going up.
As a basketball guy, do you like watching that?
I like watching him create separation.
He looks like an Italian soccer player on the floor.
He is so
sometimes.
smooth.
He's just falling all over the place, though.
Well, he is smooth.
If there was simulation in the NBA, he would lead the league in it.
Oh, yeah. He's a flopper for sure.
But why is that respected or lauded or
the same way Joel Embiid did it? A 7'2" dude that spent a majority of his career at the foul line and earned MVP votes and dominated other bigs. SGA's just doing it at the guard position. You just don't see guys being able to dribble like that and get those calls. Usually the refs just ignore it, but he gets fouled. It's not like, now I will admit, sometimes he does flail, but a lot of the times he's really smart at getting the ball to where he wants. You reach as a defender, and now he's at the line and he gets 2 buckets. And there's not much you can do because he is so shifty and he has a good handle. And you know what else he can do? He can shoot the midi. He can shoot the 3. So now you're like, well, how do I stop this guy? You put your hands up, doesn't matter. He bumps into your chest. He's just really smart, and he plays the game the right way, and he gets his teammates involved, which is why I'm afraid that they're going to win another championship.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, you're a Seattle guy who's going on about Oklahoma City.
Not good. Hey,
you think they're going to win it, huh?
Spurs are the only one. Spurs are the only hope. Or Denver. If Jokic can just be what he is, and Jamal Murray can play some better defense, but they look like they're just unstoppable, man. It sucks to say that because this could be Seattle, but
hopefully we'll get a vote in July about the Sonics coming back, and that can take off some of the June finals. It sounds like Oklahoma City's on their way to it. We'll see. The Sonics may not become official until the winter's deep fall, but that's what we have to look forward to here in Seattle. But not talk about Oklahoma City winning back-to-back titles. Ugh. That's gosh.
Sorry, my bad. You can just tease that the mayor's coming up. My apologies.
360 says Halani and McIntosh until a glass of Chardonnay. Well, that's assumption. Can Charbonnet come back during the season? We'll see if Zach Charbonnet come back from the ACL. The mayor of Maple Valley, I think he's in-house today. I thought I saw him out there somewhere. Mayor of Maple Valley, Ian Furness. He's up next. We're going to talk a little bit to each other. It's a long time no see with him. heading into his show 12 to 3 as the midday rolls on 93.3 KJR FM. The Friends music is back. This is when we do our crosstalk. The Greg Best Show with Christopher Kidd, day one of the redo here on 93.3 KJR FM. Yes, this is the permanent change for the midday, and from 12 until 3, Ian Furness will be with you, and he joins us from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center Seahawks headquarters, which I am heading to. We are going to carry at 1 o'clock the press conference, the pre-draft press conference that General Manager John Schneider and Coach Mike McDonald will be doing from the VMAC, from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center.
Hello.
Hello, sir. You're
hey,
there.
Greg, how are you?
I am well.
Happy first day of school.
Yes, it does seem like I have my lunchbox and everything else.
Yeah. Did you get a picture for your mom?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. My kid's got his first day of a class today for post-grad stuff, and I said, Mom's going to need a picture, first day picture.
That's right.
Yeah, he wasn't happy with that. You know what, big fella? Make it happen.
Grade 17 for him.
Yeah, is that what it would be? I think so. Yeah. So, well, congratulations. Good to hear your voice.
Thank you, sir. Pretty good to talk to you.
Yeah.
So, what do you want to see from the Seahawks? We talked about running back. Do you think it's like imperative that they have to do that?
Man, I stopped guessing what John Schneider's going to do probably in 2011.
Yeah.
Because you're never going to be right. I mean, that's the obvious need, right? For sure.
It's a weak draft for running back. Weak drafted period, but a weak draft in particular for running backs.
Yeah. I just hope there's picks on Saturday because we got a lot of radio to do Saturday.
I think they're going to gain at least one pick. I can't imagine him just going 4 rounds with only one pick in the 6th round.
Well, the last time was the COVID year,
mm-hmm.
and then the following 2 or 3 drafts have been spectacular, right? So when he has done that, it's been pretty good. Like it's been really good. So I mean, I don't know. I think it's so much fun because we're guessing. We're playing a guessing game with him, and kind of past history. We learn from history, and we know that he likes to move down. It's 10 of the 14 times or whatever it is.
Yep, 14 out of 16 is drafted first round.
Yeah. So I mean, I think all those things come into play. The running back position, edge rusher, corner, for some competition with Job for sure and some depth.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the positions of need. That's not a secret. The other thing is they return 10 of 11 starters on offense.
Right.
You lose Kobe Bryant, but you got Ty Okada. You've got some depth at the corners of young guys and safety, some young guys. I wonder, Greg, if the name Jacardia Wright's going to be one.
Yeah, we brought him up. That's right.
You're good. Yeah, because I think that, one of those guys, it's, training camp, preseason All-Pro, and then goes on the practice squad and then gets hurt and is on IR the rest of the year. You forget about him.
Right.
But I think they were pretty high on that.
Yeah, and he's been in the building for a while. I got to get out in a hurry to give you clear decks. What do you got going on today?
We're going to, just with the new world we live in, we're going to mollywop today at noon, actually 12:20,
Mm-hmm.
with Nathan and Chris, and kind of recap the Mariner weekend that was. We'll carry the news conference coming up at 1 o'clock with John Schneider and Pete Carroll. God, Freudian slip. It was 3 years in. John Schneider and Mike McDonald will carry that coming up at 1 o'clock and react to that, obviously, as well. And then after we went off the air on Friday, after he's making his way around, it was a long locker cleanout day. I sat down for an extended conversation with Lane Lambert with what he wants to see moving ahead to get to the point where this should be the most fun time of the year if you're an NHL fan. And for us in Seattle, it hasn't been the last couple of years. So we'll talk to him coming up at 1 o'clock. Pretty blunt from him. So looking forward to that as well. So,
Lane Lambert's coming back as the coach. It's been confirmed. Todd Lewicki told me that in the air last week.
He's coming back. He's coming back. Yeah.
That's Ian Furness. He'll be with you from 12 until 3. He'll have a keyword for you for a $1,000 Grand Slam cash giveaway. Greg Bell, the News Tribune, Christopher Kidd. It's great to be back. I'll be here every day. We'll do it again tomorrow. Ian's up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Headlines brought to you by Frostbrew Coors Light. Choose chill. M's win the series against the Rangers. They won Saturday and Sunday after losing on Friday. They are now 10-13 on the season. 3 games of the A's starts tonight at T-Mobile Park. NFL news. It's draft week. We'll hear from head coach Mike McDonald and GM John Schneider coming up from the Seahawks live at 1 o'clock here today. Stay tuned for that. Brendan Aubrey becomes the highest paid kicker in NFL history. 4-year deal, 7 per, $20 million guaranteed. 49ers and left tackle Trent Williams, a 2-year, $50 million extension, 37 guaranteed. He is 38 years old. 37, 38. Yeah. Interesting. College hoops, Miles Rice, former Coug, helped them get to the tournament 3 years ago. Transfer portal again. 4 schools, 4 years. Who am I to judge? NHL playoffs, good weekend. Colorado, Minnesota, Vegas, Buffalo, Montreal, Carolina, Philadelphia all win games of the weekend and take 1-0 series lead. Ducks, Oilers game 1 is tonight, as well as 3 other games. NBA playoffs began yesterday or over the weekend as well. Oklahoma City, Lakers, Denver, San Antonio, Orlando, Cleveland. The next, Boston all win their game 1s. Take a game 1, a 1-0 series lead over the weekend as well. Let's go.
The Ian Furness Show is presented by Snoqualmie Casino. Text us at 49451 and hit the talkback mic on the iHeartRadio app. This is the new Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
No, new time slot, new show. Well, same show, new time slot. They just extended us an hour, so we're now on 12 to 3.
They can't get enough Ian.
That's not even close to what the case is.
That is exactly what it is.
Filling a gap is what it is.
We
That's all it
listen
is.
to you listeners out there. Let's give
that
more
is
Ian.
Not in any way, shape, or form close to being accurate.
That's
but
what I heard.
That's nice of you to say that, but that is not even close.
That is what I heard.
That is not it. But big hello and welcome back to Greg Bell, back on the team, which we love having Greg on 10 to 12 on weekdays, so great to have him as our lead-in. So away we go. We got 3 hours today. 1 o'clock, we're going to carry the news conference with John Schneider and Mike McDonald, pre-draft newser. I kind of like this. I'll be honest with you. It used to be, this was kind of more of a quiet, kind of sit-down seance. Schneider
Scrum.
It was just a scrum. It wasn't, something you record and necessarily. It was just kind of more casual. I like having a little bit more of a formal thing up on the podium where we can hear these guys, lots of questions, so we'll carry that for you at 1 o'clock. Listen, they're not going to say anything that's overly sensitive or give away trade secrets, but I think you do get a little insight on what they think about the draft, and away you go. I listen, when you can hear from the Super Bowl winning coach and the Super Bowl winning GM, that's a good thing. That's a good thing in sports. That's a very good thing. So we'll hear from those guys coming up at 1 o'clock, and away we go. So that's coming up at 1. 2 o'clock, we'll have Lane Lambert on. Kraken head coach. We were out there on Friday for locker cleanout day. Anders, we had that great interview with Bobby McMahon. That
you actually can hear now.
That will actually play that tomorrow on the show.
I leave and everything goes awry.
Well,
tell her what happened, please.
I had an old man moment. I had just an old man moment. Because in this business, I think we're transparent enough. There's some things that we tape. Softy and I talked about this in Crosstalk. He has to tape Petros, for example, every week. That's not live because, wait for it, Petros is on the air at the exact same time in L.A. as Softy is in Seattle. So we tape things. Rob Rang, his schedule does not allow us to have him on live. And so at 2 o'clock on Fridays, and so we pre-tape Rob as well. So while we had the pre-taped interview with Rob Rang playing on Friday at 2 o'clock, that's when we were able to sit down with Bobby McMahon, the pending free agent for the Kraken. Their guy they traded for. They're easily their best offensive player right now, who will be an unrestricted free agent. So we had a great conversation with him. We come out of the break after Rob and after taping Bobby, and I'm just in this mindset of, boy, that was a really good interview with Bobby, man. I started talking to Anders about it. And
he's like, what'd you think? What'd you think of Bobby?
Oh, wait a second. We
just recorded that.
That wasn't actually on the air, So we'll do that again. We'll play him. We'll hear from him tomorrow because nothing's going to time out with that. We'll hear from him tomorrow. I'll sit down with Bobby McMahon, and then I'll say the same thing. God, what'd you think about that? Well, you read into what he said. So we'll just leave it at that. But it was a total old man moment.
That was what. Okay, now I understand.
It's a total old man moment. It happens. It happens. It's just what is.
Hey, I have young women moments all the time. So
yeah, we all have our moments, and that was mine. Anders played it off. Anders was a hell of a teammate, man. Like he didn't throw me under the bus.
Throw him gone
He
straight
just
into it.
Kind of, but I'm sure you were also like, "What? What are you talking about? That was just tape." But anyway, that was Friday. Whatever. Now it's Monday, and many more old man moments coming in the course of 3-hour shows.
Oh, yes.
From now moving forward. We're going to mollywop today at 12:20. I think moving ahead, we'll probably still keep it in the 1 o'clock hour, I believe. But we'll see how kind of things go. We're going into our old territory. We were on for 3 hours for about 14 months before, and now we're back to 3 hours. I think this is going to stay this way for the immediate future, so we can kind of start planning around.
More Ian, more the better.
Wow.
I was so reticent.
Jeez.
To take a compliment.
It's not it. It's not even. I appreciate the compliment. So we're going to mollywop at 12:20 today. Mariners 2 of 3 from Texas this weekend. God, the AL West is so bad. My God,
the whole American League is bad, Ian.
I know, but this division is. What was the division in the NFL last year that was NFC South, right?
Yeah.
This is the AL West is the NFC South. At least in the other two divisions in the American League, the teams that are leading the division are above 500.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I know it's early. I know we're 23 games in, guys. Like we're almost a full month into the season.
Yeah.
And but here's the great news. You're 10-13 and you're only a game and a half out of first.
Exactly.
It's early. I know. Well, tell the Mets it's early, by the way.
God.
Go ahead and tell the Mets it's early.
See, that's when it's not early.
At 7-15 and 11 straight losses.
11.
You tell the New York baseball Mets it's early at 7-15 and 11 straight losses and a minus 25 run differential. And it could be worse in terms of that because the Phillies are a minus 38 run differential. But guess what they are? Ahead of the Mets in the standings by a game and a half. Oh, it's just.
Dude, what, do you need to push on the Brewers this hard?
Yeah, well, listen, that's a you problem for being a Mets fan. So, listen, I grew up as a Mariners fan. Do you think I don't have bruises for the last 50 years? All right.
Yeah, that's fair.
So we'll mollywop with the boys. Offensive, the big guys are still kind of scuffling along. I know the big story today is Ref Snyder getting a leadoff home run and the struggles he'd had both physically and mentally since coming here. Good for him, but I mean the reality is he's 1 for 22 on the season.
Yep.
So, but he's not. Listen, you shouldn't be depending on Rob Ref Snyder or Connor Joe.
No.
Or even, speaking of batting averages, the 105 hitting Mitch Garver. No, you need your other guys. I mean, Naylor got the day off yesterday. He's still scuffling around. This is, and I'll ask Chris and Nate this a little bit as well. I kind of wonder, is Julio not the best example of how certain numbers in baseball kind of don't matter? And I'll tell you why. Here's his line: 209 batting average, 313 on base percentage, slugging of 279. His OPS is 592. But if you look at the game notes and the post game notes, Julio's had a career high 16 game on base streak. Great, 1 for 4, 1 for 5, whatever it is, or maybe 0 for 4 but with a walk. Like he still needs to get a little bit better. The good news is nobody in the American League West is running away from things, and your pitching staff is good. Munoz looked better the last couple of days, which is nice.
Yeah,
I love Brian Wu, man. This dude, you want a guy that competes, like just flat out competes. He gives you 7 yesterday?
Yep.
Like 7 strong. Gives up just 2 runs, and he is sideways
He's
mad
pissed.
at himself. Sideways mad, like He's given himself the business in his glove as he's walking off the mound before the ump gives him the old pat down and everything. Yep. And I'm like, dude, you just went 7 strong. Like you, I love it though. The guy has we talk about all these guys. What's the difference between all of them? The one common theme seems to be they're all massive competitors.
Yeah.
Like of the starting pitchers. Like these guys compete their ass off. And I was going to just laughing out loud when I see him walking off, screaming into his glove. And I'm like, and I know he wanted to shut out or he wanted to get, no, I get all that. You did your job and then some. Like you did your job. Your hitters, not so much this year, but we'll get into all that stuff coming up with the Mollywoppers in just a couple seconds. It is draft week. Presser at 1 o'clock today. Players are back in the building today as well for some meetings. The start of OTAs kind of on the horizon here as well. So those guys are here. We'll hear what John and Mike have to say coming up at 1 o'clock. Looking forward to that conversation. Seahawks fans, again, you can never get enough of the GM and the head coach of the team that, I don't know, is God, this sounds good, the defending Super Bowl champions.
Yeah, it does.
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
For Seahawks fans, does it sound pretty good? I think so. I mentioned Kraken with Lambert. I wanted to get in, and we're not going to have time. I don't know. God, a 3-hour show, and I may not have time to get into a couple things. I can even save it for tomorrow.
Come on, man.
No, it's fine. I'm going to get into this Miles Rice thing because he's just the poster child for everything wrong in sports right now in college. Like, he's the poster child for it. And you can scream and yell from the mountaintops all you want. I'm not going to have any part of it because when you tell me this is good for anybody, including the young man, 4 and 4 schools in 4 years, you're a fool. Like, you cannot, because it's one thing if you go, okay, I'm a Division II kid like Jalen Wells was, and you move up to Eastern Washington, and then you go to Wazoo. Okay, you made a nice progression along the way, and he didn't really make money at Wazoo necessarily, but he got himself drafted, and he's having a hell of a start to his NBA career. That's not the case here, but we'll get into that. If not today, tomorrow. It doesn't certainly time out. NBA playoffs, by the way, yes. Refuse to talk unless it's something salacious. And we may get into this today. We may not. We may save it for tomorrow. I may end up grabbing a guest.
Portland?
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, dude, it's bad.
It's
bad.
And, okay, Jess, you say I'm not good at taking a compliment. I'm going to compliment myself here.
Hey, let's go.
Who told you guys the second Tom Condon bought the team? What did we talk about on this show? You are going to have buyer's remorse down there in Portland
100%.
or owner's remorse.
Yep, you sure did.
Just all I have to do is tell you this. And if you're a Blazer, I know we have a lot of fans. We have a lot of people that listen to us down on the iHeartRadio app down in the Portland area, Vancouver specifically. We hear from people all the time. The reason we have the best television play-by-play man in the NHL in John Forsland here in Seattle is because Tom Condon is cheap. Period. End of story. That's why we have Johnny here. Period. Told you guys that. And it's the biggest story. It's overshadowing the factor in the playoffs for the first time in 5 years. And you know what? I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Yes. Let's go.
I'm here for it. I don't work for him anymore. I can separate myself from that.
Portland sucks, Ian. Portland sucks.
I'm not going to say that. They're a big part of the Kraken Hockey Network,
It's
and we
fine.
appreciate
I'll
their
say
support down there.
I
There
will
you
say
go. Anyway.
We will have time to use those words maybe in a little while.
All right, let's
to
do this.
win maybe something.
What's that?
To win maybe something.
Yeah, no, we're going to do that during Mollywop. We're going to do that during Mollywop.
Can't wait.
Yeah. We are going to Mollywop next. Nathan and Chris. We got to wake those guys up. It's an early time for them.
Yeah,
early tea time here in the noon hour. We'll talk about the weekend that was. The week that was for the Mariners. Started bad, ended better. We'll talk about that. We're going to Mollywop next. 93.3 KJR FM.
Chris Crawford with My Oh Why. Here's Ian Furness.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I was almost late to my own show. This whole noon thing's got me messed up here. We're at Seahawks today. We're getting ready for the news conference at 1. I was talking to some of the esteemed scribes that are out here covering said events today. So I was almost late. All of a sudden I hear the Molly Wop theme. Thank God I know the theme. Like if I didn't know the theme song from Molly Wop, I probably would have just been sitting here. Molly Wop Mondays are brought to you by Simply Seattle, simplyseattle.com. Molly Wop 15 at checkout. I got my Kingdome. There you go. Hoodie on today.
Beautiful.
There you go. You know what I got to get? Do we like the Sunday stuff that they're wearing, the steelhead stuff?
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah.
They should be I would make them just the uniforms. I would
Completely
just
agree.
make those the Seattle Mariner uniforms. I love
There's
it.
something about simple, right? There's something about simple that's really Simply Seattle. But there's something about simple that's good. I think those things are so nice. I do not like the Friday interview. I don't like those City Connect things. I think are
amen.
They can take those, and they can take the Abyss jersey for the Kraken, and they can take them both. And,
Wow, 2 L takes from Ian there. That sucks.
Ian's absolutely right, my friend. And you know what it is, Ian, is we may just be old men, but I also think paying tribute to a team that didn't want to be there is still one of the craziest things that I've seen in my life. I don't get paying homage to the Seattle Pilots whatsoever.
Yeah, no, that's a story that has to be told at some point. It's one of the, I was trying to explain to either my son or my wife the other day about the Pilots. Like, think about in today's landscape of, franchises, how hard it is to move a franchise, right?
Sure.
Unless you're Clayton Bennett. But if it's really hard to do that. An expansion team that moved after 1 year, like
crazy.
That is. That has to all these. I know the Jailblazer things now on Netflix. They have that the Untold series.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to. I'd love to know what the true story there is, because that's remarkable. 1 year and done. That doesn't even happen in arena football. I don't think, does it? I mean, it's insane. But anyway, all right. Let's get to it. Mariners. Not a great start to the week, to say the least. But a decent end to the week along the way as well. We always do opening comments and thoughts. Let's start off, Mr. Bishop, with what's kind of a cool-looking Mariner hat you got going on right there.
Oh, thanks. I got this from Simply Seattle, which you can get all of your stuff there, 15% off with promo code MOLLYWOP. Thanks to them for sponsoring the show. They did it to me again. They played like crap for the parts of the week where I couldn't talk about them. And then our show got closer, and then they started winning again. So here we are with me saying, generally speaking, the Seattle Mariners need to play a lot better, but they sure did look good the last couple of games. And that's actually kind of the truth. I went back and looked a little bit, and just by wins and losses, they're at 10-13 now. This is the worst start of a Mariners team since 2021, which is 5 years ago now. So that's a ways back. And I keep coming back to the idea of one, this team is better than that team. Not 2021, 2022. The worst start since 2022. This team is better on paper than that 2022 team was. They do not have to be as good as that 2022 team was to catch their competition, because the American League is so much worse. And it's just getting to be absolutely ridiculous. I was thinking about what this might end up looking like. I feel like the Mariners are in the baseball equivalent of the WCC. And I think tonight they got Santa Clara rolling into town and the Sacramento A's. And all they really have to do is just kind of beat a bunch of teams that they're better than. And I think they're going to start doing that. And I think the ways that they've been losing, look, I think it's funny when the Mariners lose. I think it's probably not a revelation for the listeners to understand that. There's a lot in my psyche that's very deeply twisted after 45 years of watching this team that's when they lose, I will laugh. But at the end of the day, they're 2-6 in one-run games, you guys. That's not going to last with a bullpen this talented, with a roster this talented. They're not going to keep losing games like that at that rate. They're 10-13. They're playing the A's, as I already mentioned, who are 11-11 and leading the division. All we're talking about is one good 7 to 10 day stretch, and there's a very good chance we'll be talking about a first place team for the rest of the season. That's not even praise of the Mariners. It's just an acknowledgement of the situation that we're in 2026 American League Baseball.
Chris, it's you sent us the text, I think, Chris, on Thursday maybe or Wednesday, whenever it was. Maybe it was after they got swept before coming home, and it said, okay, now we're 2 games into the NFL season, right, or whatever it was. And I'll use the NFL equivalent as what Nathan was saying there. Basically, the AL West has turned into the NFC South. That's what it is right now. It's you're the tallest short person if you win it, but that's the good news because it's not like you have a team in this division that's going to cause you any kind of problems if you play right, Chris, to your capabilities.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, while Nathan couldn't talk about the team, I had to host a radio show from 10 to 1 while they were screwing up. And Nathan, I'll trade you places in a heartbeat. Absolutely. No, I'm joking. It was awesome to get to do that. But I want to give you a list of teams. My buddy Megan Corcoran posted this, that as of April 20th, I'm going to give you a list of these teams. You guys tell me what they have in common. The Boston Red Sox, the Toronto Blue Jays, the Kansas City Royals, the Houston Astros, the Philadelphia Phillies, the New York Mets, and the San Francisco Giants. You guys have any guesses?
They all have worse records than the Mariners.
They all have worse records than the Colorado Rockies, is what I'm going to tell you. So if you want to talk about how early everything is, there you go. Because all of those teams have playoff aspirations. And in fact, some of those teams have World Series aspirations. There's just no denying, though, that it was so frustrating to see, if you're a believer in momentum. Well, if you're a believer in momentum, by the way, here's your proof that's not a real thing. Because you get Friday through Monday and you look so good. And then in that San Diego series, outside of building that 6-0 lead, you looked like a much worse team than the San Diego Padres. And then Friday was pretty ugly too. Then Saturday and Sunday happened, and I needed Saturday and Sunday. The Seattle Mariners, whether they needed it or not, I don't know. Whether other fans needed it, I don't know. I needed that reminder of how talented that baseball team is. I needed that reminder of Rob Refsnyder being one of the best lefty mashers in baseball, launching that home run. I needed that reminder of, just how talented this team is compared to some of the Seattle Mariner baseball teams of my past. I need some wins to start happening. I need to see this team. They at one point were 4-13 against everybody but those 4 awful pitchers of the Houston Astros. But it was nice to see a reminder Saturday and Sunday of what can be. We've seen the floor of the Mariners. It's not great, but we've seen the ceiling of the Mariners, and I think it is pretty darn good.
Yeah, I mean, 1-8 on the road, 9-5 at home. It's like that is an interesting little dynamic going on as well. I'm going to get to one of the things, and it'll will probably be a second segment. Our whole second segment conversation will be Dan Wilson. Before we get to that, let's get to. I mentioned this in the first segment. And I'll stick with you, Chris, and then Nate jump in. Starting pitching still carries this team. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
I would say starting pitching will carry this team through the highs. And definitely will carry this team through the lows. You're still going to give yourself, really, honestly, I think if we're being serious, you're going to have a chance to win almost every night. Castillo's had a couple, that's a whole different conversation we can get into.
Sure.
I thought, man, Brian Wu yesterday, I think all you need to know about Brian Wu is when he pitches that gem, but gives up a couple runs in the, wait for it, 7th inning.
Right.
And he's sideways at himself. Like that dude's compete level is massive, and I think it trickles down to everybody else as well, Chris.
Yeah, and that was fun to watch. It was fun to watch such an efficient start, and I don't want to say that I like watching Brian Wu get mad at his struggles, but I appreciate how much he cares. Now, I also worry sometimes that it's going to go overboard. Like at one point he's going to, kind of self-combust. When you're that handsome, maybe you can't self-combust. It's like ridiculous how handsome the Seattle Mariner baseball team is, by the way. It's just stupid. But just watching him care so much it's awesome to watch. And it would be cool to watch even if he was just a back-end starter, but no, he's a frontline starter. He's absolutely a frontline arm who is so much better than any of us could have anticipated. And I think that includes the Seattle Mariners. They clearly liked the dude. They saw something at Cal Poly there where they drafted him as a reliever who had an ERA around 7 in the 6th or 7th round. Can't remember which now. So they clearly liked what Brian Wu could give them, but he's so much better than we anticipated. But Look at George Kirby pitching into the 8th inning in his last 2 starts. Look at Logan Gilbert. The last one was a little shaky, but we saw some versions of Walter. We have seen Emerson Hancock. Gosh, how good has he been? And I had Justin Hollander on while I was hosting, and boy, they're going to have an interesting decision to make when Bryce Miller's ready to go, because that guy has pitched himself into the discussion. And oh, by the way, Kate Anderson just dominating in Double-A. Long story short, this starting pitching is really, really good.
Nate?
Yeah, I think that we've been singing the praises of this organization's pitching development, particularly in the starting end, I think almost as long as this show's been going on. Even when we've been the most negative that we've ever been about this team, I don't think we've ever said anything other than this is one of the best pitching development organizations in baseball. And what an incredible, incredible luxury it is to be able to look at Luis Castillo, who honestly, I will see, like Chris said, everything is super, super early. There's a chance that Luis Castillo is a year past his sell-by date. There's a chance. Sure. Like, that could be a thing. He could just be winding down the end of the most productive part of his career. And if so, that would be an incredible trade for the Mariners if they did, an incredible contract they signed him to. No criticisms. Everybody wanted that deal. But if that's the case and they need to find someone to replace him, you're choosing between Emerson Hancock, who Chris already said has been fantastic, Bryce Miller, who's been an excellent major league starting pitcher when healthy, and then freaking Kate Anderson, who looks like a fire-breathing dragon down in Double-A, who's ready to come down and melt faces all over T-Mobile Park. So there's not really any other baseball team that I'm aware of, Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, that has the combination of upside and depth that the Mariners have in starting pitching. And it really makes the entire organization fall into place, because there are plenty of weaknesses everywhere else on this roster, but the starting pitching sets the tone for everything else.
Real quick, I do love, too, that when I was talking to Hollander, I made a Merton Hanks reference with Kate Anderson because of that long neck, and he appreciated it. So that made me really happy that I'm not aged out of all of my references just yet, because, boy, I loved watching Merton Hanks and that neck just wobble. And Kate Anderson has a neck that is Merton Hanks adjacent.
Justin Hollander's and I'm not saying in our town necessarily by any means. I'm just saying in general terms.
Sure.
There's a lot of executives in sports that could take a page out of his book on how to do interviews, how to and I know Jerry is still kind of the guy, but Hollander comes across as one of the most likable and probably knowledgeable dudes in sports.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, he's really good. All right. Let's go through we unfortunately we live in a world right now where we're not at this point yet of crisis mode of what flag is up, like we had years ago. Are we at red? Are we at orange? Are we yellow? Are we green? But if we just want to go with that for a second, red, orange, yellow, or green, where do the following fall into those categories? I know Julio's had this great on-base streak. That means nothing when you still look at his other numbers because he still isn't doing much. Cal, 511 OPS right now. Naylor, worse. Those three guys have to get going. The starting pitching's great. At some point, you can't just keep hoping that somebody runs into a ball like a Ref Snyder or a Brendan Donovan. Randy's obviously been okay as well. But at some point, those guys have to be your best offensive players, and they just haven't been. So, Chris, start with you. Where do those guys rank on that little list?
So, again, the guy I'm still the most worried about is Naylor. And by the way, the last time I did this, he hit 2 home runs like within 30 seconds.
We need to refresh people's memories because there was a game going on. We did a mollywop last Monday. We hadn't done this before. Yeah. We'd usually moved it around, like if we're going ahead, because they had this weird Monday day game going on. And so we said, what the hell, we'll still talk about them. And judging by the texts and everything, we had a lot of people listening. And we went, Anders, what was it? We went into a break.
Yeah, you literally teased the break at the end of the first Mollywop segment saying, all right, let's talk about Josh Naylor.
Naylor's not good. Yeah. And then he hits a home run in the break.
During the break. Yep.
And then by the time we were done with our next segment and a half, he had 2 home runs in the day.
Yes.
So go ahead. Cal Clutterbuck, who's is what I see on the screen here. Go ahead and go after Josh Naylor right now because he'll have a huge night tonight.
By the way, I'm absolutely running out of funny hockey names, which is disappointing because the playoffs have another month and a half to go. But yeah, that was nice to see. And it's worth pointing out that he had a 4-reach game on Friday. He was one of the few guys. He does get a hit on Saturday, but he stunk in that series against San Diego. I have a hard time saying he's figured things out. And again, just because of the type of player Josh Naylor is, he's the one I'm most concerned about because, yeah, those steals were really fun last year. By the way, has not stolen a single base. A little more understandable when you're hitting 145 with the 231 on base percentage. You don't get a chance to run as often, but he has to hit in order to provide value. Cal can still provide a ton of value even while going through these struggles. Julio obviously provides a ton of value with that defense, and thank God for his defense because the corner outfielders on this team just stink with the glove. Josh Naylor has to hit to provide value. I'm sorry that you can find other first basemen to play adequate first base. He has to hit. And right now, outside of that 2-homer game and a little bit of what we saw on Friday, he's been a bad baseball player. He is the one of those three that I'm definitely still the most concerned about.
You're talking also about, he's easily replaceable at first base. He has the hit. Well, also, I think it was Friday. He had 2 defensive miscues, too, where he dropped an easy throw from the pitcher over to first base. And in that same inning, dropped a grounder that could have been an easy double play to get him out of the inning. So he's just not a good player right now. That doesn't mean he's not a good baseball player, full stop. But right now, April 2026, Josh Naylor is a bad baseball player. And that needs to change for this team. Because to Chris's point, Cal and Julio are doing things other than when they're hitting. Josh Naylor, just by the nature of being a first baseman, even if he were Evan White at first, there's a throwback again for all the boys back there. He's just not going to be as valuable defensively as those guys are because of the nature of the first base position. It's just a much easier defensive position to play. So he's the one that has to get going. The offense is not going to hum the way that it can until at least 2 of those 3 guys are going. And especially because you're going to see a fall off. Randy has been fantastic. He's not going to be this good for the rest of the season. Nuke Raley has been an absolute god of fire who is just dropping, fire bombs from heaven down upon all teams that he sees right now, as long as he's facing a right-handed batter. So those guys are not going to be as good. You need your stars offensively to make this offense lineup work and just be what you think it can be, which is around something like the 8th to 11th best offense in baseball.
Chris, is Munoz all right now? We good with Munoz?
Oh, boy, was it nice to get a reminder over those last 2 games of how good that guy is. And, I talked to you about it during crosstalk. It was obviously very concerning that he gave up that many runs. But let's not forget how he loads the bases. A double that couldn't have gotten a speeding ticket, an infield hit from Ricky Henderson, France, and a walk that I think was a strikeout on the pitch before. And then he gives up some hard contact. Yeah, but you just saw that slider is just still absolutely disgusting. All of the metrics outside of walks, and that's always been kind of Munoz's bugaboo, the thing that's probably kept him from being the very best closer in baseball. All of the other metrics suggest that Andres Munoz is just fine. And you saw, in particular, Sunday, the absolute filth that he had with his stuff. That was a nice reminder. I've actually been really impressed with what I've seen from this bullpen this year. Jose Ferrer's had some bad luck with some BABIP. We've seen Matt Brash look solid. I think Gabe Spire's done a really nice job. Even Casey Beans and those guys have been, serviceable bullpen guys. I've been really impressed with the bullpen.
I think the thing that we need to talk to, the elephant in the room here that we haven't really addressed a ton, I kind of dropped it with Josh Naylor, is none of these guys outside of Munoz and Brash to an extent when he's at his best are high strikeout guys, which means that the ball's getting put into play a lot. And the thing about the Mariners, it's not going to change as long as this is the group of players that they're running out there every day. This is a bad defensive baseball team. It's bad. They have bad athletes in most of the positions and or guys who are playing out of position, and they're just not good at defense. So as long as their pitchers are giving up contact regularly, even if they're pitching well and giving up weak contact, there are not guys out there to go get the ball. Outside of Julio in center field, I think I made a joke the other day that Josh Naylor had the strongest arm in the infield. I'm still not sure if that was a joke.
It might be, dude.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. So, and that's fine. They're not designed. That's not who they're designed to be. They're designed to be good at pitching and hitting home runs. That's how they're going to win games. But when we're talking about pitching and any struggles that guys are having, especially when guys are getting BABIP'd like Munoz was in San Diego, it's worth noting that there just aren't a lot of guys with range and athleticism out there to go get the ball, and that's not going to change.
Sure.
All right, let's do this. Take a quick break, come back. we don't usually do this on this show, but we're going to talk about Dan Wilson. And I think that's a topic that is murmurs around town, etc. Let's discuss Dan Wilson when we come back. because he's not. You know, he's not doing other stuff. So, yeah, he's not one half of a career.
Mike Vrabel in the news.
Yeah, it's not one half of a career that's been torpedoed. Okay, by their own doing, by the way. All right, let's. I'm going to ask this a different way, maybe, and I'll see, Chris. I'll start with you.
Sure.
Is Dan Wilson holding the Mariners back at all?
Oh boy, this is such it's a loaded question, and it's a fair question too, because it's so funny. I've been thinking about it more and more because on Thursday I had Keith Law on, and I asked him about how much he had concern about the Seattle Mariners, and he said none. And then, almost as if a throwaway line that became the only thing I thought about for the next 96 hours, he said, "But I do worry about Dan Wilson. And I do worry about the decision-making of Dan Wilson." And I said, oh, so this is just not us local yahoos who watch every game and pay too much attention to it. This is a national thing. And I hate to be a ad fallacy, prisoner of the moment guy, but boy, oh boy, the more I think about it, the more I know that he's not making them better. And the things he is making them better at are things that I can't tangibly prove. So it's really hard for me to say anything other than, boy, the players just must love this dude, because there are decisions that are made, Ian, that just boggle your mind. Pinch hitting decisions, bullpen decisions, lineup decisions, all things that just make you go, huh. And that's the best you can say, is the huh. And at times it's much worse than that. And I'll just be honest with you, man. Since Game 7, one of the worst decisions by a manager in Seattle Mariners sports history, if not the worst. In fact, it's the worst, because we've never had anything like it. That adds up. You cannot ignore that decision to go to Bizzardo instead of Munoz in that situation every time you think of it. Is that fair? Absolutely not. But it's the reality of the situation is, I've seen you screw up on a biblical level. So all of these little decisions that you are making that are at the very best questionable, they add up. And I got to be honest, it made me feel good is not the right word, but it made me feel a little vindicated that other people are having this conversation about Dan Wilson. So to answer your question, I don't know if Dan Wilson is holding him back. I have real doubts about whether he's making them better.
Nathan.
I'm pretty comfortable saying I don't think that Dan Wilson is optimizing this team to the best of its abilities.
There you go.
I will say that Scott Service, in his time here, he was here for a long time, in one-run games, which I think is like not a be-all, end-all stat or anything, but it's a decent way. Like, manager decisions have more weight in high-leverage situations like one-run games. He was 235 and 185 in one-run games. That's a lot of one-run games. He was 50 games over 500 in one-run games as a Seattle Mariner manager. At this point, in coming up on something like 2 seasons as a Mariner manager, Dan Wilson's 39 and 38, one game over 500. Could that swing like in 2 months where the team goes 10-2 or whatever in the next 12 one-run games? It sure could. I don't think it's likely, because I don't think that Dan Wilson has a great tactical feel for the way these things work. And it's for all of the reasons that Chris said. It's a pattern. It's not just, if it were just Bizzardo in Game 7, then the emotion would make sense. It would still make sense to me to feel very scared about having Dan Wilson as your manager of this baseball team, because if this team gets into a similar situation this current season, which we all hope they will, I'm going to be terrified he's going to make the exact same choice. But that wasn't the only time that he did it. It's just that was exactly the kind of stuff Dan Wilson had been doing his entire time as a manager and has continued to do as his time as manager. It just so happened the Mariners were 8 outs from the World Series at the time, so a lot more people noticed. And to Chris's point, I don't have Chris's connections at the national level, but I do know some people, and I know that nationally speaking, he is not well thought of. Not as a guy. Everybody loves him as a human being. Nobody has anything bad to say about him as a person, but just as a manager, the idea of this organization taking, I would say, its second real championship window in its 50-year history outside of like 2000, 2003, and putting a total unknown, a complete wild card, who I would love to know what the actual thought process was to hiring him, to put that in charge of this group at this moment. It feels like you're leaving meat on the bone with the organization. For an organization that thinks of itself and prides itself for being so analytically sufficient, knowledgeable, very good at getting the most out of whatever they have, to leave so much on the table at the manager position feels off to me as a fan.
Chris, you mentioned though the feel for the game too. There's no doubt this. Listen, in today's world of all sports, you should lean on the numbers and all the research that is at your fingertips. But in baseball, with a manager, there are times that you are going to have a feel. I thought the other night, look, Luke Raley doesn't hit one side of the plate. That's fine. But Connor Joe was your replacement.
Wow.
I just those are the ones that, like, if it was a one-off, like last year with Bizzardo, if it's like a one-off, you're like, okay, whatever, right? It just feels like, okay, I get it, but you got a 4A guy coming up, right? Like things like that. Like you texted us yesterday, like just doesn't have a feel for when to change the starting. He's looking at pitch count, not as whatever else he should be looking at. I guess that's the frustration, right? Like Nate said, this team's too good not to have the right guy in charge.
Yeah, and I think what the frustration for me is, I think every first-time manager, you're going to expect growing pains, just like any other sport. First-year NFL head coach, first-year NBA, first-year NHL, whatever. You expect growing pains, but you expect growing pains because the pains lead to growth. All I'm seeing is pains, right? I'm not seeing the actual growth. And the sample size is not that small anymore, guys. It's well over, or not well over, but it's over 200 games managed now. The mistakes, and again, it's subjective whether they're mistakes or not, right? It's subjective on, it's all in the eye of the beholder, and you can't ignore the clubhouse stuff. And I think Dan Wilson has done a better job in this clubhouse than Scott Service was doing at this clubhouse as well. But the actual in-game management matters a lot, especially in a sport like baseball. And at the very least, I've seen Dan Wilson cost this team wins. And that's frustrating because this is now a third-year manager who just still seems to make the same mistakes over and over again. And the process and the results aren't adding up.
Sorry, can I add one thing to that too?
Yep.
This is so easy to do, and I know when people hear this, they think, hindsight's 20/20. Like you're only going after this guy when stuff doesn't work. And I can't put you as a fly on the wall like when we're sitting watching games, but I mean, a lot of the times you can see this stuff coming in real time. And I'm just saying it now after the fact. But to your point, Ian, I understand why you pinch hit Connor Joe for Luke Raley and to avoid a lefty-lefty matchup. But as that's happening, I'm thinking two things. One, Luke Raley is the hottest hitter on this team right now. So you're taking that out of the equation for a guy who's not really fit to play for the Pirates or the Rockies. Yeah. And also, in addition to that, it's the sixth inning. So you know that the lineup is going to turn over again. And now you're stuck with another at-bat from Connor Joe, the guy that we were just talking about who couldn't play for the Pirates or for the Rockies. So, and you're seeing that and saying it in real time. And sure enough, Connor Joe gets another huge high leverage at bat in the eighth inning. To his credit, he put a good swing on it. Just happened to get caught. But it's like, we shouldn't be able to say that stuff in real time. It's one thing to come on here and just be a crank and be like, oh, what a stupid choice because it didn't work or whatever. But no, I promise you, if we're seeing it, if I'm seeing it, Chris is smart. If I am seeing it, a lot of really smart people out there are seeing it, and they are filing it away, and it's forming an opinion in the industry that this guy is not up to the standard that this organization at this moment should be expecting out of their manager.
All right, six games the next 7 days, 3 against the A's, 3 in St. Louis against the Cardinals. Chris, what's a good week?
Gotta finally have a 4-2 week, man. Like it's time. It's time for a winning week. The A's present some challenges, but it's still you should be a much better team than them. And St. Louis has a very poor roster. That's a team that you should beat. Do not try the pizza. It's absolutely disgusting. It should be a 4-2 week for the Seattle Mariners. Roto World and Maya Y. We appreciate you checking out both. Really appreciate the support.
Nathan,
Mariners need to go 4-2. create a Blue Sky account and come follow me. I've started an AJ Pollock to Rob Refsnyder hit tracker to see if Rob Refsnyder can get as many hits as AJ Pollock before he's DFA'd. We've got a nice little graphic for it. Come check it out and hang out. Nathan_H_B.
Never change, please, sir. Never change.
I can't. I've tried. It won't take.
We'll take a break. Come back. We got the news conference. John Schneider, Mike McDonald coming up next.
Thanks, fellas. See ya.
The ever diligent journalist that he is popping into Mike McDonald and John Schneider's press conference right now, but we're going to catch you up on what happened. Well, you might have been out and about this weekend. Mariners did win their series over the Texas Rangers. Won on Saturday and yesterday. They moved to 10-13 on the season. Don't talk to Mets fans about that record. I'll just tell you. Next up, a 3-game set starting with the A's tonight in the NFL. Brandon Aubrey becomes the highest paid kicker in NFL history. He signed a 4-year deal paying $7 million per year, $20 million guaranteed. Man, I should have taken up soccer.
For a kicker, yeah.
I just should have kicked my patootie off. Anyway, 49ers and Trent Williams did agree to a 2-year, $50 million extension, $30 million fully guaranteed in that one. And college hoops, Miles Rice entering the transfer portal once again. 4th school in 4 years. He averaged 5. I don't care what he averaged. He left everywhere. I'm not reading out his stats here. And NHL playoffs, Colorado, Minnesota, the Vegas Knights, Buffalo, Montreal, Carolina, and Philadelphia all won their games over the weekend to take a 1-0 series lead. Ducks, Oilers. Game 1 tonight. How do you feel about that, Anders?
I would love the Ducks to win that because I hate the Oilers.
It's the only time in this studio we will say go Ducks.
Yeah.
Right?
That is very true, actually. Yes.
All right. We're talking Anaheim, obviously. In the NBA playoffs, that is actually happening. Those that swept the first game, those who we do not speak of, Lakers, Denver, San Antonio, Orlando, Cleveland, New York Knicks, and Boston all won their game ones to take 1-0 series over the weekend. We're going to get back into the show right now as we patiently await Mike McDonald and John Schneider.
From the R&R Foundation Specialist Broadcast Studio, now back to Ian Furness, powered by Seattle's closest sports book, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, this is the Ian Furness Show. I'm Jessamine McIntyre, joined by Anders Hurst, as Ian is just being the journalistic integrity guy.
He wants to be there.
He should want to be there.
Yeah.
He is going to be in the press conference, and we will have it for you here live as soon as it starts. As you know, these are very busy men, Super Bowl champion winning men who need to probably dot some I's, cross some T's, and we'll learn a little bit more as we are leading up to this draft. Obviously, we're not looking for breaking news out of this thing because they've been media trained so well.
Oh, yes, they have. The Seahawks know what they're doing. They don't want to give us exactly who's on their big board and all that stuff. But do you think they're going to trade that first pick?
What do you think? Could you think that 32 in an NFL draft for this team is 32, that one person pick, worth more than a couple more in later rounds, where they've seen more success than early rounds?
Yeah, I think it all depends on kind of obviously how the first round plays out. If they have a guy that they really, really want, I could see them doing it. But as Ian has mentioned multiple times, you have to give that extra year in their rookie contract for the first round pick. It's 5 years instead of 4.
Yep.
So it's just getting a couple spots back could actually give you a lot of value down the road as well. So we'll kind of see what ends up happening. But there could be a Nicky Manwari situation. Remember, he was kind of projected to be like a first-round pick for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And the Seahawks, they didn't trade into the first round, but they traded at the very, very beginning of the second round. If they have a guy like that where they feel like they need to get him, they could just pull the trigger and be like, all right, you know what? We need to have this guy in our team.
I know. I'm always fascinated by the way that they work their boards, too, because it's almost like the way like a financial analyst would work, where, you're always looking at the value and that. But that reminds me of DK. I remember the draft call, and that's my favorite thing. I love that NFL teams put those calls out. It's amazing.
Yep.
And him crying, what took you so long, man?
That's so true.
It was so sweet and genuine, and he was highly projected as being a first-round pick, and I just loved seeing that. But I got the most out of him while he was at the least cost. And there were several other people. I mean, you could say Frank Clark falls into that category as well. And then you kind of go asset liability. He had other things, but there's asset liability. Where do we go here? Cost benefit analysis. And I think you're right that, I didn't even think about that 5th year thing, how that could play into it.
Yeah, it makes a big difference because if you want, a lot of teams like doing that to quarterbacks because they know they want to give them a couple extra years to kind of figure out the league and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, that's a different situation.
Yeah,
they're set at quarterback.
Which they're not, but you could have a team that wants to draft a quarterback come into the end of that first round to do that exact same thing. So they have, again, that's the part about this that is hard to think about. You have to find someone who wants that spot. You can't just trade it away for nothing. You know what I mean? So I'm interested to see kind of what their thought process is there. I think because they have very few actual needs, but they do have a couple holes to fill.
Yeah.
They just getting one or two spots would be good. All right. So we're going to the podium now with John Schneider and Mike McDonald.
So, yeah, thanks for coming out. We're getting ready for our 17th draft here, which is amazing. Time flies. Mike and I want to thank everybody involved in the process, whether that's people in the kitchen, EK's group, obviously the scouts, the coaches, Dave's group, and everything that goes into it, the psychology of it, the medical group as well, and just huge thanks to everybody. We had a really cool process. We just got done with the coaches on Saturday, and more meetings this morning. So we'll have, kind of getting to feel what's going on in the league. Starting a lot of calls this week with our guys upstairs. Nolan and Trent, Willie, Matt Berry, Aaron, and those guys. And the process has been awesome. Obviously, we've kind of able to tweak some things with rookie free agency because it's gonna be a big deal for us. But Dave's point earlier, just a couple minutes ago, we do have a young football team. And we had a lot of second year players on our roster. With that, do you have any questions?
What, if anything, do you tweak about the process when you look at number of draft picks that you have compared to past years?
You mean the lack thereof? Yes. We just attacked it. I don't want to say exactly what we did, but we just did some extra meeting and feel like it's going to help us in the future because we kind of streamlined some things with the coaching staff and feel like we're just kind of out ahead a little bit better maybe than in the future or in the past. So moving towards the future, I think it's going to be an awesome part of our process. Just the time focused on free agency.
What did you learn from the 2021 draft? I mean, obviously it was a different year compared to the other 15 that you've been in Seattle. Taking at least 8 picks in every other draft except for that one.
Yeah, well, that was, that was kind of a interesting time, right? I mean, we were getting ready for, when you look at how we scouted and, using all the Zoom calls and, all the FaceTime stuff we do now, it was really, we were just confronted with that, and it's really helped. It's just really, now it's just a part of our whole process. The coaches, the scouts and the coaches do an awesome job with it. And so really the process of evaluating the guys, kind of getting to know them, spending more time with them on the Zooms has really helped.
This is your third draft now with Mike and this coaching staff. How have you seen, as you've gotten to know each other better and the coaching staff better, just that process of all of preparing for a draft with this coaching staff?
Yeah, they're coming around with their sense of humor. That's true. Yeah, we're no, it's awesome. It's really the most fun part of the process is when we spend those days with the coaches. We have a lot of interaction throughout the whole process, so it's fun to kind of get everybody together in that room and just go through everybody and hear everybody out and see what the vision is for the coaches for these players.
There are some teams that are choosing to not meet with as many players, and they worry it's going to bias them by meeting the person. I'm curious why you guys choose to spend as much time as you do with the players.
I mean, I just think that we totally don't know exactly who the person is, so you're trying to spend as much time as you possibly can. Even once they're in the building, we think we want to have as great of a feel for them as we possibly can, but we're still learning them and how to help them succeed and reach their true potential. So that's a lot of people do things differently, and you just have to be pliable and keep learning. Mike's here too. If you guys got any questions for Mike, okay.
Mike, this is your third go around now in the pre-draft process. Where do you feel like you've grown the most now compared to when you were a first-year coach going through this, and the way that you guys structure your process?
Well, I just my appreciation for the amount of work that goes into. I mean, it's a lot of information being, harvested over the course of years of work. So, kind of understanding how our process is now. Probably my role in the whole process is probably clear. You kind of jump in head first this first couple of years, but now you kind of see where my role kind of fits in, and so it's just clarity, But I'll tell you what, I really appreciate the amount of work that goes into it. I mean, even our coaches, they come in at the 11th hour. I think they have a great understanding of what it takes to generate this information from our scouting department and how great they do. But adding the vision for how we would probably play each player, and there's a lot of time where they're spending individually with these guys to really just gain that extra feeling for who they are, like John's talking about. And so just really appreciate everybody's effort up to this point.
Are you more vocal in that process now?
Probably less.
Why?
Just like I said, there's my my job's not to come in with a hand. My job's to work with people throughout the process. So, and we got a lot of really smart people that are really good evaluators, and so why not hear them out, and then we can kind of work what's best for us as each situation starts to unfold.
John, the changes here, I think going from, 10 minutes to 8 minutes between picks in the first round, do you see that potentially impacting team's ability to pull off trades, and does that require you to do anything differently in preparation for the first round?
No, I think that you're usually ahead anyway. You're a couple picks ahead, and so it's just that time, that extra 2 minutes is not going to make a difference in terms of trading, moving around, that sort of thing. You try to line stuff up, really, I mean, you try to do it this week, but really people get serious, like Thursday morning, just throughout the day, talking on the phone. You're talking about trading up and trading down and all that. Yeah. Yep.
John, historically, do you see that end of the first round pick being one that can be in play for a lot of teams because of whether it's the fifth-year option or just the last one of the day? Just in your observations over the years?
Definitely, it's the pick that everybody wants. I mean, it's like you're blessed enough to win a Super Bowl, right? And then the fifth-year option right there, and it's no secret with us guys. I mean, we have 4 picks, so we'll be looking to move back, and people are usually understanding that I think we tend to trend backwards, trade back. We traded up for Tyler and our punter, and Nick. Yeah, Nick. Yeah, so we do that. It's not like we don't do that.
All 4 times.
On the visits, either the 30s or the combines or
Local day.
Local day.
Yep.
Can you give an example of those that became decisive and you picked a guy based solely on what you learned by digging deeper in those visits?
Woo. Oh man. No, I think it's a fair question. I think like having Frank Clark in here and spending time with him and going through that whole process with him, and obviously it was somewhat controversial, and but being able to have him in, Nick Inamori last year. What's the vision? What's it going to look like? But every year there's a ton of them, so it's hard to. But the 30 visits for rookie free agency and the local day for rookie free agency as well. And there's a lot of talented players out there that are not going to get drafted. When you preach, you're talking about you're a strong 20-person like group throughout the whole year. From we'll have about 120 guys through here every year, so 120 to 90 to to our 70. It's getting to know all these guys. So I think so. Dave was saying we've had 32 unrestricted guys make our opening day roster since 2010, and we've been blessed to be able to work with staffs that are very open to. It's not where you get acquired or how you start. It's like how you buy into the program and the process, and to all the tools that we provide in this building to help you.
Mike, you guys aren't a static, process for your team or scheme or how you do things. So you get a player like Nicky Manwari last year in the draft, ends up changing kind of what you can do. What's kind of the order of operation? Do you guys come up with new things that you want that then help inform who you're looking to pick? Or do you then react to who you get and maybe change some of what you're capable of based off of that?
I think we try to be probably more of the former, where you're constantly evaluating where you are as a team, where each position group, the things that you're anticipating you're going to be able to have to do from like going into next year. Where do we need to take our scheme? How do we kind of level up to the next to the next stage? And that's communicated through our process. And so I think our personnel folks do a great job of I think that communication right now is at a great position of what we're looking for from each position. And then there's guys that it happens all the time that you're going to get a really talented player that maybe you didn't have initially a great vision for him, and you just it can't be denied. And then that's when that's our job as coaches to move and shake and make that person's talents come to life. But you also there's only so many exceptions you can make, that sort of thing. So that's always moving. But I think we tend towards the former.
John,
when there's alignment with the visions, it's when everything just comes together.
You guys don't really care about draft grades and what everyone else does out there, but I'm curious from your perspective as a GM, how do you evaluate, or what earns your respect that another GM does through the draft process?
I mean, it sounds corny, but it's basically like when you're going through a draft and the names just keep coming off, like with the specific teams where you're like, man, and I think I've talked to you before, especially what I had with Mike, that it happened with Ozzie all the time in Baltimore, and then Eric DaCosta, and then there's several other, but Baltimore's always been, for one reason or another, has always been a team that the names start coming off, and you're like, dang, like it hurts, But yeah, that's it ends up being the Seahawks draft board and the vision for these players, not necessarily the National Football League. So there are players that are at a certain level that on the board that might be a little bit lower that we still really like, but maybe the vision's not quite as clear as people are taking higher. But you're still like, man, you respect it. Wow, that's a great pick. Like that's a 6'2" corner running 4.3 and stuff like that.
How do both of you feel about the running back situation you have right now?
Yeah, I think signing Wilson really helps us in this year's draft as well, kind of gives us some freedom. And we've talked about George. Sharp's doing great. Well,
the guys are back in today, so we got to see everybody. They're all here. On record, I believe in our guys. And there's a process, too, that we're not going to play for another. Thankfully, we don't have to play for another 5 or so months, We got a lot of training to do.
How does a guy like Cardi Wright fitting, been around the program, you know him now a little more, how much maybe could he become a factor because of just familiarity?
Yeah, like John says, he's a second-year guy, but, to me, what a great opportunity he has, I think the great part about our team right now is you can go position by position, and you can rattle off the great competitions that we're going to have really throughout the process. It's not always that case, so I think that speaks to really the depth of our team right now, which is really exciting, and Jacardi's right there.
Mike, how's Kenny McIntosh doing? Where's he at in his recovery?
He's coming along. It's tough to put a timetable on it, but he's training his tail off, and I think it's one of those deals where hey, let's just keep hitting those benchmarks until we can evaluate what's going to look like in the fall.
Training here? Is Kenny here?
He's not here right now, no.
Mike, you just mentioned with the competitions across the roster. John has mentioned from a lesson learned for the last Super Bowl team, wanting to make sure you're drafting guys that are not going to back down from competing against a Super Bowl team, competing with all the young stars that you've got. How do you assess that with the limited time that you have with these prospects, though, leading up to the draft, trying to make sure that you're finding the guys that check off that box?
Well, you're working with a personnel department that's been together for a long time, and they got a really clear understanding about what makes a Seahawk. So this isn't their first rodeo, and that's constantly being discussed from the meetings that I'm in. And like John said, there's clarity there, there's alignment, and whether we wanted the Super Bowl or not, it would have been the same criteria, the type of person that we're looking for to join our team. So it's pretty consistent, honestly.
Mike, you mentioned off-season, or guys being back in the building, starting the off-season program today. Just how's it kind of getting that process rolling again already?
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Today's day one for us in phase one, and we talked about this earlier. We tiered our off-season program from having like a later finish this season, but I was blown away by some of the guys that showed up today, and that we weren't asking to be here at this point in time, and just the energy's really great. There's still a great sense of urgency and spirit to the guys, which is exciting, but it's mostly just strength and conditioning at this point and some individual meetings. But this is one of the best times of year to see the guys again after the break.
Who showed up to surprise you?
I won't say surprise. It's like you say, hey, look, if you finished playing the whole season, phase one, we'd love for you to be here, obviously, but to get more time out of the building so you can come back as fresh as possible. So guys like Spoon, Jay Reed were here. Guys that didn't, just wanted to be around the guys again, so I thought that was really cool. Derek Hall. Sorry.
John, what do you think about the continuity that your scouts have together? How does that impact the mayhem that takes place with free agency after the draft is completed, that Saturday night, Sunday time frame?
Yeah, great question. It never goes as smoothly as you want it to go, because it's just guys are like, I've never been on the floor at stock. Actually, I have. What am I talking about? We did do that one time, but it's like crazy like that, right? It's just like there's guys are signing, they commit to you, and then they go to a different club, and they're everybody's negotiating different signing bonuses, but. Matt Berry, and Joey Lane, those guys do a really good job of just, organizing it to say, hey, like, everybody knows exactly what their role is with a specific coach, and who's negotiating, who's recruiting with that coach, and then just when I was talking about the process of it, I was talking about basically the study of it this year, like the focus of it, like what can we really bite into, like what are the redeeming qualities here with this player, and working with the coaches to have that vision for that player.
John, you've been open about how you've changed or continually revisited your draft process over the years, and maybe pushing the up earlier, I think was an example you gave. When you look at free agency and trades as the process there as well, which of those three processes do you feel like changed the most since you became GM?
Oh, the trades on draft weekend. You have to make sure you have to call every team and make sure you're on the same page to figure out. We all just used to use the Jimmy Johnson sheet. It was actually much easier to work off of and negotiate with other teams. Now everybody has different. We've had a lot more analytics groups to it, and so it's built off of like analytics, salary cap, previous history with trades, and because at the end of the day, if you want the player, you're gonna get the player, But we also we all used to be a little bit more disciplined in terms of sticking with the same point system, because you can get in situations now where you're like, why, you don't want to come off as rude, but you're like, well, why would I do that? We're getting our butt kicked. Like, we wouldn't do that. So again, unless there was a 6'5", 330-pound defensive tackle running 4.3, then maybe you would get your butt kicked and just go get him.
Considering where you're picking, my guess is there aren't as many fans that are as into this draft as maybe they were in 23 when you guys had 5, 20, all those picks. But how important is it to really nail these picks, in a draft like this to keep the success going?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, I think either at the combine or maybe at the owners' meeting, just talking about, I think there's a lack of depth in this draft, and I thought our scouts did a great job in the fall of identifying that and letting that allowed us to be a little bit more willing to give up the 4th and 5th round draft pick. But no matter what draft you're in, what year, it's our responsibility, the organization, to be able to find true Seahawks all the way through it. And so that means if we did have that 4th and 5th that we're moving around and we acquire more draft picks, like, we're still going to be focused on making those guys true Seahawks. And when you say nailing it, no matter if you have, the 3 and was that 21? Was that the year we had 3 picks? Yeah. Or last year having a bunch of draft picks, it doesn't matter. You still feel that same level of pressure to be able to bring the best people you can in for the organization and for the coaching staff.
John, the perceived abnormalities in this draft, you were just talking about the lack of depth. There's some positions it seems like in years they're easier to find, but thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe not this year. What do you make of that? Do you think that's still maybe the final effect of the COVID year, or is it NIL? What do you make of that?
Yeah, there's a couple guys in here I think this is supposed to be the last year of it, but there's still a couple guys in here that are going to be finishing their first contract at 29 years old. So. But yeah, it's my understanding this is going to be the last year of it, or trickling down pretty quick.
John, when you say
we got some guys that have been in school for 6 years, so they're called doctors.
John, when you say your board is for your guys, not the National Football League, in terms of yours, are you just saying it's adjusted for your needs, or
combination? Yeah, it's adjusted for comparing somebody to comparing a corner to Spoon or Josh Jobe. At that, how do they compete with those guys? What's the fit? And then obviously need if you're doing it correctly, need just should pop in there naturally.
So more so roster makeup than need.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay.
John, when you look back to the drafts coming out of the last Super Bowl in 2013 and what you kind of went through, what did you learn about trying to maintain the drafts you made then, things you went through at the time, and how do you try to adjust that now to try to do it this time around to stay where you're at?
Yeah, well, getting to the point earlier here about finding those players that are going to come in, want to come in and compete at a high level and not be enamored by the guys they just saw playing in the Super Bowl or whether they played them on Madden 4 years old or earlier or something like that, but also not necessarily just just kind of throwing darts a little bit, hey, we might as well take a shot at a guy that looks like Richard Sherman or runs like Earl Thomas, or we think could be the next Cam Chancellor or something like that, So be really, really careful about comparisons. That never goes real well. I understand the entertainment of it, and I find myself doing it once in a while too. This guy reminds me of this player, from the past. Or I'm starting to get to the point now where these guys are looking at me who's that? Leslie and I are the only ones that know who these guys. Only Todd Bruner too. Todd played with a leather helmet and straps. So.
When both of you are digging into intangibles and trying to add to the culture here, what value do you place on the relatively few collegians who stay at one school their entire college career? Is that a gold star on your board?
Yeah, it's come up from a loyalty standpoint. Absolutely, there's several guys that have turned down a lot of money.
Yeah,
to leave.
Yeah, it's hard to put it in a hard and steadfast case because there's different reasons for guys transferring, or you don't want to just discount them for that, but it's definitely something that it opens your eyes. Nowadays, that's the abnormality rather than the rule.
John, you talk about how, draft day, you want things calm, figured out, harmonious in the draft room. What parts earlier in the draft process are there, disharmony or like real active debates about what to do? At what point does that come up, and what are those usually about? Is it about a player? Is it about position? Like, how do those work?
You mean like the knockdown dragouts, or like
when there's non-agreement, before you've reached that point of consensus and alignment. What are the points in the process where?
We'll have like a reset. Like, hey, if we're seeing it differently than a specific scout or a position coach, we'll kind of just have a reset. Like, hey, let's just take a deep breath, sit down, start from scratch, kind of represent the player to the coach or the scout or whatever, and just start that. Just have those direct lines of communication where it's not like, this guy, is this scout doesn't know what he's doing, or that coach can't evaluate. We don't have a lot of that. I think we don't have a lot of that because we have, we're meeting on the weekends. We're kind of going through it a lot. There's a lot of these like perceived arguments are set up with, the last 3 months. Just constantly talking about things, and then. We'll have every year you're going to have some guys at certain positions that, we're just off on a little bit, and we just continue the communication until we narrow that gap.
Back to the trade conversation, maybe this isn't a thing at all, but did you get the sense a decade ago after you guys won the Super Bowl, or have you sensed it with other teams coming off Super Bowl wins, that other teams may not want to trade with that team out of a sense of why would we help the defending champions get any better?
No. Everybody has their own plan, and I don't think teams are concerned about whether they're going to help another team or not help a team, or we've talked within our division that was kind of frowned upon for a while. Like, you don't trade within your division. Everybody in our division we would trade with, and we have good relationships with all three of those teams. And you're not, you're maneuvering around. You're maneuvering around the board to try to help your team no matter what. And so when you look at it through that lens, then you're basically just not concerned about what does happen after is when you get through the draft, you can kind of sit down and look at, specific teams and be like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. They got that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy. Cause when you're in it, you're kind of just constantly moving and shaking and strategizing and communicating with each other. And so when you take a step back afterwards and, grab a beer and look at a Coke. Maybe it's just a Pepsi or something. And you're just looking at, the draft, and you're looking at those teams, especially in your division. You're kind of that's when you get.
So you would trade with a team in the division if you thought they were going to take a quarterback?
Yeah.
Mike, you've now been through a couple drafts. You've been through a couple drafts.
I see what you're doing there, but yeah. He's like Mr. Sleuth. He's all jacked up.
I thought you were
yeah, I got him. Professor Plum over there.
The original was more like a Settlers of Catan question. If there's a leader, you gotta stop trading with them.
Mike, having now been through a couple drafts together, what stands out watching John and all the personnel guys operate through the actual draft, the maneuver in the trades, the everything going on?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's. I think the great thing about the way we do it here is it's the way that we do it here. It's the way that I know that John believes in, and it's our style, and I think that's what gets the best out of everybody. But everybody's clicking. They all have their roles in the whole process and the whole cog from my perspective, and John does a great job of just kind of coordinating and orchestrating the whole thing, and yeah, it's exciting. It's a great room to be in. Music choices sometimes, sometimes they hit, sometimes we got to change it up.
What would you change?
Don't ask me. I'm not the music guy.
I think we should probably have Callie do it right now.
For those Thursdays, it'd be classic rock Thursdays, but we ended up doing in season, so we'll see.
Anything else? Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go. That is the news conference. Mike McDonald, John Schneider wrapping things up. Pre-draft news conference. Draft starts on Thursday. We'll recap what they had to say when we come back. from that. I just kind of, and we'll grab this soundbite and play it tomorrow and kind of jump into a little bit deeper as well. But I thought it was really interesting to hear John Schneider be very open and vocal.
Yeah.
When he said, "No, it's no secret with us. We have 4 picks. We're looking to move back." Like it, and it's, listen, we all assume that. We all think that that's going to happen. But for him just to come out and say it, now I was just talking to Greg Bell as our new 10 to 12 guy. Greg Bell, you might have heard of him. Greg, 2 bells, 2 G's. The,
2 bells.
2 bells and 2 G's.
Yeah.
But yeah, Greg and I were talking, like, yeah, he's making sure everyone knows that that the Seahawks are open for business. Not that hasn't been the case in the past, like a lot in the past, but he made no bones about it. And just for, if you look back to what they did before, 2014, they had the 32 pick overall. 2014, they traded the 2014 first-round pick, number 32, to Minnesota for a 2014 second-round pick and a 2014 fourth-round pick, and then they flipped that second-round pick and got a fifth-round pick. They did all kinds of stuff. Paul Richardson ended up being part of that. Cassius Marsh ended up being part of that trade. Kiro Small. And actually, when you look at it, they didn't do – when they flipped 32 before, the players they ended up with, Cassius Marsh, Paul Richardson, and Kiro Small, who was a fullback. So that didn't net them much in the grand scheme of things.
Probably should have just stayed at 32.
Well, here's the thing.
But who was like the one person?
Well, here's why they traded 32. This is the key. This is the where history teaches us something. They traded that 32 pick for Teddy Two Gloves for Teddy. Minnesota took Teddy Bridgewater, quarterback who, if not for that just horrific knee injury, probably, you want that 5th year especially for a quarterback. You want that 5th year option. That's why John talked about that today. That's why that pick is important, because with a first round pick comes not just a 4-year contract, but the option for only the first rounders to have that 5th round option by the team, which if you have a really good player, then you keep your guy locked up for an extra year. You can buy an extra year to, like they have with Witherspoon now, like to buy an extra year to negotiate a longer-term deal if you want to keep the player and so forth. Marsh was a solid player for them. Like, he was okay. But, yeah, you didn't get – and Paul Richardson was beset by injuries. When he was picked, I remember that draft night when he was picked on May 9th that year. We're like, damn, man, Paul Richardson, that's a great get. Like, that was a great pick.
Yeah.
And he just never was healthy. When he was healthy, he was fine, but he was never healthy. Kiro Small didn't make the team. He was a fullback, so that didn't really matter. But yeah, the other guys, Marsh was okay. Richardson was okay, but didn't produce what you hoped for. So, yeah, they didn't get exactly what they wanted out of that. I think they flipped some other picks. Yeah, they actually, you know what? I'm going to make sure – I'm going to double-check this because I think there was more to that then. They ended up with – yeah, well, it doesn't get any better because they flipped a couple of those other picks they got into another 4th-round pick. That was Kevin Norwood. Not good. Nope. 6th-round pick, tackle Garrett Scott, who had a heart issue, never ended up playing here. So, yeah, they – as I keep going down here, yeah, nothing really came out of that stuff. So that's fine. But let's hopefully they do a little better job this year. No one's batting 1,000. Just as this is a pro tip. Everyone knows this, right? No one's batting 1,000 in a draft of any sort. NBA, NHL, Major League Baseball, or even the NFL. And the NFL is probably the easiest of the drafts, only in the sense that the players have a lot more resume that you can look at, because a minimum of 3 years playing in college against high-level, oftentimes, opponents, you've got a lot more information at your disposal than if you're a baseball team and you're picking a 17-year-old high school player out of the draft, or you're picking a guy hitting off aluminum bats in college. And, I thought Chris had a great point. Like, Brian Wu was a reliever at Cal Poly, right, that didn't have great numbers. So you're guessing, and you're really having to trust your analytics. You're trying to have to trust your scouts. The NFL, but as much as information as the NFL has, we just went through it. It's not a perfect science. But I'm guessing it feels like we're going to have a pretty quiet Thursday when we have our draft show out here.
Oh yeah, nothing's happening.
And then on Friday, once they move that 30-second pick, which they want to do, then Friday and Saturday become a lot more interesting. All right, we'll take a break. Lane Lambert, speaking of not hitting on all cylinders sometimes and missing some of the draft picks along the way, we'll check in with the Kraken head coach. What does he think about this past season? What does this team need to do looking ahead next? Hey, it's Ian back with you for Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel Sportsbook, all there, 30 minutes from downtown Seattle. Great time of the year. Basketball and hockey playoffs taking place. That Sportsbook will take all of your wagers. You think they're going to call up a infielder from AAA, right?
Maybe.
Or
They did.
somewhere.
Maybe.
And they did. Not who you think it would be. Will Wilson has been selected. Huh? Okay. 34 games with Cleveland last year. You don't want to look at the numbers. He is stopgap measure for sure. No Cole Emerson. Okay. Okay, let's see what else we got going on. Seahawks draft week. Here we go. They just had their news conference, John Schneider and Mike McDonald. Schneider saying, no secret with us. We have 4 picks. We're looking to move back. They have the 32nd pick in the first round. We'll talk more about that as the days go on. NBA and NHL playoffs are underway. Too many teams to go through for a listing of who won. But suffice to say, it is a glorious time of the year if you're a sports fan, man. You got baseball on, you got NHL playoffs, you got NBA playoffs. If you can't find something to watch and sit back and enjoy a beverage with tonight, man, you are messed up. By the way, we're giving away tickets for tonight's Mariners game. We will do that after we check text messages sometime around 2:40, so stay tuned.
Can't wait.
49451 is the Tacoma Dodge text line, by the way. 49451. Thoughts, comments, questions, concerns. Let's hear from Lane Lambert, Kraken head coach, as they head into the offseason.
Here come the Kraken. Good half numbers in the way. Down a shot. He scores! Nicole Everly shoots and scores! 3-1 Seattle. And here's that one back for Newman. He scores!
This is the Daily Power Play.
Kraken hockey, baby. Montour off the bench. Score!
On your home for the Kraken. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, winning us the Seattle Kraken.
The Daily Power Play is brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, the largest inventory of Kubota equipment in King County. Now, your daily look at the National Hockey League and the Seattle Kraken with Ian Furness.
All right, welcome back in. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Ian Furness with you as we roll along. And lucky enough to be joined right now by the head coach of the Seattle Kraken, Lane Lambert. And in full transparency, we're taping this on a Friday, and you're on 3-4 hours sleep. How much sleep are you on right now after that back-to-back to end the season?
Yeah, back-to-back to end, and then travel back. Probably about 3.5-4 hours.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting that you finish the season and you switch time zones.
Yes.
Play a back-to-back. And, you know, potentially you're starting playoffs 2 or 3 days later. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
It didn't at all. We were looking at that and just talking about it even on our television pregame show on our last broadcast was Wednesday. And we said this is the first half of a back-to-back. And we're like, God, imagine if this thing was, and for a while it looked like this would have meant something quite a bit. Not only back-to-back against 2 teams that we always know are pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, there was not a soft landing that the NHL landed for the mighty Seattle Kraken along the way. Welcome to the West Coast, Lane.
Yeah. No, it certainly has its challenges. There's no question about it, having been in the East for sure.
Early, still a lot of stuff to do, but how would you sum up the year?
I think, you know, it's tough to get over the disappointment of the last 26 games since the Olympic break. You know, if you have to take a step back and kind of look at the whole thing and, you know, realize that, you know, there was a lot of positives to the season too. There's some things that coming in here we knew we had to address, you know, and I think we did. But, you know, it gets lost a little bit with 7 wins in the last 26 games, and really, you know, you only needed about 5 or 6 more to be in the playoffs. It wasn't like we had to, you know, go 20-6 or something like that. So it's extremely disappointing from that standpoint, but also I think we have to take that experience moving forward, and when we get into that position again, we'll be better suited to handle it.
If you knew the answer, you would have fixed it, I'm sure. But are there any things, just bullet points, you point to for the 7 wins after the Olympic break? You go in on speaking of back-to-back, couldn't go in a higher note. Back-to-back wins against Vegas and LA in your division, and sitting solidly in a playoff spot, 3rd place. And as you mentioned, 7 wins. Is there anything that changed from the team standpoint? Anything that you could even look at and even tried to fix?
Yeah, well, when we went into the break, our power play was humming. Our power play came out, and we struggled on the power play. Penalty kill was actually pretty good for a really good stretch of that 26 games, and then kind of faltered in the end. But that was a sore point for us all year long. And then I just thought that for whatever reason, our defensive play, the commitment to that defensive play, I thought we struggled a little bit with it. I thought other teams potentially turned up the ante, and we just couldn't match it. We made too many little mistakes. It's a fine line between winning and losing. And for example, we're in Vegas the other night, and we're leading 1-0. There's 2 minutes and 21 seconds left in the second period, and we give up a face-off goal. And these are the kinds of things that can't happen. And they happened a little bit too often down the stretch, and we found ourselves on the wrong side of the score.
You used the term a few times this year, fragile, and we hear the term culture thrown around a lot. Is that fragile nature part of changing the culture and getting rid of that?
Well, certainly you have to become unfragile, and I think you sit back and you look, and even if you've won the Stanley Cup, things change. I talked to the guys this morning, and those same guys that I talked to this morning, not all of them are going to be here. It's just the way professional sports is. So we got to do our due diligence and continue building what I think are some positive cultural changes that we've made, and move forward from there.
That comes from the coach, but it also comes from inside the room, right? It comes from the leadership group and inside the room. Do you need more from that group particularly, even if whether they have a letter on or not?
Well, you don't have to be a letter to be a leader. Yeah. That's sort of one of my things. And I really do think that, I think our leadership group and our guys, they really do make a concerted effort. Jordan Eberle, he cares. He cares so much. Matty Beniers cares so much, and he's young, and he's building and growing into that role. I think our guys care. I think our guys care a ton. We just have to make sure that, we find a way to learn from this experience. I said all along, playing these meaningful games at this time of the year, we're going to be important for our growth. And, that experience of having that and doing that should bode well for the future.
Lane Lambert joining me. The viral comments from counterparts in the league, Rick Bowness and even Todd McClellan. Rick really calling out his team and saying, winning, losing has to hurt more than winning, and we're going to change the culture and do all those things and all of that. I always wonder to myself, we've seen it in this town. We have a Super Bowl champion here. And, when Pete Carroll came in, they went 7-10 the first 2 years with Pete Carroll. It didn't change overnight. Needed to get some different guys in here, some alpha dogs, some dudes that were loud, right? They needed to change. You can only do so much in that regard. But people forget, it was 7-10, 2 years in a row. Then they took off, and they changed that culture, and they got it going. Does it take more than a year to change the culture? And more than just one or two guys in the room? Does it need to change something? Like you mentioned, guys aren't all going to be back. You have a different looking roster.
Yeah. No, I think it's, you for me, I do believe we've had some growth in trying to change the culture this year.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a process. There's no question about it. And, we obviously have a busy summer here. We'll sit down and talk about, personnel and what we see, what we think our needs are. This is my first year in here, my first year with a lot of these guys, and I learned a lot, and we'll see where we're at, as the summer plays itself out. But there's certainly some thoughts going on.
Oh, I bet there are. Audits and all kinds of fun stuff. What kind of step can a guy like Berkeley Captain make? Or any of your young guys? Like, that's because if we're being honest, it's like you can change teams through trades, through free agency, all those types of things. This team's tried to really build things up through the draft. I think over the course of the year, roughly, 15 draft picks were playing or something like that. It was a pretty heavy number. All the 4 draft classes, not including last year, all represented on the ice at some point this year. So there were plenty of draft picks. Whether it's Berkeley, Oscar Fisker-Molgaard, if he's here, guys like that. What kind of step do you expect as a coach for those guys to take from a year 1 to a year 2? Ryan Winterton, first-time, full-time NHL player types guys. Like, what kind of step can those guys take?
They can take a big step. Speaking of, the last guy you mentioned was Winterton.
Yeah.
Ryan Winterton, tremendous speed. He's on pucks all the time. Solid defensively, and gets lots of scoring chances. And the step that he needs to take is he needs to capitalize on more of them. I don't see any reason why Ryan Winterton can't score 15 to 20 goals. To be honest with you, with the attributes that he has, and that's a mentality. Don't just shoot the puck to shoot the puck to score. These are different types of situations that as you get into and as you grow with experience, now you're not just sort of trying to hang on and keep your position and not be healthy scratch. Now you're making an impact on the team, and you relish that, you take that, and now you understand that, your confidence has grown and you're a guy who is counted on. And that's where we need a guy like Ryan Winterton to get to. Berkeley Catton, 19-year-old kid, just a lot of learning for him this year. Really, a really difficult league he had to play in.
Yeah,
it's the best league in the world.
Yep.
And he learned a lot this year. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. September comes around, I expect him to take a big step here and be better than he was. And learn from some of the mistakes, some of the hooking penalties he took and things like that. These are things that are going to be super beneficial for him moving forward. And when you look at where he is right now and where he will be in September, he was much better off, in my opinion, staying here all year long playing. And he's going to be a better player for us in September than he would have been going back to junior. So there was growing pains, for sure. He kept his confidence through those growing pains, and he's a big part of the future, obviously.
I always thought with him, and even maybe some of the young guys, whether Wentz or any unselfish team, like at times, did you not want to see, especially a guy like Catton, shoot the puck more?
Yeah, 100%.
Like,
these are things that we analyze and we have to get into, and we talked about more shot volume and things like that. We've got to start delivering on some of the messages. Certainly, there's some of the messages we do.
Yeah.
And we did make some improvements, and there were some positives for sure. We weren't 25 points out of the playoffs in January, as in the past. So, there's certainly improvements here, and there's certainly optimism.
The wild thing was, if we're looking at just glass half full before they go, Lane, I mean, you weren't 25 points out to start the new year, but after December, you were a ways out. And this team found a way to get right back in it, climb up there, find themselves in a playoff spot heading into the Olympic break. And outside of Kaapo Kakko, who just walked by us a second ago, like, the Olympic break seemed to be the worst thing that could have happened to this team in a lot of ways. He came back and was unreal, but, like, this team did find a way. So we talk about being less fragile or picking themselves up. They did show signs of that this year, right? They did show signs of that.
Yeah. No, there's no question. I mean, the stretch we had in December, and we were 12, 14 and 2 or whatever we were at that time. We're 12, 14 and 5, and then we had a heck of a run for right up until the Olympic break, and coming out of the Olympic break, the thought process, I guess, was, okay, we don't have any, like the teams that don't have as many guys going to the Olympics as other teams, they're going to have a benefit from that. But I don't think it turned out that way. we're not the only team that it didn't turn out that way for. And, those guys kept playing. They kept in rhythm. That was my biggest fear going into the Olympic break, is that, we would get out of rhythm. And, I thought we had an excellent 5-day practice coming out of the break, and certainly super optimistic going into the last 26 games of the season based on that. But things didn't go the way we wanted them to. So certainly, throughout that 26-game stretch, there was a lot of, analyzing and how can we get better and what's going wrong, and we'll never quit doing that as a coaching staff.
Off season for you, you're the coach. You're not the player personnel director. You're not the scout. You're not the GM. But I'm sure would you expect to have a little more, I don't want to say input, but now that you've been here for a year, acclimated yourself to the present roster, what you need and stuff like that, and you're in talking to Jason Botterill and going through things. Near the top of the list, at the top of the list, just listening to you in post-game, especially this year, does this team need to get a little bigger, heavier, tougher, for lack of a better term? All of those things. I mean, you got Melly, not a heavyweight, but, it just feels like that. If I'm being honest, it feels like that's something missing from this team. Honestly, it's probably been missing since day one. Like, just a little bit of a presence that still exists in hockey. And, again, not necessarily dropping the mitts all the time, but you got to have as a poli-sci major back in the day, you wouldn't think that because, you look at me and don't think I'm such a smart guy. But a thing called deterrence. Like, if you're playing Columbus, Matthew Olivier's on the bench. You're probably a little more careful with some of the stuff, right? Do you need a little bit more of that?
Well, I'll go back to, what your first, I guess the first part of this question was.
Dissertation.
The dissertation is, do I expect, having been here for a year, I came in here last year. I didn't really know any of the players in the organization. Obviously I knew a little bit about the ones that were playing in the National Hockey League level. I didn't know anything about the guys in Coachella Valley because I hadn't been,
You're nothing else. You're in the Eastern Conference, right?
No,
Yeah.
and certainly not in the American Hockey League. So I have a lot better idea of the organization from within, and what our strengths are, and what I think our needs are. I think there's certainly something to be said for having some deterrent. Is that, if that's what you called it?
Yep.
That part of the game for me, it's changed, but it'll never completely change.
No. Final thing, what would you say to the fans? I know the organization, the head coach, players, no one's happy with the fact that this not playing playoff games right now, but it is a process along the way. What would you tell the fans?
Well, just trust me, we're as disappointed as you are. We want it as bad as you do, and certainly, we, and I said this coming into the season, and even when I was interviewing for the job way back when, our fans are the best in the league, and there's no question that I've lived the New York life, and there's no question that there were times when maybe there would be a lack of support, but that's not the case here in Seattle. And it goes a long way for our hockey team to know that our fans are behind us like that, and we appreciate it more than they know. And we are disappointed, and we're disappointed for them. Disappointed for ownership. We have great owners. They give us everything we need from a facility standpoint. So from an ownership and fan standpoint, we love the sport.
I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Get some rest. You deserve it. And we will talk. Believe it or not, we'll talk again during the summer. I know you're looking forward to it.
Okay. Thanks, Ian.
Lane Land, we'll take a break. Come back with more 93.3 KJR FM.
join their manager. Why else would you spend $95 million on Colt Emerson unless you're trying to boost revenue in the city of Tacoma? Go Rainiers. I'll check in later this week. Thanks, Ian.
I always like to hear from that guy. I always like to hear that along the way.
Seattle Sports Update guy.
So
he's fun.
Is Emerson not here because they don't want to start the clock?
No, I don't. I just don't think
Are
he's
we
ready.
down to that again?
No, I don't think it's like that. I just don't think he's ready. He's not like mashing the cover off the ball in AAA.
Or is it okay? So that's part of it.
Yeah.
Is the other part he wouldn't be playing up here? He'd just be a stopgap. I mean, I'm assuming.
So that tells me also that they don't think Donovan's out long term as well.
Well, it's 10-day injured list, right?
Right. But even if you're on a 10-day injured list, that doesn't mean you're injured for 10 days. That means at least 10 days. Right.
Right. I know, but he's gone for 10 days.
Yes.
Okay, so he's gone for 10. Do they have a lineup out yet today?
They do.
Who's at third?
Leo Rivas, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Rivas is probably going to get the majority of the time there, right?
Yeah.
And is a better option than a young guy that's trying to find himself.
100%. And especially a guy you've already paid. You need him to be successful.
Yeah, that's why because this will be one of those things where people are like, yeah, and the kid, it makes sense. I mean, I think we all want to see the kid up here.
100%.
Right?
Yes.
But let's
do it on his timeline. And this is the thing, right? You do it based off of need, what your team needs. They could use him right now, but you also want to do it based off of what's best for him.
On the longevity of the player.
Yeah, I think it'd be different too if Donovan was like out for if he was on like
a month or something,
60-day
list
or something, right? That'd be a little bit different along the way.
Totally.
So I guess I could see that. All right, 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. All right, let's go. 425. Three things. One, Lane Lambert sounds tired and very disappointed. I'll hit these as we go. Yes, but we also taped it after he was on 3 hours of sleep.
Yes, but he is disappointed. I will say that.
I think he's going to have a little. I'm hoping he has. In fact, I'll ask. We'll have bots on Wednesday, I think. Now, I'm gonna have to ask him that. I think, do you give Lane Lambert a little bit more of a say? I know what Lane wants. I think he wants a little bit of a heavier, bigger team.
It's a good question, though.
But I think, will Lane have more of a say? But he's disappointed. I think he was. I mean, listen, they won 7 games after the Olympic break. They just
ran out of gas.
And they made the same mistakes over and over again. Now, some of those guys that made those mistakes aren't going to be here, and that's the way it is. Let's see. Tired of hearing how great ownership and fans are. Why? Why would you be tired of hearing how great ownership and fans are?
I can kind of understand that sentiment because usually people can say that when the team isn't very good. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'd rather hear how good the team is instead of how good, the fans and ownership.
You know how bad, you know what? Okay, let's go back to the opening show segment today at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I know.
When you hear how great ownership is, you don't hear that from every organization or from every coach or GM.
Good point.
And you know where you're not hearing that right now is in Portland with the Trailblazers, because Tom Condon, who bought that team, has already basically alienated the entire market. I think I'm going to have some fun this week. Should we get the Godfather on?
I was going to say.
Fun?
Should we get the Godfather
John
on?
Forsland?
No, the Godfather, Dwight James, Godfather of Portland sports.
Yes.
Oh,
I think he'll just tear this guy apart. So I'm all here for it. Anti-Blazer guy now that I am.
Yeah, you don't work for them anymore. Let's go.
No. 360. Still consider myself a hockey novice despite following the Kraken since day one. While I don't know much about the game and why the team hasn't been successful, I don't believe Lane Lambert was a reason for the lack of success. I like him a lot. Hope management can figure this out because it would be a shame to lose a good coach because the front office can't get out of their own way. This is a front office that has to be. They just have to be better this offseason. Period. They got to be better. They got to give Lane and his staff a little bit more to work with than they had this year.
Yep.
Change a little bit inside that room and everything else as well.
5-9 with Hancock pitching so well and Castillo struggling. When Miller comes back, do you put Castillo in the bullpen full time and keep Hancock as a starter? What are your thoughts?
God, you're not putting.
No. That's my thought. No.
Yeah. Okay, and I'm doing that because I don't think it's a dumb tax.
No, it's not.
I think it's a legitimate question. It just won't happen.
No. Well, and I think the easiest answer is 6-man rotation, guys. We talked about this with Eno, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Eno brought that up the other day.
The negative of a 6-man rotation is that if you have an ace, he pitches less often. But it feels like the Mariners have like multiple guys where you feel okay with that, right?
And Castillo's going to be fine.
Yes, and his stuff doesn't play out of the bullpen at all. So,
no.
You want to keep him as a starter.
Most starters don't.
Right.
Most of them don't. You're in a role when you get to this level, you're in that role for a reason. Now the guys can transition. Dennis Eckersley became one of the greatest relievers in the history of the game.
Right.
When Eck moved from being a starter to the bullpen. But most of the time you get to this point, right, you're established as a guy that's going to throw high leverage for an inning or X number of pitches, or you're going to be elongated out to go 80, 90, 100, whatever it is. But, yeah, I think the six-man rotation makes sense. If everyone's healthy. Now, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to jinx anything, but, rotations don't stay healthy the entire year.
Absolutely not.
Well, yeah, you have to actually plan for that, actively expect it, which
if you
is
have
kind of a
six-man
sucky thing to have to do.
Yeah, it's true, though. But if you have a six-man rotation, then it does take one, like mentioned, it does take one less guy to your bullpen.
Well, and the funny thing is, you mentioned all the injuries. The one guy who hasn't had any injury concerns, Luis Castillo.
Is the Rock.
Yeah.
But he has those games. We've seen every season. Don't worry about him because it's consistent.
Yeah, hasn't been great this year, but I still trust that he's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Jim says, great move bringing Greg B back. Well, listen, I'll take full credit then.
Yes,
My
good
idea.
job. You are the Crimson Sheet.
Yes, I'm Crimson Sheet, yes.
It is great to have
this is a
him.
great text. 425. Anders, very excited to work the extra hour. Jessamine, very excited to work the extra hour. Ian, doesn't sound very excited to work an extra hour.
That's true.
So true.
I don't know. Listen.
Hey, everyone needs cheerleaders, okay? Ian's the backbone, and we are the hamstrings.
Okay, but that texture kind of nailed it.
Very observant. Very observant.
If I'm being here's the thing. Listen, we talk sports.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. But if someone said, we're going to pay you X to work 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, or 4 hours, but we're going to pay you X. It's not
Same
going to
amount.
change.
Yeah.
I'll take 1 hour.
More
I would actually
Same
take 0
pay.
hours. I would take 0 hours.
Oh my gosh. If someone
yeah.
would pay me to go away, I'd probably just take it.
Jess, be careful. That can happen.
If
this
I get
business,
paid?
For X amount of days, sure.
I'm just
I don't know.
kidding. No, I would just work on something else.
Call your agent. Ask him or her how long that buyout is. So
I know exactly how long it
let's
is.
See, now the downside of a six-man rotation is screwing with all the other starters' routine. These guys are already freaks of nature. Yeah, I don't know.
That gives them an extra day rest.
Yeah.
If anything else.
And, Lou can be in the dugout doing interviews and rah-rah and all doing his fun stuff. And
Yelling at his mitt again.
Yeah, yelling at his God, he just...
I loved that. You're so right, though. I noticed that, too.
It's such a good place to take out frustration, though, right?
Brian Wu going red ass after he had just an incredible outing. Was just dominant. I'm just mowing guys down.
Well, I also understand because he went through 6, 2 hits, no runs. He could have a special day. And then the 7th inning kind of goes a little south. And he's like, dang it. So good, though.
I still think, we will have this debate again. We always have this debate, game 1, who do you want out there? I still think it might be him, man.
I think it might. I'm starting to change my answer to him, to be honest, because I used to be kind of a George guy.
Yeah, I think it's Wu, man.
Yeah.
That dude's
I'm all Woo all day. Well,
All Woo all the time.
Logan is my number one.
Logan's falling off for me, man. He just
let's see.
Can't be efficient, which sucks. But
trying to see what I can read here. Lots of stuff on changes.
That's the way it goes.
John says Colin Cowherd just insinuated that the Portland owner has plans to buy the Seahawks. Tom Kahn is not buying the Seahawks. Man. That is not going to happen.
No,
that is not going to happen. Now, no. I mean, okay, I'll play ball, though, with you for a second. Okay? I'll play ball. That would be the worst thing that could happen to Seattle sports in terms of ownership since Clayton Bennett bought the Sonics. That would be the worst. Because here's the thing with the NFL. You have to do things the right way. You have to pay people good money. You have to spend money. This guy wants to spend $1.5 million and no more for an NBA head coach. The average salary is triple that for an NBA head coach. You want that coming? Oh my God! If that came to Seattle, the Seahawks,
That would suck. That would suck. You can't cut corners in the NFL. You absolutely cannot.
Since Paul Allen bought this team, and then with under Jody and Burt's, overseeing it since then, this place does it the right way. They don't cut costs. They don't spare expenses. I mean, they're not crazy like any business. I'm sure there's budgets and things people have to work within, but everything here is first class.
Yep.
And I say this all the time with the Kraken. It's the same way out there, and it's not a surprise that Lewicki was in charge of both. Like, there's certain in pro sports, you've got to do things the right way. And if you cut corners, and I know people are going to tell me that this guy and the Carolina Hurricanes have been successful, blah blah blah. Couple
Not
good
because of him.
drafts. Yeah, a couple good. He's not out there scouring Canada for junior players or the American college ranks or anything like that. I think they win despite him, and they also have a hell of a coach that stuck around for a while, Rod Brindamore. But it ain't because of Tom Condon. I can tell you that right now. That would be that would be a disaster. I have not heard that one time. I don't think first of all, he didn't have the financial wherewithal to buy both teams. And they'd have three. No, he didn't have that. Let's see. Hey, Nuke Rayleigh. That Rayleigh still thing. We talked about it last week and then Mollywop again today. I just don't think that's good. I just don't think it's good. Okay, let's see. What else we got here, Anders? I got a couple more. I wanted to find one here at the end.
Do we have a Keith Miller? The Jeremy was pretty good.
What did he say?
81 sleeps until the mayor. Wait, he said mayhem. I mean mayor. Not that I'm counting or anything.
Oh, the golf tournament.
Yes.
That just gave me a cold chill down my spine.
You just got anxiety. Sorry.
Yeah, massive.
81 sleeps. That's a lot of sleeps. Just try to actually sleep during them.
Yeah.
I know I can't. I have a 2-month-old at home.
What's that?
Oh, yeah.
I said I don't always. I have a 2-month-old at home.
Yeah, you don't sleep. Dude, you're
No,
not sleeping.
you just don't sleep.
Yeah.
I'll take some for you, all right? I'll give myself a good 11 hours tonight.
Jim says, more I hear about issues with Wilson, the more I'm getting worried. I'm hoping I'm hoping as the year goes on, that's the last time we talk about Dan Wilson. I don't think it will be, but I'm kind of hoping from our Mollywop segment today, that's the last time we talk about him. Please. Can it be? Do you think it can be? Doubtful.
I mean, it's going to come up. It's a long season. I'm not going to use those two words that we always try to avoid. Well, one conjunction and another word.
Yes.
And we're not going to say it, but yeah, we'll just chill. Let's just chill and see what this team does.
Oh, it is early, Jess. Don't worry. You can say that. It's
but
early.
You said the three words.
It's early.
Okay. It is.
All right, here's what we're going to do, though. 49451. I got my tickets for tonight's game. I can't use them, so I'm giving them to one of you listening right now, whether it be on the web, on the app, on the radio. Doesn't matter. That's why we do it on the text line, because everyone has a chance. Anders will randomly pick somebody. He'll wait a couple minutes so everybody has time to get it in. If you want to go to the game tonight, text Mollywop. And here's the thing. You got to spell it right. Anders, make sure they spell it right.
Will do.
Well, guess
Mollywop.
what? We're going to have two lucky winners.
Okay, we're going to do two. That's good.
Two pairs,
Mollywop. Mollywop, 49451. Mollywop. Text in right now. 49451. Text Mollywop. We'll get you hooked up for the game tonight. Go watch the Mariners beat the you-know-what out of the A's. Nobody likes the Sacramento A's, Vegas A's, whatever they are A's. 49451. Text
That's
Mollywop.
so sad for them.
Text Mollywop right now. 49451. We'll send good tickets for tonight's game. Away you go. We'll come back and check in with Softy, who apparently debuted on the brand new King 5 show today. Huh? Kind of a big deal. Old Softy, kind of a big deal. 49451 Mollywop if you want to go to the game tonight. And we'll talk to Softy next. debut guest today on the brand new King 5 extravaganza with Paul
Oh, is that what
Sylvie
that
and
was?
Chris Egan. Yes.
Yeah. Thought that was just a pilot and they were just taping it. Didn't know
You're
that
going to
was
ask me
actually
what
live.
actually it is. I have no idea, but that's what
Yeah,
I
it was
hear.
good. We had a good time. I'm trying to, this guy, Sylvie called me up last week and said, we want to set the bar real low to start off, so would you like to jump on? I said, sure.
Okay.
I'll help you out.
How low?
See if
Wow.
they have me on again, but, whatever.
Did you make anybody upset? Did you say anything good?
Oh, I'm sure I did.
Okay.
I'm sure I did. Somebody somewhere is mad. Did you see that at the Boston Marathon? Was that this weekend, the Boston Marathon?
I think it was today, wasn't it?
Yeah, today's the anniversary.
At did
It's
your buddy
not an
Hyder get his ass
anniversary.
kicked by Patriot fans for wearing a Seahawks jersey, by the way?
Say what? Say that
in the
again.
Race?
Say
I'm
that
talking to
again.
Fane. He's got a contractor he works with, Ron Hyder Construction, and he was, come on, you've heard the spots. That's right, Dick. I'm going to wear a Seahawks uniform in Patriot country during the Boston Marathon. I might get my ass kicked, but it'll be worth it.
Yeah.
By the way, mention the Seahawks get $75 off a roof. That guy. You know who he is.
I know who he
Well,
is.
he
He's
ran the Boston Marathon today wearing a Seahawks jersey. So I want to
Good
see
for
if he
him.
got anything thrown at him.
Wow.
I'm sure he did.
First of all, just being in that is impressive as hell.
Right. I thought about running a marathon at some point.
Did you really?
Then I realized it was a marathon. And I
It was
did.
no.
Dude,
I ran
do it.
I ran like a 5K.
chance.
Is it a 5K? I ran a 5K once.
Yeah.
No, I'll never do it again. That was not fun. I don't know why.
What? It's like 3 miles. It's not even
3.6 or 3.2 miles. I do believe.
3.2.
Yeah. Started in Fremont, ended in Shoal Bay or
Was
something.
there beer
like that.
involved at the end?
Yes, there was.
Now that explains a lot.
Anyway,
Yes,
I don't know
it
what we were talking about. I lost my
I don't
train
either.
of thought.
I don't
Oh, the
either.
King 5 thing. Yeah, it was fun. Good time.
Good.
Had a good
That's
time.
good. Well, you get to hang out with Egan and Sylvie. Sylvie's kind of a big deal, so that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, I was on Zoom. Those guys were in the studio, so I was at home. It was like
Sylvie's a hard-working dude. He was out here at Seahawks today talking
Right.
to Schneider and
Yeah.
your buddy Mikey McDonald.
Talking about his punting days at Bowling Green.
Yeah, exactly.
Do people know that Sylvie was a punter in college?
I thought he was a place
I
kicker.
knew
Was he a
that.
punter?
I thought he was a punter.
No, he was a kicker. Wait.
Yeah, but like a field goal kicker.
Yeah.
Not a punter.
Yeah, not a punter.
I thought he was a punter. Well, who knows?
I'll
That
ask him.
changes
He's-
everything.
I think he's sitting outside the door where I'm at here. I should go
That
ask him in a
changes
second.
everything. Well, the Cowboys just gave this Brandon Aubrey guy $7 million a year, so I mean, if he can kick.
20 guaranteed,
Ooh,
I think it was.
good for
20
him, man. Good
I saw
for
the
him.
list of kickers. Myers isn't even on the list of the highest paid kickers. That's just
When's
odd. I
his
thought-
deal up? Do we know?
I don't know. That'd be a Spotrack
You can look
thing.
it up. It's on the internet.
Yeah, well, it's on the
Anybody can
internet.
find
somewhere. It's on the internet. I don't know. He's
Jason
getting
Myers.
This is his last year running through the
Oh,
2026
good for
season.
him. Good time to be a free agent.
Ooh.
Good for him.
Kickers
Although
getting
Jerry likes making everybody the highest paid, right? He loves
Yes.
having the highest paid.
Yes.
Highest paid guard, highest paid kicker, highest paid quarterback,
Yes. And
highest paid hookers, whatever.
but here's which is
Why? Always.
what do you mean?
Always
why
what? What are you
You
talking
always
about?
say that stuff.
What, hookers?
Yes.
No, I don't. I barely ever mention them on the air. What are you talking about? Will you
He's not
calm
a-
down? Who
He
pissed in
doesn't-
your Cheerios?
He doesn't mention hookers all that often.
That's right.
Yep.
Andrews does. I don't. I don't know what the hell he's
I mean, I don't know what sometimes he mentions them. I was looking back. What was the game this year that literally Myers won for them? It was the
Colts game.
Carolina.
Did he have like 5 field goals in the Colts
It was
game?
the Colts game. They had 6 field goals.
Oh,
Scored
no,
18
yeah, you're right.
points.
Colts.
Yeah.
Yeah, 18-16 win over the Colts. Yeah, he won
Right.
that game for him.
Right.
And then got a couple other good game-winning kicks along the way. Yeah, I mean, I
He's
don't
a
know.
good
You pay a
kicker.
guy. You pay him. Pay the guy.
Well, we've gone from wanting to fire everybody on the special team staff a couple years ago.
Yep.
When they what game was it? The Jet game or the Giant game? Where special teams
Giants.
was a disaster.
Giants. It's got to be the Giants because
I
they
remember
lost that game.
going on Twitter the next day like, fire everybody, get Jay Harbaugh the hell out of here. Now they have the best special teams
Now they're
units,
the,
like
now
in
they're the
NFL.
smartest guys in the league.
Right? It's unbelievable.
That's so weird how that happens.
Good for them.
All right, Jimmy's on first. What's coming up today?
Let's see. What is today? Monday. Well, we're moving some stuff around because of the draft. Bill Kruger will join us today. Hugh Millen will join us today. Lance Zerline from the NFL Network will join us today. talk some draft, get us ready for the mock. We'll hear a little bit from John Schneider from his press conference that you carried on your show today that you did not throw to live because you thought it was important to be there in the building when it started.
I did.
So I heard Anders do that.
You know why? Because I wanted to say hi to my friend John Schneider as he walked in.
Is that why?
And he said hello.
Is that really why?
Where you been, brother?
You know how long it takes to walk from your broadcast location to the theater or whatever?
Good
like
minute
10
and a half.
Seconds.
I got bad legs. I got bad knees. It's going to take me at least 2 minutes.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize. For you, it'll take you an hour. A normal person, 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
I could probably crawl there faster than you could walk there with your current.
But I don't like to go in there after it starts because then I get the look from everybody.
Yeah, I know.
You get that look. Everyone looks at you and goes,
The door doesn't close softly. It slams. They all stare at you.
No, I don't want to do that.
Anyway, yeah, we'll talk about that. Got some Mariner topics to get to.
Are we more at 4? We got more at 4?
More at 4. More at 4 with you. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to dive into it, man.
I just need to know when I need to turn it on today. So 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
Back in. Okay.
Nothing will happen between now and 4 that's worth listening to.
Perfect. Okay.
You
Good
can
to know.
tune in at 4.
See ya.
Make all your phone calls in the car on the way home.
All right, bye.
Later, bye.